တွေအတွက်ပျော်စရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
敢出也敢有，得到起诉苦，阿达没敢出也敢有，不要不在不见你家家，你得要 package 的回应，阿达把你苦，得到起诉苦，敢出也敢有，得到起诉苦，阿达没 check 的比较敢出也敢有。
ကြာရ channel မှာ999ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ကဖိန်းကစိတ်ကိုနိုးချတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွတ်ထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုးနေတူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါV-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့တန်းကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်စပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ကဖိန်းကစိတ်ကိုနိုးချတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတွေကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရင် V Gold တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွတ်ထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V Gold sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရင်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့ချမ်းကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်သက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V code နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V code ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V code G မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် V code တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုးနေတဲ့သူကိုသာလင်ကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့သူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်သက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း3000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
အတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်မှာပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးချတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတွေကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားများကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် teamမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွတ်ထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုးနေတဲ့ကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါV-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
Live from MSL Myanmar, powered by Moonton, official smartphone partner by Infinix, official telecom partner by Atom, official beverage partner by V-Code, official transportation partner by Grab, official gaming chair partner by DX Racer.
Balance Ban Super League Myanmar Season 3 ပြန်ပွဲကြီးရဲ့ Playoff Stage Day Number 1 ကတော့ကျွန်တော်တို့အားလုံးနဲ့အတူစတင်ပြီးတော့ရောက်ရှိလို့လာခဲ့ပြီလည်းဖြစ်ပါတယ်ဒီပွဲစဉ်တွေကိုကျွန်တော်တို့တောင်းပြီးတော့တင်ဆက်ပေးသွားမှာတော့ကျွန်တော် DY မှာ
ကျွန်တော် SC14 ပဲဖြစ်ပါတယ်ကျွန်တော်တို့ DY ရေကျွန်တော် MSL ကျွန်တော်ဒါစတင်ခဲ့တာဆိုလို့ရှိရင် Season 1 Season 2အခုဆိုလို့ရှိရင်တော့ကျွန်တော် Season 3 ထိတောင်ရောက်လာခဲ့ပြီဗျာ
ကဲကျွန်တော်တို့ Season 3ခုတိုင်ရှိလာခဲ့သလို Champion ဟောင်းတွေ Champion သစ်တွေတိုင်းတဲ့ Contender တွေနဲ့စတုံညီပေါဝင်နေခဲ့တဲ့ Playoff Stage ရဲ့ Day Number 1မှာဂဒီပါလမ်းခွဲတစ်ခုတော့ရှိနေတယ်ဗျကျွန်တော်တို့အဲ့လိုမျိုးသွားပြီးတော့ကြည့်ရမယ့်အပိုင်းလေးရှိတယ်ဘယ်တင်ရဆက်လက်ပြီးတော့တလန်းသွားရမလဲဘယ်တင်ရအကျန်ရစ်ခဲ့ရမလဲဒီလမ်းခွဲဟာဒီနေ့မှာကျွန်တော်တို့စတင်ပြီးတော့အဖြစ်ပေါ်တော့မှာဖြစ်ပါတယ်
ချန်ပီယံဖြစ်မဲ့အသင်းကလည်းကျွန်တော် Paris ကိုသွားရမယ်အခွင့်အရေးတစ်ခုရှိနေတယ်ဒါကတော့ကျွန်တော် big opportunity လို့ပြောရမယ်ပြောင်းလဲလာ
Hello, ladies and gentlemen, and welcome one and all. You're joining us once again for the MSL Myanmar Season 3, the MLBB Super League officially enters day 1 of the playoffs. We've got 4 teams remaining after 10 have faced off throughout 5 grueling weeks of the regular season. And very, very soon we will get to find out who will be the brand new champion. You're joining me, Staffa, on the desk today, joined by Rockhard. How are you feeling, sir?
I am feeling very, very good about this. Again, this is a big day for MSL Myanmar because we will be able to determine the one team that will join MSC as well. So not just the Myanmar champion, right? By tomorrow, we'll find out who's going to be that one team who will fly to Paris to join our teams in EWC 26.
Yeah, also exciting prospect to be able to fly on over to places like that and of course participate representing your region. Now, I'm sure we're all familiar with Myanmar teams at this point. This is a region that has always surprised us on the international scene and is certainly no stranger to the big stage. And there are some familiar teams up here in the top 4, but also some new faces eager to carve out a path for them.
That's right. Of course, we have our lower bracket matchup. It's a best of 5 coming up very, very shortly. It is going to be Falcons, and it is going to be as well Mythic Seal, the battle of the skies. It's going to be a Falcon versus a dragon here today. So I'm very excited to see if, the new and improved Falcons is going to be able to actually carve it out. Because I was watching Mythic Seal's matches earlier, and I was actually pretty blown away.
Yeah, having a look at some of the more recent matches, obviously there's a lot of leagues happening at the same time, so I think both of us are coming into this fairly fresh. We've done a little bit of research, but we're also going to be witnessing the capability of these teams firsthand, along with all of you guys watching from home. As Rockhard mentioned, we're going to have 2 best-of-5 series. We're going to be starting off with the lower bracket semifinals, best-of-5 between Falcon and Mythic Seal, 2 teams that have basically been the pallbearers for Myanmar MLBB on the international scene for a long time, but now looking to fight for survival. And then later on in the day, we're going to be watching the upper bracket finals between Team 7 and Yangon Galacticos. One of them will be able to clinch a spot directly to the grand finals and a guaranteed top 2 finish.
That's right. So Falcons Esports and the Mythic Seal obviously have not had it easy as well. Despite usually, if you watch the M series, if you watch a lot of MSCs as well, you'll see these teams pop up over and over again. These names are household names. They're very, very familiar. Even for us who are, I'm personally relatively new to watching Myanmar this season. You see them year in and year out, man. So the quality of the matches that they can definitely give. And they've actually shown that in the regular season as well. Pretty, pretty strong stuff from both of these teams.
Yeah, if there's any region that really deserves the title of Dark Horse as an entire ecosystem on their own, it is basically Myanmar. They have surprised us time and time again, a region with plenty of experience, but are still looking for their first big success on that international level. So I think that these teams want to be the ones to be able to achieve that, and the first step to doing so is getting to that grand finals, getting that MSC slot, and then we'll see what happens next. But it's going to be interesting to see exactly how well they perform. They've actually had a bit of a longer break compared to some of the other leagues so far, because if I have a look at the schedule for how this has gone, the regular season for MSL ended on May 2nd. I think it's basically the beginning of May. The next day after that, they had their last chance tournament where 2 teams between, I believe, the 4th to 8th seeds basically competed for 2 final spots in the playoffs. After that, they had a 2-week break before they played the play-ins, which narrowed the field to the top 4. And now, 2 weeks after that, we're going to be witnessing these teams face off. So they've had a lot of time to rest, a lot of time to prepare, and they've known their opponents for a while.
That's true. And what's one thing I want to add to that, since they did go through a very quite lengthy rest I wonder how well these teams are actually acclimating or accommodating themselves to the new patch. It's not super major. Like, I know there's a nerf on Harley, but Harley is still very much still in the meta. I'm pretty sure
Mhm.
they see that on their scrims. But I want to see how they fare against their gold lane picks, right? The gold lane picks feels like it's just much more expanded now compared to like the last time these teams actually played. So wonder if that's gonna come into effect here later. Again, I'm very excited to see these very spicy gold lanes like a Bruno popping up. Sometimes Leslie also just makes appearances here and there just as a lane counter, just as a lane dominance hero pick. So, and of course, way back then, like people probably forgot who's Belleric. What's Belleric doing? Like, and now Belleric's pretty much a mainstay, right? In some of these lanes.
Oh, I have not actually gotten to see any Valorant gameplay at all. Like, it was not picked at all in MPL MY. I've cast a little bit of the other MSL, some other tournaments. Still haven't seen a Valorant yet. So if he does pop up, I will be very pleasantly surprised. But yes, you're right. There have been a lot of new heroes starting to crop up a little bit with the meta shifts, right? I think Gord also a big one. Naisu very happy about. We have Paquito, one of my personal favorites, starting to be picked up here and there as well. Always fun to watch. So it's good to see that the meta is shifting slightly, but a lot of the old mainstays are still going to be around. Even in the gold lane, a lot of time you see it's going to be that Harry versus Claude matchup, right? You still Suyos and the Liamores and the Harleys. The Guinevere's and Freya still going to be very, very top pick. But I think one hero that seems to be oddly relevant here in MSL Myanmar is actually that Selena. We saw a lot of teams wanting to pick her up compared to other leagues.
Yeah, I've actually seen that. They were also flexing it on mid. Rome Selena, by the way. I can't even imagine. I can't even imagine how that feels like right now. But in MSL Myanmar, that's why they're so good here, man. That's why they're so good. They're not afraid to pick heroes like this. They're not afraid to try to innovate. And again, this is the home of, used to be the home of like Ruby DD, one of the legendary players of MLBB. He is one of the players who are just, again, he exemplifies that no lack of fear of just innovation, right? He's not afraid to try to innovate. And you see how he shaped the metagame way back a few years ago. So I'm not going to be surprised if, we might see more Selena picks here today just because they're very willing to show that in the game and they want to innovate.
Yeah, it seems like a very hotly contested pick in this region specifically, but obviously there's plenty of other heroes that they enjoy playing as well. So I think we can all be very excited to see that. I think based on the little bit of research we have done, that spirit of innovation, of risk-taking, of fearlessness still exists among the players, but there are also clear differences in the way that these teams approach the game. And I would like to see whether or not that has changed in the last couple of weeks since we saw them. Have they refined their gameplay? Are there going to be new mechanics, new dynamics, surprise hero picks that we haven't seen before? I think all of that is going to be very, very exciting. So hopefully all of you guys watching right now will stick with us until the very end, because at the end of today, we will narrow the field to the top 3.
That's right, top 3. So one of these teams that are playing here in the first match is going to go bye-bye. Only one team will be remaining in the sky after all is said and done and once the dust has settled. But don't worry, it is going to be a best of 5. So all of these matches, except for the last 2, are going to be best of 5. So we're going to see best of 7s tomorrow. So good. I hope you guys are excited about that because right now it is going to be a big test. I've seen them really be very proactive in their lanes. I see a lot of Guinevere on jungles here, or Guinevere on roams. Harley's still very prevalent the last time these two played. And I really wonder how people have started with Marcel. Because you know what? When Marcel launched, in the first week that Marcel came out, not everyone was super duper versed in it yet. They're not super, I would say they know the pick well. They know how to play it, but they're not like masters of it. I wonder if that's actually happened here. We did see a lot of Marcel in the last few play-ins games as well, right? So yeah, checking out, wondering how the picks have changed for them.
Yeah, if we're talking about Marcel in particular, I think Team 7 was the one that played it the most, 4 games out of 5. So hopefully we get to see more of that. But it looks like we are going to be having a video to show you guys exactly what happened throughout the regular season of MSL Myanmar. I'm gonna check as well. Are we ready to show the video? Hand it over to the video. Is it time? Is it time for the video? Not yet. Not sure. We'll hold on a little bit. I gotta
very,
get
very
confirmation
helpful
on
for
that.
us.
Yeah, it would be. Okay, not yet. Hold on. We're building suspense, guys. We're getting you guys ready for the start of the day. You know, we haven't actually gotten to see what exactly happened throughout the regular season as well. You know, we might be good at cramming last minute, but not so good at cramming 5 weeks worth of matches into the last minute. So this will be an educational video for us as well.
Yeah, they're gonna take time, right? So let's have a look and let's see what happened here in the last recap of MSL Myanmar Season 3.
ရစ်ခဲ့တဲ့ကောင်းဆုံးမြန်မာ Esports တင်းတွေကတော့ MSL မြန်မာ Season 3 Playoff Stage ကိုတက်ရောက်လို့လာခဲ့ပါတယ်။အခုတော့ Drone Quick ဆိုတဲ့ပလင်ကတခင်ကိုအသက်ဆောင်ကြနေပါပြီ။
Manipulation, over the new call, back in, a 4-man, Daniel Taylor. Feed on a sense of a 3-man, Shadow game of lucky.
ဒဏ်ရာတွေကြားကနေဘလို့ဖိအားပေးမှုလို့မဆိုရိုက်ချိုးဖို့အသင့်ဖြစ်နေတဲ့ Medicine
Double check to the ground, Banya, bien, bien, we would have told the leader, we check, down, check, we did it, Alita.
ခါပြီးခဲ့တဲ့နာကျင်တမိုင်းကြောင်းတွေကိုအခန်းရပ်ပြီးရာဇဝင်ကျွေးဆက်မဲ့ Team 7
They will allow choose on the dash, but KS POR, bring slash, but double K for C.
ဘရင်တစ်ပါးရဲ့ပိုင်ဆိုးမှုနဲ့ပလင်ကိုဆက်လက်ထိမ့်သိမ့်မဲ့ရန်ကုန် Galacticos
The girl come on, the girl top by, the girl take it, reverse we go, Yangon Galacticos, and he feel like you can buy it.
ကောင်းငင်ကနေသိမ့်ငက်တစ်ကောင်အမြဲတမ်းတာစီယူပြီးတမိုင်းတစ်ရေးထိုးမဲ့ Falcon Esports
Like to take down the one to the back line, but we maintain it as again. Below my tongue and I know it's so much time and you have a hero key, beta about the area.
တာစီရခဲ့တဲ့အရှိတ်ဝါကြီးမှုတွေအသက်ရှူရမတတ်တုံ့ပြန်မှုတွေနဲ့သူတို့ဟာအကောင်းဆုံး best moment ပြိတ္တရှိတက်တည်ရခဲ့ပြီးပါပြီ။ဒါပေမဲ့ပလင်စီလမ်းမဲ့လမ်းကတော့အခုမှစတာအလန့်မိုးကြီးတို့တဲ့စတာကိုစောင့်ကြည့်နေတဲ့ပလင်ရဲ့တခင်ကဘယ်သူဖြစ်မလဲ Drone forward
Okay, ကျွန်တော်တို့
10 squads of hopefuls started off season 3 of the MLBB Super League, all looking to represent the region at the mid-season cup. And now only 4 remain to compete for the title. It's been a long journey for them, and there's still just a little bit more before they hit that finish line.
Yeah, just a little bit more to prove dominance once more in their region, become the champions. And again, in the international stage, Myanmar is a country that always gives really good results. Even in the last M7, right? In the last M7, bro, YG, they took us for a ride, man. And this is gonna be what it looks like here for our playoffs bracket.
Here are our top 4 teams. We got Team 7 and Yangon Galacticos in the upper bracket. They will be the second match of the day. So at the end, we'll get to see one of these teams enter the grand finals directly. But before that, we will be witnessing Falcon Esports versus Mythic Seal in the lower brackets, where one team is attempting to escape the threat of elimination.
That's right. That's a pretty big threat, and you can tell how strong of an effort they've actually shown, especially when they're when you watch their play-ins run. The play-ins was crazy. The play-ins was even if the regular season was pretty far, the gap was pretty obvious. When I saw the play-ins results, I'm like, bro, some of these teams are cooking. Team 7, second seed, actually got very close with Falcon Esports, right? So Team 7 really had to push everything. They had to put out all the stops just to maintain their spot, despite being, again, second seed after the regular season. Same is true with YG. YG looks so impossible to beat. They were on a 9-0 run. Dominance was almost secured, but Mythic Seal took them all the way to 5 games as well.
And I think what's really, really surprising about that as well is that Mythic Seal was the 7th seed. They actually ended the season nearly not even having the chance to play, but they somehow battled their way through the last chance brackets into the play-ins and nearly took the series against the top performers, which goes to show that the power level here in MSL, or at least in the recent history, in the most recent matches, seems to be a lot closer than we would expect. So I think a lot of us are thinking that these matches are going to be quite tight as well, right? Very intense. We're going to see sparks fly, wits tested. I think draft very, very important nowadays. Will the coaches be able to give their players the right tools to make it all the way to the end?
Yeah, the draft is going to be so crucial. And again, I hope the players have also been able to kind of adjust to what they need to do. Obviously, Paquito is... You can't ignore Paquito anymore, bro. If you watched the most recent international thing ongoing right now is MPL Philippines. We literally just got there last night. Paquito showed up in almost all games. Almost all games. So that goes to show, right? Some of the best teams in the world want to use Paquito, and they're not afraid to use it. I hope that MSL Myanmar, our teams today, especially here with Falcons and Mythic Seals, I hope that they're ready to use it. They will need these tools. They need this on the draft so they can get an advantage. And whoever came out on top, whoever is first on the research, is probably going to get a pretty good game number 1.
Yeah, but even if you are ahead in research, that doesn't mean anything if you're not going to be able to execute it, right? Have they had enough practice? This hero is good, but can you play it? That's going to be the question we need to ask. But I personally would like to see more Paquito. He's one of my favorite heroes in the game. Only got to see like a couple games of him at the end of MPL MY since, teams hadn't really started picking up on it yet. But we did actually have a Savage on Paquito in the last week. So pretty fun, pretty cool. Besides that as well, other heroes starting to show themselves. We're seeing a surprising amount of Atlas, I feel like, which is curious considering he didn't really get much of an adjustment. So far, not a lot of that here in MSL, but who knows, right? Could be a surprise. Either way, we are jumping over to the stage as our teams are preparing to walk up onto the stage.
Falcon! 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 The kings of the sky! Falcon Esports! Falcon! Falcon!
Both teams are up on stage. Both teams are ready for our very first match, very first game of the day. Once again, as a reminder to anyone who is joining us now, you are watching the MLBB Super League Myanmar Season 3. We are on day 1 of the playoffs, and this is going to be our lower bracket semi-finals. It's going to be Falcon Esports versus Mythic Seal, two very familiar Burmese names in the international scene, but only one of them will be able to move forward.
That's right. Only one team is moving forward. Of course, first off is Mythic Seal. Now, Mythic Seal, again, their journey has not been super duper smooth, but that's just the nature of this competition, right? They were beaten by Yangon Galacticos with a 3-2 scoreline right after they 3-0'd the Paladin. So that's really saying something about where they might be standing. Again, getting a very close match against the 9-0 team for the regular season. I would take that any day. And yeah, that's why I'm saying the competition feels super duper close, especially considering that YG again. I have a lot of thoughts about YG later on for sure. Their coach Marvs is a really really good friend, and I've seen them really put in the effort, especially after their M7 run. Again, M7 they didn't win that whole thing, but they really showed heart, and they think they really surprised so many people with
Yeah.
how far they actually came. So looking forward to that second match as well. So for the meantime, though, Mythic Seal, bro, they got something going.
Yeah, Mythic Seal has definitely done some sort of reversal because they were 7th seed, literally 7th place in the regular season, one spot away from not having a chance to move forward, and yet all teams seeded above make it this far.
There you go.
They've
That's
had a
Falcon,
pretty solid
obviously.
finish. Yeah, they ended at 3rd place in the regular season.
Yeah, I love Falcons, man. Falcons, it feels like they just do small changes to their lineup, and they somehow really are able to make it work. We've also seen them just become really dominant in some of these games. Last time I remember for Falcons is definitely very fond of their uh, MSC runs, right? So obviously,
Yeah.
we still have a lot of changes that happened since then. Here, are GPM rankings, it's pretty clean cut, man. We got Sanji, pretty a very very high GPM, almost like a whole 100 away from number 2.
Yeah, it's actually a massive gap right there with Lucky from Team 7 at 732 right below him. So funnily enough, we do have 2 different gold laners from Falcon Esports in that top 5. And you could technically consider it as 3 because if I'm not wrong, our top scorer actually was a loan from that squad as well. I could be remembering this incorrectly. Let me check it. Yes, Sanji was on loan from Falcon. So that's a bit of a funny stat right there. We also have our most picked and most banned heroes on screen.
That's right. And a lot of those picks actually are picks that are very much picked up by Mythic Seal and by Falcons as well. I actually saw that in their last few matches, I think against Team 7 in the play-ins. Falcons really love that magic dawn. They actually ran like a triple magic core, Harith, Valentina, and Harley in their lineup. So I'm actually very, very excited to see if they're gonna run that again, because in that series they really, really dominated too. And I can understand why, right? These are these heroes that we showed. They're like the highest tempo heroes that really accelerate the game very much.
Yeah, I agree with you. Harley, especially, even after the recent nerfs, is still such a difficult hero to handle. And now we get to talk about the main topic of this one. We got a rematch between the gold laners, and even beyond that, a bit of a rematch between these teams as well, where previously in the regular season, I believe that Yangon did come out on top, but that also did go all 3 games. So these teams have a little bit of history there. I'm sure that, of course, Falcon and Mythic want to be able to recreate a certain degree of success. Back then, they were always the teams that were representing Myanmar for a long time. Kind of fell off the radar a little bit, especially since Yangon Galacticos came up onto the scene. Maybe this is a chance for them to show the world again.
That's right. And that's why when I see those heroes, when I see that gold lane matchup, I'm like, yeah, I'm pretty sure Claude's going to be banned here. I'm pretty sure Harriet's going to be banned here. And that's why, right, I brought it back earlier, like when we opened the show. We need more variety in that gold lane, man, because it's becoming very, very predictable that the teams really are relying a lot on these gold laners to really carry, especially the ones that the OG, I guess the OG, right? The with Claude, with Harif, the swap out between these heroes. We actually get to a point where Granger was one of the picks that they kind of just sub in. And I've seen games here in MPL Myanmar, MSL Myanmar actually get closed out with that hero. So looking forward to the matchup, and I'm very excited for this coming draft.
Yeah, me too. I really don't know what kind of heroes we're going to expect here. Obviously, all the meta mainstays that you pointed out, but what are the pocket picks? What are the surprises? Has anything been brewing between these teams in the 2-week gap between the play-ins and now? How much more preparation has been done? Mythic Seal looking pretty impressive. Big turnaround considering their regular season performance. Will they grow more? Have they stagnated? Same case for Falcon. Have they figured something out? What needs to be fixed to prepare for their road to the top?
The weirdest pocket pick I've seen in the previous play-ins match was like a Bruno from OP Team 7. So I don't know if that's gonna appear here. Not sure, but at least it got game time and it actually got some pretty decent performance. I'm excited. These are the things I'm actually watching out for because it feels like, we don't get to see a lot of these scrims, right? We don't have access to the scrim data. So we don't know how innovative they're becoming, how crazy it's becoming on the draft there. But so far, at least when it's an official match and the official tournament starts, it's always Claude and Harith with a little bit of a Freya here somewhere, here and there. We see the Freya. It got used. But again, not to a maximum extent, right? It's not always going to be the instant sure win.
Yeah, Gold Lane basically is just a Claude Harith matchup. Sometimes you'll see Moskov, sometimes you'll see Granger. We do see some Clint and Bruno as ways to counter Claude, but not particularly popular. And then from time to time, people pull out slightly more pocket signature picks like Obsidia or Leslie. That's about all that we see. It still is the classics. I would say that a lot of the lanes have kind of settled with the recent meta. Some of them have wider pools than others, but we are starting to see a lot of the same heroes over and over again, which is why it is very refreshing to witness heroes like Paquito or Gord start making an appearance. And hopefully we get to see more of that sort of thing, just to add some variety. That's the spice of life. We want to see different things happen in the Land of Dawn.
Well, one thing that's different is sometimes they're baiting Freya. And I've actually seen Falcons do this. They are baiting Freya. They actually put it on XP. New Cold holds it. So,
yes.
So those are the things. Those are the things that I want to see, right? Very exciting stuff that is starting to become innovated. But come on, guys. Give us at least one Paquito game today, and I will be happy for today. Just
Please.
one Paquito game.
I want to see that as well. That would make me very happy. Is Freya EXP not common in MPL VH, Rockhart?
Not as much.
Not
Honestly,
as common.
Freya just doesn't even see the light of day. Honestly, it's like it's still a red
True.
side permaban. And when it does come out, it's not super. It's not super flexible. Like that's why when I see for XP Freya, I mean it happened once. We also already had an XP Freya in MPLPH, but it's just not as dominant because again, when you see a Freya, you always think about, oh, I gotta carry. I gotta use carry against this, right? That's always the case. So sometimes they try to use that as a bait, and it's not always gonna work out, right? So carry is still very vulnerable. Even in most regions, actually, the carry has fallen in use, except yesterday where it really went crazy. Actually, it's funny because the carry pick is one of those picks that got Team Falcons from the Philippines their slot today. Obviously, Philippines also have their playoffs today. That was the nail in the coffin, man. They were super down. They were behind, but the carry from like a player like Super Marco actually carried them into the lower bracket final. So very exciting.
I think carry as a hero is one of those like not as commonly picked, but is really, really good in the right hands kind of situation. Because it's a similar case for us in MY, where we have Natko, who is just known to be a very, very solid carry player. There was one game where the enemy team tried to ban like 4 or 5 different marksman heroes against him, and he just went carry because that's his signature. We were all shocked because like, why wouldn't you ban that? That's like his main hero, and he dominated with it. So it still has a place for sure, but it's still going to be that Claude Harif, I think, unless we start seeing some bans being thrown that way. I think Marcel does find a good amount of usage here in Myanmar. It's definitely good in the hands of certain players as well. I believe it was Team 7 who played it 4 times. We're not going to see that yet. They're going to be happening later on today, but that's also a fun hero to witness.
Yeah, and actually, when you think about the Marcel, you're already thinking, what do I do against this Marcel? Some people play the Cho now a lot since, they're trying to mess up the positioning of Golden Hour. So I'm very excited to see if that's going to happen here as well. But in terms of the roams, I feel like it's going to be still like mostly Khalid, mostly, just try to go for the setup. I know Belric's probably not going to be shown. I mean, I said it earlier, but I don't think it's going to be here just because mastery is important. I think you brought up a very good point. Like, okay, this is the meta right now. Like, for example, Belric is very meta in Rome, but do they know how to play it? Has it been practiced for how many weeks, how many months? We don't know, right? So those are the things that are kind of stopping us from just seeing all these picks pop up. And again, we don't know because they rested for 1 month, man. I don't know. Maybe they actually do have that in their sleeves now.
It's possible, right? There has been a good amount of time spent just kind of relaxing, preparing. We don't know if these teams are going to look the same that they did just a couple of weeks back when they were playing in the play-ins. But based on the little bit that I have seen, right, in terms of interaction, let's focus on the first match first, right? We got Falcon, we got Mythic Seal. I think that both these teams do still lean towards a more traditional style of play. They like playing for strength in numbers, front to back sort of situations. I think between the two, Mythic Seal appears to be a little bit more proactive. I see them rotate around the map a lot more. They play very by the book. They want to go for objectives. They do things that you expect the team to do at that particular moment in time. Whereas in comparison, I feel like Falcon is a little bit more on the reactive side. There's a little bit of passivity going on there.
Actually, completely agree. I feel like Falcons, that's one of their downfalls, especially when they're facing against Team 7. They actually just reacted a lot. And they tried to go for a cheeky play. They brought out that Freya. It also lost. So, again, we'll talk about that in a bit. This is the head-to-head about King Flash and Dax here. Not surprised. High GPM, high KDA for our Falcons players.
Yeah, overall, it does look like Falcon Esports has a higher KDA by a good amount. And actually, just across the board, they have better stats. So I'm assuming this is including the games from the regular season, because that would make a lot of sense since Mythic Seal did not have a very good regular season performance in comparison to Falcon. If that's the case, hard to really say that this is the most dependable wise, but we can have a look at that history and just see how far Mythic Seal has come in the past couple of weeks.
Yeah, Mythic Seal really has come pretty good. I'm pretty sure they are able to. I really hope that they've been able to like kind of just reel themselves back in, get more of a better read of the game instead of and be more proactive even further. I think being proactive is one of the biggest win conditions here for Mythic Seal, honestly.
Yeah, I agree with you. We already pointed out how Mythic Seal seems to be the more proactive team, so they've already got that advantage. But again, it's been a couple of weeks since the last time we watched them. There's a chance that Falcon has fixed up on that issue, so it could be a much closer match. We don't know for certain, but Mythic Seal looks to be the favorites, I guess, in our opinion, just based off of their gameplay so far, unless there is a particular dynamic here where maybe Falcon just knows Achilles' heel, right? These are teams that have faced off against each other multiple times across the past.
Yeah, for me, Mythic Seal is definitely the higher up in my predictions. If we made predictions. I don't know. Did we ask us to make predictions? I don't remember.
No,
But
they
if
did
we
not.
did, no, right? No, all right. But if we did make a prediction, I would say it's gonna be close, but it's more of a Mythic Seal game for me, just because of how they performed against YG. Right? They were able to really push YG to the limit. In that game, they actually played Badang Rome in the initial. They are not afraid to bring out heroes like that against the top seed, bro. So those are the reasons why I feel like Mythic Seal can do really, really well. And again, that use of the Selena on mid, Nico, I think it was pretty decent. I liked what I saw. They pushed Yangon Galacticos to their limit in that game. So I'm very excited to see whether or not they can repeat that, or they can redo that here in the lower bracket semifinals.
Yep. I hope so as well. I completely agree with you. I would also lean slightly more towards Mythic Seal, but you never know what happens, right? Especially in a best of 5, there's a lot of possibilities. There's a lot of adjustments that can be made. We literally saw teams have reverse sweeps during the play-ins itself, so you can never count your chickens before they hatch. And yeah, I think the game should be starting fairly soon. We are currently making sure that everything's okay, holding the ping test, preparing the draft. So ladies and gentlemen, don't go anywhere yet. No, now is also the best chance for you guys to grab a snack or something if you guys want to make sure you are all tucked in and ready for when the first game begins. Do you think that we're going to see the same kind of dynamics, or is there a higher likelihood that these teams will just switch up completely after the time they've been given?
Honestly, I feel like it's 5 games, man. I hope you have your
Ooh.
snacks ready, because we're gonna be here for a while, just because of how dominant, just because of how dominant Mythic Seal has been, doesn't mean like Falcons is gonna give up very all like that, right? Again, Falcon Esports are definitely a team that you have to watch out for. I've seen them really go crazy with their lineups. I'm actually watching some of their games earlier. It was very fast paced. I like that they tend more to react. They tend more to kind of just answer what their opponent is doing, but they're very good at doing it. They're very good at what they try to do, and that's why I gotta give them props. I also like that they're very happy to bring out the Yi jungle, where most of the time before we only saw Yi in gold, right? The jungle has been mostly Suyo, mostly Harley. So yeah, getting that ability to just bring out picks like this is going to be very crucial. On another team that also likes to bring out that Selena in the mid lane. But again, the one thing that I don't really like too much about Falcons is they have so much reliance on Sora. Like Sora on XP. I feel like Sora XP right now gets punished a lot, especially with Valentina's being very, very dominant right now.
Yeah, I think we actually saw that exactly happen during the play-ins itself, where their Sora got countered quite hard by the Valentina EXP, I believe it was, from Team 7. So yeah, I agree with you. I think we know that Falcon Esports as a team does like to play for team fighting, front to back. They like to play together, which results in their rotations being slower overall, but makes them very good at punishing if the enemy team decides, hey, we're gonna walk a little bit too far into your jungle. But against a team that doesn't make those sort of mistakes, I feel like Falcon is gonna have trouble.
Especially if you're a team that loves that Marcel. I think those are the teams that Falcons Esports just has a hard time dealing with right now. We saw that in their match against Team 7. Feel like the Marcel is just so good when you are trying to set up these Khalid plays. Kid X played a very, very strong, what do you call that? Khalid game, but was immediately countered and really given a hard time by Marcel. So these are the things I'm watching out for, especially if the enemy team tends to play a lot of what do you call that? R-lot. Those are kind of games where picks like the Yi Shin jungle is gonna have a hard time dealing with. So that maybe again that was last month. Everything we're saying, all the data we're working with, these are things that happened last month. Now I'm wondering if we're gonna see more Harley instead. or if we're gonna see more Suyo instead. Because right now Suyo feels like an unbeatable beast in the jungle. Honestly, it just really blows my mind, and I love what that you're at least able to see that in a lot of scrims. Now, will it apply here in MPLMM? MSL MM rather.
For me personally, I feel like Liam Ward is actually a little bit more annoying to deal with. Kazuyo gets like kind of crazy when he's got that snowball going, but if he doesn't have the snowball going, he is quite manageable, and he's got that notable weakness of being vulnerable to magic. Compare that to Liam Ward, who gets like 100 extra hybrid defense when he's on his horse, which is kind of insane to me. It's so difficult to remove. He is also a little more dependent on Snowball, but I feel like he has that catch-up mechanic of farming quickly. So I also feel like he's someone that should be respected, especially in the hands of more aggressive teams. I think it was... I forgot if it was Team 7 or Yangon. I think it might have been Yangon who played the Liam Ward in 1 or 2 games and did a very, very good job in it. So I think that also needs to be something we keep an eye on. You pointed out earlier that Falcon likes to play the Khalid. I noticed they also play a lot of Hilda, which I actually feel like might not be the correct match, personally. I think that's, considering they like going for team fight, maybe putting Kid X on a more tanky front line, the typical... Maybe even the Kalea, right. But I guess we'll see, right?
Man, Galea feels like it should be banned in this whole league, right? In this whole league, there everyone just likes to micro so much. I actually saw so many games where I actually saw Hayabusas consistently get picked as well. So in a league like this where micro is gonna be so crucial, I hope that we see Kalea bans out, because you know what, the strong combo, right? You know, the super combo, the Kalea Guinevere. That's something that really can stop a lot of teams in their tracks. So I wonder if they're going to be ready for that.
I saw a lot of heavy Guinevere combos, actually, especially towards the tail end of MPL MY, where it wasn't just the Kalea. You would see the Guinevere paired up with Arlet, with Zusin, and just basically have a crowd control festival on your side of the map, basically unplayable if you're on the enemy team. So you gotta keep an eye out for that. Anytime the Guinevere is open, you gotta respect all the crowd control heroes, make sure that they're not allowed access to too many options. And you guys can see on screen right now, the players are getting ready, they're having their ping test, they're making sure that their devices are okay, the connection is ready, and then we are going to be able to jump into the draft very, very soon. So thank you very much, ladies and gentlemen, for being patient with us. Don't worry, it won't take too much longer.
Yeah, Mythic Seal looks like they're in very, very high spirits. I love what I see. Smiles across the board here. And coming into this one, you would think that maybe they would have, they would be very, what do you call that? They would be more nervous, considering the Falcons are like the more chaotic, the more unpredictable team in this matchup. But, it looks like they're very confident in the homework that they've been able to do against Falcon Esports here. And again, another plus factor for me is, again, how they're able to just really just calm themselves. If they can calm themselves, that would be a big one. Falcons Esports really loves, from the games I saw at least, they really love to stir up a lot of mess. They love to stir up a lot of attention so that their goal laner can kind of just flourish. I wonder if Mythic Seals is going to be ready for that.
I think as long as Mythic Seal plays their standard game, they should be perfectly fine. I think that they are slightly better with rotations, a little bit more solid when it comes to objective contention as well. But again, it does come down to how much these teams have changed, because it has been 2 weeks since the play-ins happened, and we are officially going to get things going with the random map draw for game number 1. What's it gonna be? Which map is it going to be? I wonder which map is the best for these teams, actually. There's a lot of teams that want to play slow. There's a lot that want to play fast. But it looks like we're going to start on dangerous grass.
Oh, yeah. This is going to be for the surprise gangs. I was half hoping for Flying Clouds, honestly. That random map draw took a lot longer than I thought it would. But usually I would like to see Flying Clouds, especially for hyper-aggressive teams, so they can utilize it. There are teams that are super undefeated again in Flying Clouds. So, yeah, but for the meantime, it is going to be dangerous grass. Expect more surprise pick roamers coming into this one. Maybe some of those shows might start appearing. Khalid is definitely a top pick, but not first pick material.
Yeah, I don't think so. Right now, we see Falcon going to be on the blue side, Mythic Seal on the red. First three bans on Falcon are the Uranus, Kalea, and Baxia, whereas Mythic Seal get rid of the Marcel and the Freya first. There's still some pretty strong heroes in the pool. We have the Guinevere still open. We have the Harley. All of the good junglers are still viable. Claude and Harif as well. Zeusin is going to be a difficult decision. Mythic Seal decides that Zeusin is the one they want to ban first.
I love that they actually feel they Falcons also did their homework, bro. Here, they know that if they want to play aggressive, they need to remove that Kalea. So that's gonna be out from the block. And here we go, getting started straight off the bat with the best heroes for Falcons. For Benny specifically, it's that Harif.
Gonna be a very strong opening, but usually the Phobius is a pretty solid solution to this. And yeah, Mythic Seal gonna snap that up right away along with the Harley. The Guinevere is still gonna be a pretty solid pickup at this point. Other junglers are good as well. We'll see what Falcon decides to go for. It's the Gord actually gonna be stealing it away to make sure that Mythic doesn't have that Gord Harley combo.
Man, this is extremely explosive. I like what I see here. Explosive magic damage coming in from Falcons with that Leomord that we were talking about that can kind of just even out the damage profile, more physical for the jungler, physical attacking and physical, all out snowballing. Like what I see here so far for Steel Falcons.
Both these teams actually can set up for pretty solid early game rotations. I'm surprised that the Guinevere has gone this far without being picked up as well. So maybe not as big of a priority for these squads right now. Having some sort of setup for the Harley would be great here. And wow, the Atlas actually going to be making an appearance. 0% pick rate so far, making a debut on the playoff stage.
Okay. Atlas definitely is one of those heroes I like to see. And you know what's so funny, right? Like the recent counters for Atlas has actually been Obsidia. So that you can just stop the Atlas from engaging and just, he's just standing there and not doing anything. You can take him out. But that Obsidia, you can't pick it anymore. You already have a gold laner on your side. So I really love that third pick taking us really much by surprise. Now I'm expecting a lot of jungle roam bans here for Mythic Seal just to what do you call that? XP bans here. XP and roam. Just because I feel like you gotta slow down any of those heroes that can kind of just give the Phobius a hard time. You should be fine.
Yeah, right now, Falcon Esports really lacking on a front line. And they definitely need one so that Gord can do his thing from the back and to set up more easily for the Leomord. Hylos is going to be one of the best options here as just a big damage sponge that also allows Falcon to engage more easily. So Mythic Seal doesn't want to allow that. The fact that they have an Atlas already means that they want to play for a slower setup sort of situation. This is a good hero for stopping the Leomord from diving, from threatening the Gord in the backline. And the less heroes that can play around with the team and hold Revitalize, the better that the Atlas pick will be.
Oh yeah, for sure. I mean, either way, they're going to be forced on Purifies if this keeps going. Most likely, this is going to force Benny on Purify. Although, if you are the Gord, you might want to stick with Flicker just because, right? Just because it's just so much better if you have that ability to reposition your Mystic Gush in a clutch moment. So I love the Atlas pick. I mean, I don't know what the battle spell option is going to be here, but yeah, they're already playing that mind game, man. And again, that mid control, removing heroes that can control the Leomord is going to be very, very crucial.
Looks like the Atlas will also get banned out by Mythic Seal, so that's a hero that Phobius has difficulty against. Typically, if you want to try and win lane against Phobius, it's going to be Uranus or Atlas, and both those heroes have already been taken out. The Uranus by Falcon themselves. So this is already looking pretty solid for Mythic. We see the Valier getting banned out, a very scary combo with the Atlas because it's going to be even harder for the Leomord to try and dive in if he's getting pushed back all of the time. I think that if Mythic Seal is still looking for zone control, Lilia is a great hero to pick up. They actually grabbed the Valentina just to make sure that the Atlas ult can't be stolen away.
All right. Valentina definitely great. I've also seen Valentina's just take talking about. These are the surprise picks that we're talking about, man. I'm so excited for this one.
And it looks like the last pick going to be the Claude for the side of Mythic Seal. So I was a little worried that they didn't have enough AoE to work with the Fatal Links, but the Claude alone is going to make up for that. However, not really the best pick into the Belleric. This is a hero that is really good at punishing those basic attackers. So if Alita is not careful enough in that late game, could just end up killing himself. But I think we're already looking at a very, very interesting game number one. What are your thoughts, Rockhart?
All right, here for game number one. It feels like Falcons just got ahead of this. I know they have the Phobius. They have so many of those individually strong picks, just like that Harley, just like the Valentina. But yeah, this Claude pick, I feel like it was a little bit forced. And you're absolutely right. It will get smashed by this Belleric. It will get smashed by Vistarizla as well. So I'm not sure if it is the correct move here. Again, if Mythic Seal want to win, it's not after the Claw, right? They can't play around this early on. So hopefully we'll see them play more around their mid trio instead.
Oh, ladies and gentlemen, let's officially kick things off. This is our very first game of the MSL Myanmar Season 3 playoffs. We got Falcon Esports on the blue side versus Mythic Seal on the red. Best of 5 series. Loser goes home. There's a lot on the line right here, and a game 1 victory would bring them the momentum they're desperately looking for.
Absolutely. They need so much of that momentum here. So hopefully they can get some of that started as we are loading into game number 1. I'm expecting so much more from the early game here for Falcons. Again, maximizing that layer board is going to be crucial, but looks like they're going to be the ones who are getting punished so hard. Kid is going to have to use that flicker to get on out of there. Nico with a very early recall spam. This guy seems to be mad about something. I'm not really sure if there's anything about that, but that's a little bit of a taunt that they're doing, and that's a very early advantage here. Despite the goal lead not really moving, I feel like Mythic Seal, they've got some statements to make here.
Yeah, winning that mid trade is very, very important. I've already seen this meta multiple early games just being decided by this initial level 2 skirmish. I'm actually surprised that they didn't manage to kill the Belleric. I thought it was a guaranteed takedown for sure, but still a very, very solid start. Mythic wants to play fast, especially around this Harley, to enable that mid trio and make sure that Falcon is punished a little bit for this Belleric pickup. His wave clear is not exactly the most reliable, and that's a gap that they've aimed to take advantage of. Now they're going to be the first ones on the turtle.
Yep, straight into it. Dark Wave hits him. PS gonna have to rake a run for the hills. Dax is actually just having a lot of fun taking down Nico as well. PS is gonna be very safe. First blood goes over the King Flash. That deadly magic just can't really be tanked that hard. And now Phantom Seed is gone. King Flash working on that turtle on his own. And it's just complete dominance. Mythic Seal just very happy to take it. Here comes the cavalry. Here comes the backup coming in from Benny. But looks like it's going to be way too late. And just like we mentioned, man, Nico just using that Phantom Steed, just messing up the game here. Mythic Seal coming out on top in that last exchange.
Yeah, we can already see the unfortunate habits of Falcon showing itself. They're very dependent on actually having control in order to actually start fights on their terms, and if those conditions are not met, they kind of retreat into themselves a little bit. You could see how safely they were trying to play, and that allowed Mythic to just run them down. I think that Matzi probably could have even survived that if he did decide to ult back in on the leaderboard, but it ends up being a very worthy trade regardless. Looks like we're going to jump into a quick pause right here. If the teams are having any sort of technical difficulties, we need to make sure that they are resolved before we can jump back into things.
Absolutely. So from this one, you can already tell, right? You can already tell there's going to be a lot of just unlimited trading, just consistent trading over and over. And that's why it's so exciting, right? It's so exciting to see if Falcons are going to be able to do their own style. Because right now, you saw they have their own style they're trying to do, but it's not really working out, especially if like your gold leaner is Benny, right, on the Harif. It's a little bit more difficult to actually walk all the way from the bottom side of the map compared to a Claude who can just join you immediately. So, man, I don't know what I'm feeling about this, but yeah, Mythic Seal looks like they got a pretty solid start.
Yeah, they have a lot of good counter picks. That Phobias especially, it's always risky to open that if you're going to be playing a Harif. It basically denies you in every single fight. And there's a lot of other heroes that aren't really able to burst him down quickly as well. You got the Atlas on top of that. You got the stolen Leomord ult to worry about as well. And I do think that Mythic Seal has a much more solid early to mid comp. So Falcon's going to need to play it safe. They don't really have a good lineup for pickoffs either. It's basically all team fight commitment. So it's going to be a hard game for them.
You know what? I was reading comments here a little bit in our viewer section. Big shout out to everyone watching, by the way. I'm surprised there's so many viewers that are really popping off here in our English stream. I thought they'd mostly be watching the Myanmar stream, but yeah, apparently Nico he TPs. He always just TPs.
Oh, okay.
So,
that's good.
Shout out. Thank you so much for informing us, man.
Good to know that. Understandable as well. We get to see the personality of these players just a little bit here. But Mythic Seal already, we mentioned how this team does seem to have the advantage just based off of the way that they've been playing up until now. So far, we haven't seen anything too different outside of the draft itself, with heroes like Beleric and Atlas showing up. But in terms of gameplay, it still seems to be sticking to the characteristics that we saw before, where Mythic plays a more standard by the book, textbook, front to back, whereas Falcon plays a slightly more defensive style. And that unfortunately isn't gonna work for them in this situation.
Yeah, they're gonna have to be a little more creative coming into this matchup, because it feels like, yeah, the old style of play is really being apparent, and I can tell that, you know what, there's gonna be a big adjustment. I think they're gonna have to death ball because they have the better team fighting draft. The Mythic Seal heroes are just so tanky, bro, especially in level 1 to level 4. Imagine, like, you're facing an Atlas, you're facing a Valentina, a Phobius. That's so hard to fight against.
Yeah, there's a lot of slowdown. There's a lot of control that you have to worry about. But it looks like we are going to be jumping right back into things. Mythic Seal going to be holding on to a slight lead. Actually, 1.3k already, just from that fight alone, is a pretty notable gold advantage. King Flash already picking up 2 kills on the Harley. Genius 1 completed at the 3-minute mark. Is already on the path to snowballing. Falcon needs to make sure that he's not allowed to keep doing this.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, they're going to have to slow this down. They're going to have to stop it from bleeding. This might be a bleeding wound here that they need to cauterize. They need to close if they want to stay in the game. Now Falcons, again, they have like so much burst, right? I can already imagine the burst when you land a perfect penalty zone, if you land a perfect Wrath of Dryad. But that's like if. That's a big if, right? That's it's very difficult to actually layer the crowd control properly, especially if your team if the enemy is like so mobile, if they're they're moving so much around the map.
And you can already see Mythic Seal regaining position over the Turtle. They're already zoning New Cold out. Half HP on Terizla. Gonna be very hard to engage this.
And there you go. That's the layering I was talking about here. A lot better this time around. But again, they just don't really have that priority on the Turtle. It's like all Falcons still wants to do is to fight. They're leaving King Flash alone, bro. And they're leaving him alone for so long.
Yeah, he's just being allowed to do whatever he wants there. Like, it was a better layering of cooldowns from Falcon's side, but they are very burst dependent. They gotta get a good team fight catch, and then they gotta land the Mystic Gush into it. And if they're not able to execute off of that, they don't really have a lot else to play for, since Benny is being kept in lane by Alita. And compared to the Harif, the Claw just doesn't need to show up as much. Mythic Seal has plenty of damage without him. So already things going out of control a little bit. 2k gold lead at the 5-minute mark. Falcon still has a chance to scale up. They need to try and hit that mid-game timing around the second or third item. That would be probably around third turtle, first lord sort of situation. If they're able to win a big fight there, they can definitely even up the gold. So Mythic still has to be somewhat respectful in that regard. But so far, I'm liking what I'm seeing.
Okay, there you go. So that's going to be the start that they're looking for. You got to get that stun in. Obviously, with the Mystic Projectile, if you layer it properly, you can do -1s like that. That's what I was imagining earlier, right? Although they are going to be giving up New Cold because of it. Falcons, they got a pretty decent trade. They're going to be able to get the tower on the bottom side of the map. And we got Nico up on the middle again, recalling for some reason. I don't know why he just keeps doing that, but he's recalling. And he's just making sure that he can control that right mid bush.
Yeah, I think it's just a personal preference. We got a couple of players who enjoy doing things like this, inflict some psychological damage along with the magical damage of your hero. They did manage to get a tower down bottom, but Mythic ends up trading for the tower top, and with the next turtle coming up on the top side of the river, I think that's a little more valuable.
All right, value is definitely something they're going to try to fight around here. Madzy not going to be able to jump long enough. He sustained so much damage, and of course, Dark, the Deadly Magic can be caught already by Kid X, so this should be a pretty open attack, but Falcons decides, you know what, we don't want to go for it. Wait a second, how did they get that turtle? I gotta rewind that one. That was crazy. All right, there you go. It was the Gord, right? It was PS who got that turtle.
Oh, man. Apparently it was. I didn't even notice that until you pointed it out. But yeah, I guess Mythic just kind of messed up on the retreat timing a little bit. Most likely it was the Mystic Injunction that was just dropped down inside, and they kind of forgot about it. I imagine that's the most likely case. So Falcon at least gets something back, and it ends up being a not so bad trade since it's 1-for-1. They do have a pretty good burst with this Gord. If they're able to even catch one person and insta-kill them, it doesn't really matter if they don't win the fight, as long as they don't lose either. Mythic Seal is a little dependent on having their players around, and Madzy is a very good deterrent for Benny and Dex. If they're able to take the Phoveus out of the fight before it begins, Falcon has a much better chance of being able to win it out.
That is true, and that's what they're trying to do here right now. Falcon's just trying to, I don't know, I'm trying to wrap my head around why they backed off so early in that fight. By the way, you saw, right? There were 4.
Yeah.
And we already saw Deadly Magic use. We saw Fatal Links use. All of them backed off at the same time. There's something happening here, and they ended up getting the turtle. Something doesn't really make sense in the team fights that are happening. So,
yeah, it was just a short moment of Falcons,
whatever they're doing, they're staying in the game.
Yeah, most likely a slight bit of miscommunication happening there, and most likely it came from Madzy going down early. I think they weren't expecting to lose the Phoveus so quickly, so without him, it's a little more risky to try and rush it down and could have caused some lapses in judgment. I think it is certainly a habit as well of Mythic Seal to play a little bit more on the safer side. They are a little more proactive than Falcon, but overall still prefer not to take too many risks if possible. So Falcon can take advantage of this. Again, play around that setup with the Gourd. Have New Cold or Kid X just jump in, get a Mystic Gush, take one person out, and Mythic Seal all of a sudden will be a lot more hesitant to actually fight into you. But we have to note, up until now, Aletha has not actually participated yet. This Claude has been farming very well, 1 level up on Benny currently. Not sure if the Trinity is complete yet, should be soon. And when that happens, Falcon needs to reevaluate the dynamic of the 5v5.
Yeah, I can imagine Alita might just be ready to fight soon, especially now that you are... I think these should be at free items. We'll see that, and I'll try to see if we can watch that on the item tracker here. But for now, again, these Dark Waves, these Fatal Links, you're going to have to watch out for it. Dax throwing out the Phantom Steed might be a signal. There you go, Corrosion Scythe for the Claw. That might have been the third item of the Marksman Trinity, Swift Trinity that we all like to call. And now we're going to see them just try to dance it out. All right, Mystic Projectile thrown off already. So those are some stunts that already used up. New Cold, he's waiting. He's looking for an opening to maybe throw down that Flicker penalty zone. But Mythic Seal are just not giving them a chance. They're not giving them like an opportunity to actually cast this ultimate. They're waiting for it. PS on the side. Dax, he can actually retry soon. But here comes Boye. They decide to go. And go they will. Dax will get the retry. And Alita gonna go down before he can actually throw out decent damage. Falcons actually will be able to just fight it out, brawl it out until the very end. King Flash here,
King Flash!
wiping out the remaining members. King Flash right now going bananas on that Harley.
And this is why he's got the king in his title. That was supposed to be a total victory from Falcon. Literally a maniac being secured on their side, and the Lord as well, where King Flash comes in, shows us why Harley is still so meta overall. That fight did not start the way that Mythic Seal wanted. They delayed it specifically to try and allow the wave down bottom to crash and take the tower, which it did, but I think they also got a little too desperate to start it, not respecting the catch potential on the opposite side, because they're literally just waiting for them to run into them so that the Mystic Gush can be set up. I also feel like Nico should have stuck to stealing Phantom Steed instead of Wrath of the Dryad, and if he was going to use the Belleric ult, should have been earlier, but King Flash was there to clean up, and that allows Mythic to not drop too far behind. In fact, the Harley now going to be the main core at 7-0. Net worth difference still kind of small, about a 2k lead, so Falcon can definitely fight into this. I think Benny was able to pick up a good amount of gold from that fight as well. And looks, oh, well, just as we were praising him, that's a shutdown on the Harley.
I was actually about to say, the Harley's just getting so much free reign. And maybe Falcons realize that, you know what, he says, why are we not hitting the Harley? The Harley feels like so squishy with all the heroes that we have. And when they did choose, and when they did decide to go for him, as you can see, he just evaporated. That's going to be his first death. And that's a big shutdown gold, by the way. So now Falcons kind of have a little bit of a goal advantage. Now on Boye, Fatal Link's going to be casted, and he's going to bring 2 inside. But you know what? Falcon says, I'll take it. Bring us into the base. We'll take you down. And they can take out Boye. And now they will have a lot of control. Falcons now camping on the jungle of Mythic Seal.
And now this is the big mid-game swing that I was talking about earlier. As long as Falcon keeps their wits about them, they can definitely turn around that early lead. Mythic Seal now in a tricky situation where the Atlas can't really reliably secure the backline, so you can only really jump onto Kid X or New Cold most of the time, and the burst damage from Mythic Seal is not high enough. I feel like King Flash should have been trying to see if he could go for the Deadly Magic into Benny or PS instead of trying to take out the front, because otherwise Mythic Seal will just take too long to burn through Kid X, especially this Belleric, since, yeah, the Claude isn't going to do as much to him in comparison. Mythic Seal now gonna have to play the waiting game themselves, a little bit of turtling on their side to get Alita up to full build with that Malefic gun to actually be able to whittle down the front line efficiently enough to fight on regular terms.
That's true. Again, despite Mythic Seal being behind by 1,400, that doesn't really matter in the late game, right? Because right now, all it matters is all your items must be locked in. It's only one more item remaining before Alita becomes fully itemized. So that is going to be one big weapon that Mythic Seal have to try to dive in if they choose to do so. You already have Witcher Crown on that Claude. It's all going to be the engage. Where is it going to come from? Madzy, boy, yeah, use the flicker out. That is going to be big. He's slow. He doesn't have flicker. What is the Atlas going to do here? They're getting slowly whittled down here. King Flash going to be removed just like that. And a big Rapid Riot compresses everyone into it alongside the penalty zone. What a strong wombo combo coming in here from the Falcons. They clean it up. It's almost a wipeout. Nico's all alone left to defend. I don't think Falcons even needs the Lord. They're just going to go ahead and walk into the middle of the base. There's not much Nico can do against it. There goes that Zaman Force. He gets bursted down. And it looks like game one is going to go over to Team Falcons.
A beautiful engagement there coming from Falcon Esports. And that is basically how this team lineup is supposed to be played. Get those catches, get those bursts. I think that once we got into the later stages and Mythic Seal's early lead no longer was able to matter, they kind of fall apart a little bit in decision making. Some things were forced that shouldn't have been, and then the positioning around the Lord Dance was very, very awkward. King Flash, for some reason, was just there to be caught without his front line's protection. Once the Harley goes down, you no longer have enough damage since the Claude is still waiting to be able to take down the Beleric. So, well played to Falcon. They found their opportunity and they closed things out before any sort of late game scaling could become an issue.
Yeah, that was so odd, right? He was out in the open, King Flash, on that Harley when you're supposed to be like on a side bush. So that was a very good play. And again, Nico maybe started the recall battle too early, brother. I mean, come on. Just get back into it. I'm pretty sure they'll be able to. It's only game one. This is going to be a best of 5, so don't worry if you are a Mythic Seal fan. But right now, Falcon Esports, bro, this is exactly the kind of chaos, exactly the kind of game style I expected to watch from them before all of this started. Bro, they rely so much on really good team fighting. The macro, not so much. You can tell that Mythic Seal was able to play around the macro there a little, right? In the first few minutes of the game. But you know what? Once you have all the items, once they have their core items ready, Falcon Esports are actually pretty good at team fighting.
Yeah, I mean, that is the specialty of both these teams, actually. And that actually leads me to a bit of a concern, because we already saw that both these teams like their 5v5s during the play-ins. We were wondering if we would see a little bit more variation in that regard, but it doesn't seem to have been the case. So there's a little bit of a one-dimensional feeling to both teams' playstyles, where it really just depends on who has the better wombo combo. You mentioned how Mythic Seal were playing a little bit more for macro because they have the tools to do so. They have Harley, they have Claude. I kind of wish they did it more. You know, attack from flanks, play with waves. You don't necessarily need to run yourselves into a Beleric Terizla. But for some reason they decided, no, we just have to do that over and over again. And, well, that's the end result.
Yeah, I think you're right. They have like decent like split push possibilities, right? They have decent crown control. I mean, basically, they just have to avoid Wrath of Dryad and penalty zone. They should be fine. In fairness, they did not have Purify, so it was so reliant on them making a very proactive play. Yeah, all of them had Flicker. I saw that there. All of them had Flicker. So they needed to be the ones to make a play. But when Falcons are the one who play into you, that's a problem. Like you can't really react properly. All Madzy can do is jump. All Boy can do is perfect match out. So I kind of understand why they fell apart. So Mythic Seal, if they want to run that composition again, they have to be more in the face of Falcons. Which, it's confusing, Zalfa. They were right. They were in the face of Falcon early on. What happened? Like, why did they slow down so much?
I worry that it's simply because some things didn't go according to plan, right? They were aggressive early on, they were rotating well, but then they started not winning fights as handedly as before. They took a couple pickoffs here and there and then just decided, no, we're not going to risk it anymore. And that is a big worry for me. Again, a very similar habit to both sides. They tend to withdraw into their shell a little bit if things are not going to plan. But Falcon is a little bit more used to that situation. They admit that they want to play together no matter what. They will wait for the opponent to make a mistake, and they're very good at capitalizing on it. So Mythic Seal, who were trying to force things most of the time, ended up falling into that trap.
Yeah, I mean, I guess the trap was very, I would say, how would I describe it? The trap feels very juicy. It's like a honeypot, so it's kind of easy to fall for it, where you just, oh, okay, all right, like I can just do whatever I want. Like it looks like they're not targeting me. Like, for example, King Flash, right? It's like he has so much freedom in the first at least 12 minutes of the game. Then after that, I think he wasn't ready for all the pressure that Falcons could actually throw into him as well.
Yeah, I think, unfortunately, as interesting as it is to see this Atlas, he still has very glaring issues. And this has existed ever since the hero was released, really, where you know when he is going to engage. It is a very telegraphed way of playing MLBB. And so heroes like Beleric are actually surprisingly well suited for handling it, because if you see the Atlas run at you, you just pop that ultimate. You don't have to worry about the fatal links anymore. I feel like Mythic Seal needed to identify this and realize we cannot rely on Boye to be frontline. We cannot keep waiting for the Atlas to get a catch for something to happen. We have so much mobility. We should be trying to split Falcon up. We should not be allowing them to throw all of their abilities towards us. But I feel like that sense of variety was missing. That decision of like, let's just play the game a little differently than usual was just not a consideration.
Yeah, that's true. Again, maybe they can do that in game number 2, right? Variety is going to be the best friend of Mythic Seal. They have to be able to just be able to adapt to what is happening. This is what I'm talking about, man. I wonder if teams here in Myanmar are ready for the Beleric, because the Beleric right now is just, it's really gonna start to run away on the roam here, and there's actually very few answers that will directly just destroy it. Beleric just does so well against a lot of lineups. We might actually see Diggy come back because of like big setup heroes like this. They're making an appearance, like Atlas, like Beleric. So again, stuff. I don't think we've actually seen everything yet. So I think we're barely scratching the surface.
I think what I am just a little bit miffed about is that I feel like Mythic Seal's comp this game is actually not bad at handling Beleric. Again, mobility. It's the heroes that can come in from various angles and kind of split the attention span of the Beleric. Like, you can only ult in one place. So make him ult somewhere where he doesn't want to, or keep making him question where he's supposed to ult. But no, you just keep saying, I'm going to be here. Let's fight here. You just have to press the button here. It's very weird. I hope to see something different here. The draft wasn't even particularly bad, I feel. It was just the way that they approached it. So hopefully this is going to be a learning experience.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, I completely agree with what you said. Like, there are actually a lot of tools in Falcons that you can just, you can bait out the ref drive. You can bait out the penalty zone, but they're just not doing it. They're just clashing into it with their faces. And I think we're seeing that here, right? Like, they didn't even try to sidestep or anything. They just went straight. They went forward. Maybe that's something they can kind of address later on. I know King Flash kind of did very well in this exchange. This is one of those ones where he said, "Oh, I forgot there's a Harley in the enemy team, man." So, but then again, he was punished right after that. You can tell that the Falcons lineup really had like a better death ball composition, right? They have better 5-man, but it's not like Mythic Seal didn't have any tools to punch back. They did. They just didn't really play towards that specific win condition.
So now I feel like the question needs to be, is this series just going to devolve into a situation where it's the team that has the better 5v5 wombo combo wins? Or will we actually get to see these teams do something a little different with like split pushing, pick off style, that sort of thing? Because don't get me wrong, we love a good clash. We love a good like 5v5.
Of course.
But when we are looking at this sort of stage, we need to know that other strategies are possible.
I think it is. Again, we're not. This is only game one. They can probably like make a split push lineup. I know people play Fanny here as well, right? You can do a split push lineup with the Fanny. Don't ban it out. Leave it open, and maybe take your opponent by surprise. I'm not sure who's gonna do that, but that's definitely a viable option, especially in a lineup in a meta where it's always gourd, right? It's always like the big ultimate setters. I wonder if they can do that. But I'm expecting that's something that Mythic Seal can explore here in game number 2 draft.
Yeah, I hope so as well. There's a lot of like hopes happening here, and we'll see whether or not they're answered. What about the Belleric though? Do you think we'll see more of it now that it has succeeded in his first appearance?
I mean, how are you gonna counter it? Like, right? How are you actually gonna stop the Belleric here at this point? If they want a team fight, it's so easy to pull off the taunt, and they can just force the team fight. You don't really have any other choice except to bring heroes that have Purify. But then if you bring Purify, you're more reactive, right? So you can't have like 3 people with Purify. You have to have Flicker. That's how you play, or that's how you're used to playing. So you know what? Because of that, I think the Belleric will make another appearance. Definitely looking forward to a straight up counter, maybe with like a Khalid. If they want a team fight in the circle, you give it to them, right? You just flash straight into it. Maybe that's a possible option to go for here.
Yeah, I think typically the answer to a Belleric is just to either have a really, really beefy dude that's just like following him everywhere he goes and trying to force him to use cooldowns on him instead of, the rest of the squad. Or the option that we were suggesting earlier, just basically play around the Belleric, avoid him at all costs, make him run because he's a tree, he doesn't move very fast. So there are definitely ways to like not have to worry about this hero. There's a reason why he's not that popular in other leagues. I just hope we get to see it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, surprisingly, again, there are moments here in this draft where it really caught me by surprise. For example, you already see a Belleric on the enemy team, and you bring Claude. Like, come on, that Belleric's not gonna work, right? You see what I mean?
Yeah.
So those are the moments where I think maybe they have to reconsider. Number 1, I think maybe they're just not ready. Number 2, maybe they know the Claude is bad, but they don't have mastery of other heroes. That's what I'm thinking. I don't know which one is true here.
Because in the first place, they left their gold laner for last. And Belleric is like one of the most tailor-made heroes to counter gold laners. Like any marksman is going to have a rough time against him. The only gold laners that like have somewhat of a good time against Belleric is some maybe Harif because he's more magic, and Leslie, which we did talk about earlier. But it's a hero that is very, very niche. Like, you only play Leslie if you love Leslie to bits. And that's not going to be happening here. So I think it was very smart of Falcon to pick that Belleric later on, because they know, like, no matter what they pick last, this Belleric is perfect here. Counters the Atlas, counters whatever marksman they decide to play. I really think that the Atlas was too early. I think that Mythic Seal locked themselves into this playstyle that was very obvious right from the get-go, and Falcon knew how to deal with it.
Yeah, we're gonna see if they can deal with it right now, because right now it's, I don't know, man. Not really much you can do, especially since in that game they stole the Harley very early, right? They got the Harley super duper early in the first phase. So yeah, if Falcons can keep doing that, I like it. I like their chances in this one. This could be a sweep for Falcons, because right now it feels like they just know Mythic Seal's playbook, right? The playbook is very, oh, you don't think you're gonna get bursted? Watch yourself get bursted here, bro. So be careful. It's like a warning shot as well. It's like Falcons are warning, oh, you want to pick that Harley again? See what happens, right?
I don't even feel like Harley was the issue though. I feel like Harley is perfectly fine. I really like the opening pick from Mythic Seal. Harley
was
Phobius
fine. I
against
know it was
Harif,
7-1.
It's great. Really good opening draft. Atlas first pick is my big grievance. Atlas third pick is my big grievance. That should not have been shown so early on. I don't feel like it's strong enough of a hero to be revealed at that point. If they had went Claude third pick, if they had went Guinevere third pick, it would have been way easier. Keeps the draft flexible. Even if the Bellard comes out later to counter it, then at least you have options.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying, Sadafa, though, right? Like we can't tell if Atlas is just so good in scrims, right? Because we don't have that data. Maybe it's just so damn good in their scrims that they're happy to bring it out on first phase. But I completely agree. Too early. Every time I see a successful Atlas in other regions, bro, it's always fifth pick. It's always fifth pick or maybe fourth. You don't give your opponents time to counter the Atlas. You don't give them time to adjust their draft around it.
It's literally in his name, He's supposed to be picked at last. That's how you're supposed to play.
Okay, you got me there. You're right. All right.
Let's see.
I didn't think of that.
Yeah, that's a new one for me as well. All right.
So we're going to
grass. Game number 2.
Is that grass again? So, all right, same map. Do you want to see the Bellaric again here in this game, bro?
He does blend in with the grass. He becomes a lot more effective because he can literally camouflage.
All right, you're right. I agree with that one. One of the things that you got to remove, though, obviously, is going to be that Fanny. Removing the Hilda as well is super duper key. But no gold lane bans, bro. That's interesting.
I think it is pretty uncommon to ban gold lane nowadays. It's only really the Harif, and that's only if you're really afraid of it. I think since Mythic Seal banned the Phobius, very high chance that they want to pick Harif first this time around. I think we should keep an eye out for that. So Falcon needs to be prepared for this. Do you ban the Harif so you don't have to worry about it, since you don't have the direct counter of the Fove anymore? Looks like they'll ban the Zeusin instead. So Harif is open. Guinevere is open. Marcel actually going to be let through the draft as well. Let's see. Mythic prefers the Marcel.
All right. I like it. I like this Marcel first pick. Again, we have seen Falcons just not ready for this in a lot of the other games they've had. So the possibility of a Marcel overtaking this is very, very high. Now, the Harif is still going to be the focus priority here of Falcons, and we all know why. We saw how well they played with Harif earlier on. Now, the question is there anything that can be done to kind of just stop or can they force the Claude to still be picked on Mythic Seal side? Because usually it's very good already. I would not be surprised if Mythic Seal is here. Or if Mythic Seal picks Claude here in the pick 2 and 3.
Yeah, that would have been a better adjustment for them to have the Claude first half in game number 1. So maybe they'll decide to go for it. But they're going to respond with the Fredrin first. So they are trying to play a more team fight oriented style. They pair it up with the Gord on their side this time. It is definitely a solid enough combo. And I think that Marcel is very good at responding to teams that want to play 5v5. So Mythic is starting off pretty okay, but I also worry that it's revealing their general team style kind of early.
I think it is. It's obvious that this time around Mythic Seal want to go for that big five-man team fight, energy eruption someone, then Gord goes in. Nico's gonna, again, just don't recall Nico for now, maybe later. And Nico's just gonna go and attack. And I don't know, man. It's just, I guess that's just the Myanmar meta. Third pick Atlas. This time on Falcons.
Maybe in Myanmar we need to change his name to @turd, because it just seems to be happening a lot. But it does actually make a little more sense this time around, since, you see Mythic, they have the Gord Fredrin. They obviously want to play Death Ball, so why not respond with the Atlas? I still feel like it doesn't need to be picked that early. There's a lot of really good team fight roamers that you can play with. You could have gone into something like Eve or Lilia to reveal your mid lane first. And I don't feel like Atlas is very good at dealing with Marcel either.
Yeah, more actually, it's like quite the opposite, right? Marcel is so good at dealing with an Atlas because you can go ahead and set a Fatal Links, but hey, sorry, everyone's frozen. So what was your Fatal Links for? Right? So
Pretty
I think
much.
you're absolutely right. I don't like this Atlas, man. I'm just gonna go straight up. This Atlas could get punished very hard.
Yeah, I agree with you. Atlas is a fun hero. He's always interesting to watch, and it's hype if he gets those good Fatal Links. But again, it makes a little more sense picking him here compared to when we saw it in game 1, but it still doesn't feel very good. For now, they will ban the Arlet. Mythic Seal actually bans the Valentine, so no double golden hour being played this game.
That is true. All right, so at least removing the Arlot is big. I like the Arlot ban because I was already expecting a very setup XP laner to pop off from Mythic Seal. And you at least stop that. And you're also stopping the combo of the Granger plus the Marcel. Very, very deadly combo. But you know what? Claude also combos well with Marcel, right? If you Blazing Duet into a golden hour, you can kind of just become perfectly set up. It's not always you're not gonna be able to like catch all of the projectiles, but you can at least position yourself better because of it. So watch out for that. And yeah, Valier, a lot of mids removed. Lilia is actually fine here, one of the heroes in mid lane that can kind of just survive against the Gord. So yeah, that's one thing I'm seeing here, possibly picked for Falcons.
I do like the Lilia. I think that's one of the better mid lane picks for them as of this point. But they will go for the Sora first, which, you know what, actually makes a lot of sense. The Valentina's already taken out. You may as well grab it, have a good team fight set up to pair with the Atlas. But there's the Paquito! There's the boy we were talking about earlier, actually making an appearance here in the playoffs along with the Moskov.
All right. So we called this is going to happen. We knew this was going to happen eventually. And we're going to see a very strong engage XP. Not as strong as Arlot. Honestly, I feel like they were thinking about Arlot. So very good drafting for Falcons. And there goes that Lilia, like we mentioned. Sora, again, I'm not a big fan of Sora Sora setup here. But if you combo it with the Atlas, maybe it can do well, but it's going to be too reliant on that combo. A majority of their damage is going to be on magic, but that's why, the Dax is on Leomord, right? But for now, I have much more faith in Mythic Seal being able to execute this lineup properly. It feels so much easier to run, man. And again, it's a great counter to the Atlas.
I did ask the question earlier, right? Is this just going to end up being a series where better team fight wombo combo wins? And you are right. Falcon has a much better one this time. Fatal Links with the Shifting Skies is really good at punishing a composition that wants to run around with the Fredrin in front. But then the Marcel becomes the wild card, the question mark. Depending on how well Boye executes on this, it could completely disrupt any sort of game plan that Mythic Seal wants to throw at them. So execution going to be very, very important as we now jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 2.
All right, in game number 2, at least there's not really many surprises that are happening. That just means that the Fredrin is going to be able to just be more stable in terms of team fighting. I'm also expecting just a lot more proactivity maybe at later stages of game if you are Mythic Seal, because you want the super late game Paquito to activate later. Same with the Moscow, right? That's usually mid to late game. So yeah, for now, I'm expecting this to be a very chill and safe game until we get to see Kid X engage with Atlas. They're doing that right now as well. Forces a flicker out of Nico. That's a very good start for Falcons, though, but equal on the goal.
We can definitely has the stronger mid duo. Lilia alone will have better wave clear than the Gord and Marcel together. So that should enable them to move fairly quickly around the map. Then you got the Leomort, who we know farms more quickly than the Fredwin as well. So Falcon should be aware of this. Their mid trio has a higher tempo early compared to that of Mythic Seals. And I'm really hoping that they use it to affect the side lane somewhat. But unfortunately, from what I'm seeing right now, that's not really happening. They're still playing it pretty safe. Dax is hovering in this lane a very long time. I know he's trying to go for a gank before the turtle timing, but I feel like he could be getting farms somewhere else on the map instead, not even able to steal that crab. So Falcon not really maximizing this early advantage they could have.
Yeah, that's not much of a maximization, to be honest. As much as they do have these good level 4s, Kid X is not level 4 at the same time, right? So he's gonna have to wait for a little bit before that Phalanx goes online, and Boye can kind of counter that if he hits level 4 as well. There goes that ult he already used up. Shifting Skies, New Cold loses out and doesn't get the kill. But you know what? Falcons gets pretty early momentum. They get the first turtle of the game.
But I think it is a good call from Mythic Seal to decide, like, yeah, we're just not going to fight for this turtle. We clearly don't have mid-prio. We're not at level 4 yet. We don't have enough damage to fight. So let them have it. We try to farm the cams, play it safe. So they're also learning a little bit did before and not necessarily risk things if the trade-off doesn't really feel worth it in the first place.
Yeah, the trades are gonna have to. We're definitely gonna see that later on. I'm expecting better trades as time progresses here for Mythic Seal, just because the Gord is, I don't think they're using the Gord as well right now. So I'm thinking, you know what, it could happen. They could have a better trade later, but for now, it is gonna be Falcons with just so much more dominance on the game.
Second turtle is going to be that important timing. It's still a minute away. By then, Mythic Seal should have their first item. They should be able to try and go for a direct 5v5 if they want to. Again, Boye's execution on the golden hour is going to be very, very important to stop Falcon's initiation. And they do have a tankier jungle to help secure these objectives away. So we'll see if Mythic wants to actually fight for that, or if their goal here is just to play as safe as possible and allow their side lanes to get their items in time.
Yeah, the side lanes are definitely the ones I'm keeping my eyes peeled for. But the mid trio, man, I feel like it should be coming from the mid trio more. Mythic Seal seem to be very happy to just play this a little bit more safer. They're not in a panic just yet. I mean, that's absolutely fine, right? You can give away first turtle and you should be able to survive. But giving away more might be a problem. So I think this might be a time for Mythic Seal to start fighting. I think they are positioned to do that just now. Benny close by on the turtle. Ready to go for the fight. Kid X this time has Fatal Link, so don't forget Boye. Tracking shot nonstop right now. Up on front. Fatal Link, Shifting Skies combo already committed. Everyone's frozen. And of course, the Mystic Gush is not doing as much damage. It's going to be Falcons going crazy. King Flash going to go down for first blood. Dax gets that turtle as well. Looks like everyone's going to be pretty happy on Falcon's side. But look at that. The gold from Mythic Seal. It didn't actually move, Sadaf, but look at the gold.
Well, early game turtles don't actually result in that much of a lead for you. It really, a lot more of the value comes from that shielding to make ganks happen. And already we can see Benny trying to be more aggro. There is actually a lane swap happening now with the gold laners moving down bottom, EXP moving up top to prepare for the next turtle. There was unfortunately a bit of miscomm coming in from Mythic Seal because that was a very good golden. Hold on, Mystic Gush, they want to find Benny.
All right, there you go. Benny is going to be found. It's just one small stuff like that. Stuff like that is what Mythic Seal just has to keep doing. They can't really rely too much on the team fighting with Golden Hour. Earlier, that was just a big disconnect. But if you can actually use it as a pickoff, if it's not too chaotic, Golden Hour usually is very, very effective.
Yeah, that Mystic Gush would have won Mythic Seal the fight on the spot if not for the golden hour. So there are still some risks to playing Marcel in those sort of situations. Might have been better for him to give up the turtle to make sure they could get some kills in exchange, but Ultimately, not too much harm done. Mythic still holding on to a slight gold lead since they are playing more for the map instead of rotating together like Falcon is. So if they can keep going for this sort of style, then their side lanes will eventually come online and then they can fight on slightly more preferable terms.
I mean, that's what I was talking about earlier. Like, all right, Falcons got a really, really good team fight. But you know what? While all that was happening, Alita was just taking these waves. Alita was taking the outer turret energy shields of that bottom outer turret. So that is something that just equalizes so well for Mythic Seal. And now Falcons looks like they're going to be behind a little bit on gold. Kid X up on front. Boye is actually threatening them. Who's going to make the first move? Looks like that's going to be a big energy eruption coming in from King Flash. Cancels on the Miss Gush, but Kid X will still go down. There goes that golden hour. I don't think they were able to use it properly quite yet. So they're going to be able to go in. Alita dives. Actually, he takes the Spear Destruction, and they will have full control of the Turtle Pit. Now, Turtle is low, but they don't really mind that. All they want is Dax. They are looking for that Leomord, and King Flash taking that Turtle means Mythic Seal got everything they wanted in that team fight.
And that's exactly the sort of fight that Mythic Seal has been waiting for. The golden hour was actually used very well. It actually saved King Flash's life in that situation and set up for the stun and the takeover. We already talked about how Marcel is going to be good against teams that want to dive like Falcon, and that's exactly how you should be using it. We officially have reached the point now where the side lanes, the Paquito, first of all, are online and are able to participate. Falcon going to need to be a lot more careful about this because a lot of their damage is quite cooldown based in comparison. So if they get stopped halfway by that golden hour, it affects them quite heavily. They need to respect this possibility, potentially try to bait it out before the fight actually happens. Otherwise, Mythic Seal are going to have the advantage almost all the time.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they're going to have to be a lot more creative. You can't just go like that over and over again and expect a different result. I am expecting Mythic Seal to just dominate most of these team fights. Not to mention Mythic Seal also has the Paquito split push possibility here. And that's not something you want to fight, man. That is just a really, really scary proposition. And right now, they're just going to have to be more creative. They're going to have to plan properly. And again, this is what I was talking about, man. Sora just so unreliable in fights like that, especially when there's a lot of disruption that he has to deal with.
You could actually say the same thing for Atlas. This is part of the issues we talked about with the hero in Game 1. New Cold and Kid X can't really walk up to catch people because Mythic Seal are specifically not allowing that to happen. And in case they do make a mistake, the Golden Hour is there as a bandage to the wound, get out of jail free card as long as it's used correctly. Falcon needs variation in gameplay. It's the exact same thing we talked about for Mythic in game number 1. The shoe is on the other foot, and so far I'm not really seeing it. They still are grouping up. They're gathering in the jungle because they just seem to want to team fight.
Yeah, it looks like they just want to keep going here. I'm not sure if this is the correct call for Falcons. Don't forget you're split pushing as well with the Moskov. It looks like they're going to take the fight. Matzi pretty low here on the side. He's going to have to make a run for it. Knock up on Dax. That might be big. Here comes that tracking shot. Boya diving in on the back line. Golden Hour locks everybody down. Here comes that SOD. I don't know if it actually hit, but looks like Dax will be the one who gets the Lord in the end. Flicker forward is going to be everyone from Mythic Seal. Alita just becoming a non-stop force of nature here on that Moskov. And Kid X left alone to go down. It's only Benny and you Cold alive. They did get the Lord. But will they be able to secure the win? Looks like that's going to be unlikely here. That Lord going to be easily taken. No one actually went down on Mythic Seal. And now they have a 6,000 gold lead.
Yeah, that's a massive team fight right there. And even though they weren't able to get the Lord, it still ends up being a massive W for their side. In fact, the only reason why they lost the Lord was because Kid X saved his Fatal Links for the very last second to make sure that King Flash couldn't press the retry button. Otherwise, they should have gotten that for sure as well. But in doing so, it sacrificed their positioning so much that Mythic Seal were just able to walk over them. This is the forcing these team fights like this. You can literally see the macro play happening with Alita up top And then he still gets to join the fight with the Spear of Destruction and pick up a kill and assist as well. The longer this game goes, the more Falcon tries to play the same way, the worse it is going to get. They either do something different or this game is 100% lost to them.
This is so difficult for them to play just because the split push from Alita, I mean, they actually lost gold after winning the Lord. That's how bad it is right now. They got the Lord, but they lost. Mythic Seal had the gold lead. And right now, a little bit of a save here. Boye, man, don't even try. You won't be able to catch that right there. And again, while all that is happening, while you are so busy looking on the distraction that Boye is creating, Alita's on the other side of the map just messing up your towers.
This is exactly what I was hoping to see from Mythic Seal in game number 1. It's kind of funny how they decided not to split push when they had heroes that were quite suited to do so. But now I've decided, okay, now we're going to do it. Perhaps it was a learning experience, right? It's good to see. Falcon are now the ones being challenged in this position. We're 12 minutes in, kill score is 7-1, 7k gold lead. It is not impossible for Falcon to turn this around. It depends on where in the itemization Benny is going to be. If he already has that literally just said it. There's the Holy Crystal. He can fight. It is possible to take people out, especially if you're able to catch them first. If you can find a Madzi or Alita in a one-on-one situation, feed shutdowns into the Hari, they can still make a gold swing happen. But that requires variation in the approach. And when they're this far behind in gold, it's even harder to push yourself out of that shell. You just want to play it safe a lot of the time when you know that you don't have an item lead.
I think that's true, especially now that it's just so difficult to deal with individual players here in Mythic Seal. The gold lead is just, it feels so massive, right? Like, how can you burst down Boye? How do you burst down Madzi? It feels so impossible unless they find that God set where they can kind of just pick off Nico on his own, pick off Alita on his own, but everyone else is just so beefy. Like, what do you do? How do you actually approach the team fight? Look at that. Even Oracle being locked in by Madzi just makes this Paquito just so impossible to take down.
Normally, I would say that with a Lilia around, Falcon's goal is just to delay these Lord dances, allow the Gloom stacks to build up, and then you can poke your opponent out. But you can see that even the frontliners of Falcon can't walk into the river. The moment they show up, they get frozen by Boye, they get hit with Mystic projectiles. That is what the gold difference has done to them. And they have to keep Benny on the other side of the map to deal with the waves being pushed out as well. At this point, what can Falcon even do?
Look at how slow Falcons are playing or moving right now. They're trying to answer the split push, but they can't really do it properly. Now they have to give away that Lord, but that is the composition of Falcons, right? That's composition they decide to go for. Very slow, high DPS, but if Mythic Seal splits you up, it's so hard to regroup. It's so slow to regroup, honestly.
At this point, Falcon needs to make a decision. Either play it as safe as possible and aim to turtle your way to the late game, or you take a big risk and try to commit to a conceal play. Just throw everyone into the backline of Mythic Seal. I personally would prefer to sleep the more proactive option, but I'm pretty sure Falcon is just going to play it safe and try the team fight. Their wave clear is not bad with the Lilia, but it's also not the best, so the Lord is now pushing in.
Yeah, this might be best case scenario for Falcons. Just go ahead and just fight inside your base. I know it's going to be a bit more difficult, but as long as you guys are sticking together, you're not going to be too threatened by a split push from a Moskov or a Paquito. So Magic's going to have a hard time. Balita's going to have a hard time splitting up. And they have to kind of also stick together. Mythic Seal also needs to group up because you can't leave one of them alone. You're risking getting bursted. But now, looks like they're going to be able to get at least clear the minion waves. And yeah, for Mythic Seal, I think it's a good decision. It's a good decision for them to just back off because you want to play the split push game. You want to play around this Lord instead.
Yeah, I think Mythic Seal's decision making is very disciplined. You can see they play very by the book. We talked about this before the match even started. This team plays a very textbook style of MLBB. They know when to push. They know when to not push. It's just that it can be a little one-dimensional at times. They just need the right composition to pull it off, though, and this is that answer. We are looking at an 11,000 goal lead. We are now officially in the realm of there is no way for Falcon to win this unless Mythic Seal makes a massive misplay. And so far, they have not been doing so. I'm pretty sure this is just going to be a slow grind to the end. Maybe next Lord is already enough for Mythic to close things out.
I absolutely agree. This is going to be a slow and steady grind. Just a lot more movement, a lot more forcing a 5-man death ball, which again, that's what Falcons wants. And you know that Mythic Seal doesn't want to play that. You know they don't want to play 5-man. So what they're going to do, they're going to split push. Alita's already on the bottom. They're getting into position already to make this Lord as strong as possible. Make the waves be more in their favor. And of course, with all the information that Boye is providing, it's so easier for them to actually make that call.
Again, I really wish that Falcon just had a more aggressive roamer than the Atlas. If they had like the Hilda or the Khalid, the Hilo season, they could just walk around the map, get information. Like, because it is the Atlas, he knows that if he gets caught, he dies, and then his team can't do it if he's dead. So they're just like one map slowly clearing up bushes with numbers, and that's allowing Mythic Seal to basically get the Lord for free right now. No contested at all. Only 2 inhibitors left standing for Falcon. Again, their wave clear is not bad. Mythic, do they want to commit to an all-in right here to close this out?
I think there's just no other way around it, right? You just have to go all in and wait for the Lord. Just make a play. Either way, I think one of these towers are gonna get broken. So you just wipe them out. Wipe out these turrets, play with your Lord, play with the advantage. Just make sure you don't get set by Kid X. Watch out for New Cold as well. On Visora, you should be fine. Now, Mythic Seal, let's look at the approach. Look at those 2 split pushers. They look so good. They're going to arrive at the same time. It's going to be a big fight. There it is. PS trying to do as much damage with those glooms, but it's just not making their mark. Towers are falling. New Cold survives the Appraiser's Wrath. And I don't know, looks like they're going to be able to clear. Winter Crown is already forced here. And the Golden Hour, I don't know, feels a little bit too late. King Flash could be in trouble. Elite is on side. They're focusing on the base instead, but the base is just not quite done. It's just not quite vulnerable because of the massive wave clear that's coming in from Falcons. But like one by one, Falcons players are falling. And only Benny is left alive to clear these waves. I think they will be able to just finish it beautifully here. Mythic Seal, 15,000 gold lead, secures game number 2.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like that base push could have been a lot quicker considering the 15,000 gold advantage that we're looking at. But hey, if Mythic Seal wants to keep it slow, keep it safe, just to make sure they don't throw that away, I can respect that. We are now looking at a tied series, and that means that we are at least guaranteed 4 games here. But both teams, at this point, I think have demonstrated some clear strengths and weaknesses, and I'm hoping that something does change, because otherwise this series is going to be a little bit, yeah.
It's gonna be a seesaw. I'm just calling it right now. We're just gonna seesaw all the way to game number 5, man. I'm not even expecting anything less. Which is you know what, with the way that things are happening, I just wish they were more stable. Man, Falcons, that kind of drafting, man, it's throwing me off, honestly. Mm-hmm. You have so much split push potential on your opposing team. Why do you draft into like the really big wombo combo setups? You know you're gonna lose in split push. I could tell. You could tell, right? Like, you know that split push was gonna happen. But all of them picked a team fighting hero. What was that about?
Yeah, that is already what I was worried about after game number 1, and now I'm even more worried about it. It's like Falcon doesn't know how to play any other style of MLBB. It's just team fight and win, or team fight and lose. That's about it. And you know what? I'm not gonna sugarcoat it. Say a little bit boring. I really don't think it's a particularly entertaining way to watch these games happen, and I really do expect a little bit more from this region as well, considering the kind of wild card status that these teams have had on the international stage for so long. But Boye definitely deserved that MVP. I think if there's one thing that we need to learn from this, Falcon especially cannot let go of Marcel. This hero alone destroys their entire game style.
Which is really funny because that's exactly what we mentioned before the game started. Before all the players were even seated on their seats, we already called, hey, this Marcel is gonna go crazy. Go ahead and just ban it out. And Falcons, since you like team fighting so much, that's your safety net as long as there's no Marcel. But no, they just still let it through, which again resulted into a 15,000 goal lead, 11-1 victory. Mythic Seal, they literally dominated Falcons in this one. And that, I don't know, that also speaks to like the consistency of Falcons. That's problematic if they just let stuff like that through in the draft.
Yeah, looking at the itemization overall, Mythic Seal just in such a big lead that they can't afford to go hyper aggro with the itemization. Madzi has a Hunter Strike and a Sea Halberd. Basically near full damage Paquito, unpunished, never died at all. Full damage on that Fredrin as well. And we expressed a little bit of concern about this Fredrin. Like, hey, are you revealing this Fredrin a bit too early? They know you're going to be playing this, and that's probably why they drafted the Atlas. But there are way better heroes for handling that sort of situation, especially when the Marcel is already a known factor. I am highly concerned about this series because if these teams continue to just play this one-dimensional style, I'm going to be completely honest. They are not international ready.
Oh, that's a tough statement as well. But I kind of understand where that's coming from, man. Because we want the best of the best, right? And if you're showing stuff like that, a very glaring weakness, then that maybe that slot isn't for you, right? So maybe another team can kind of just overtake that. And you know what? With the adjustment that Mythic Seal did in this game, they could be it, man. Mythic Seal, they read into the weaknesses of Falcons and they played it beautifully. I was worried about Mythic Seal's execution in game number 1, but in game number 2, they proved that they can pull off a split push composition very flawlessly.
Yeah, it's a really big improvement. Having your 3-man cell to control objectives and then letting your Paquito and Moskov do their thing. I said that we wanted to see this sort of thing from them in game number 1, and I'm really happy that we did actually get to see it. I'm also wondering if these statistics are correct, because did Boye actually do the most damage out of his entire squad?
Man, that's a lot of damage.
That's a lot.
Wait a second.
Is that correct?
This tracking shot really bad. That doesn't seem right.
Is that possible?
Thank you for bringing that up.
Like, I know
right.
Thunderbelt Marcel probably hurts, but that much?
You beat a Gordon damage?
Yeah.
That's crazy. That's all tracking shot, by the way. That's all tracking shot. Amazing performance here from Boye. I now completely understand why he's MVP in that one. It was a very big discrepancy. Despite having a lower kill participation than Nico. Nico was in more fights than Boye, but somehow Boye out-damaged him. Again, one of the reasons why Marcel you just put him on a chopping block, man. Just ban him out.
I feel like both of these teams just are not very good at handling Marcel. I think you gotta admit to yourselves that, like, hey, this hero messes us too much. Let's just not deal with it, even if we have to give away something else. And that's gonna be the first step, I think, that we need to see from Falcon Esports. But we can see in these highlights that overall, Mythic Seal had very solid movements. They were good at punishing. Boye got some really solid golden hours overall, not just stopping the momentum of fights, but also saving people with them, even at the very last minute as well, just to bait their opponent out into a more vulnerable situation. This last base push, I agreed with you when you were doing the play-by-play. I thought, like, is that golden hour too late? Is King Flash still going to die? But it apparently was just enough. So if that's intentional, props to Boye. You cannot give this man that camera.
Yeah, don't give him a camera, man. That camera looks like it's just a lot more expensive, mirrorless, full setup. It just hurts, man. And now we've proven it time and time again in this game. That Marcel 100% has to be on banning if you want it to be a fair fight, because it doesn't feel like a fair fight in that last one. And the thing that we mentioned before the game started as well, it actually came true, right? Like, this Marcel messed up that Atlas so badly. Like, Kid X tried to make so many setups, but it just didn't work out, man. Didn't work out for him. It disrupted it so much. If you want to pick an Atlas, ban the Marcel. Especially don't pick the Atlas on Ferd. Please, come on. Like, Stop already.
I really think it's just time to let the Atlas go. And if you really want to pick him, yeah, pick him last. Let him be that surprise. He's not even going to be a surprise pick at this point. These teams pick him enough that is like, he's always going to be a possibility. So, yeah, when you're picking him over Kalea, Cho, Hylos, Gatot Kacha, Khalid, Hilda, it really does create a question mark of like, is he actually that valuable? Because I'm not seeing it so far.
Yeah, I don't think so. Yeah, I don't know what's happening on their scrims, but the value is, I don't see it. It's just not quite there. So maybe it's they're trying to do something. Maybe they watched like a really spicy play from a TikTok somewhere. But yeah, that's just not it. That's not it. For now, I think there's so many more viable roamers there, man. I think Khalid is even better in some of these scenarios. Khalid is good. Grok is good. I know it's more on the taste of the roamer, right? It's a very preferential sometimes. But Khalid is just objectively stronger than a lot of these roamers. I would have probably picked Glue over Atlas in that last one.
Yeah, I agree, actually. Glue would have been pretty solid. Yeah, they had already shown the Gord as well, so Glue would have been perfectly fine. There's no risk of like Faramis, Vexana showing up. When I look at their play-ins match as well, Falcon Esports actually played 3 games of Hilda, 1 game of Khalid, and 1 game of Cho, which are all very active roamers. Now, maybe it didn't work too well for them, and that's why they decided to pivot, but it feels a bit weird to know that like they used to play these heroes, and all of a sudden they're like, Atlas. Oh, he's the way. He's the answer.
I know. That's why I was thinking, what did you guys watch something? Like, was there like a crazy play that you guys saw like in another region that forces you to pick a third pick Atlas? Like, we definitely have a lot of room for improvement in that area. So I'm hoping that they already talk about that while we're waiting for them to set up, while we're waiting for them to go into the game. Because for sure, I would. There are so many things that can synergize well with the Atlas. Again, last pick is possible. I'm not removing the Atlas from like. I'm not saying don't pick it. I'm saying if you do decide to pick it, put it on 5th slot. Put it in a place where it's not going to get immediately countered, and don't counter yourself. You know there's a Marcel. Don't force an Atlas, bro. You're just gonna fail. Out of 100 setups, you're gonna fail 99 of them because of the golden hour, right?
Yeah, it's a weird case because we know how strong red side is on the draft, right? Like this is the counter draft position, especially that last pick 5th. And then first game we saw a Claude being picked into the counter, and now we're seeing Atlas on red side being picked into a counter. We talked about how important it is to draft in this meta correctly. And I think the viewers get where we're coming from here.
Right. I see that. Yeah. It's just so apparent, man. It's again, a really big gap was created because of this. I didn't feel any sort of pressure for like a comeback, except like the only comeback win condition there was if they kind of just all slipped. You know what I mean? If they just all tripped and just like fall flat on their face, which again didn't happen. You can tell that Mythic Seals had a very, very good control of that game. So I'm hoping that we can see definitely more variety or like a different approach, because Falcons, if you keep doing this, Mythic Seal actually might just sweep this in 1-3. That's a
Yeah.
really scary game to play, man.
Yeah, as like after what happened in game 1, Mythic Seal had a really good adjustment for game 2. They changed not only their drafting style, but they changed their gameplay style. Go for that macro play, punish your opponent when you know that they're a very slow reactive team. Great. I hope that when Marcel is taken out of the equation, they're still able to replicate that. Marcel is a big portion, but being able to identify what else you did that basically destroyed any chance of your opponent fighting back is important here. And if they're able to continue with that sort of momentum, then yeah, I can definitely see you coming out on top in this one, because so far they do have a little more variation in their gameplay compared to what we've seen from the Falcon side. But we're going to be jumping into the draft for game number 3, and it looks like this time it is expanding rivers.
All right, so a little bit more of that control. This is, you know, that the map pick feels like it's just going to be very, very good here for Falcons, just because that's how they want to play. That's the style they want to play. They want to go into the team fight very early. They want to be able to overrun them, steamroller their opponents. So this actually might be in favor of them.
Yeah, expanding rivers is a map that really facilitates strong early game rotations. Like the faster you move around the map, the more you can take advantage of it. I just don't really feel like either of these teams are good at doing that. In game number 2, we literally saw a strong mid duo that was clearing waves quickly from the side of Falcon, and they just decided not to utilize it in any particular way. That was a big issue of them losing out that early game. So adjustments 100% need to be made. We've called for it multiple times. It is game 3 at this point. Remember, guys, there are stakes on this match. This is a lower bracket match. Loser gets eliminated. If it's any time to do something different, it is now.
Absolutely. Come on, do it right now. Give us a really good alternative setup. We know, right? We know that Falcons is capable of running. But Khalid, I'm literally watching their game right now. They have Khalid, they have Selena combo. They can do a very spicy lineup like that. They don't need that like 5-man engage, 5-man wombo combo lineup. You don't need to do that, man. Just go for your pickoff style. Falcons should be fine here. But then again, we are seeing Mythic Seal just adjust very, very well. Nice pick here on to Benny. I think Benny has been very strong on the Harif for a lot of their games. Now, what's the answer?
It is kind of interesting to see Mythic Seal ban Phoveus on red side, because they have to know that Harif would be the instant lock-in afterwards. So I imagine there has to be an answer to this. Maybe the Harley is going to make an appearance. Oh, the Baxia going to be locked in along with the Zeusin.
All right, this is way better, right? And for Nico, if you want to recall with this hero, that's absolutely fine. I get it. Very tanky mage with the Zushin. And now this is where it gets spicy. Are we still gonna stick with the Atlas here? Are we gonna plan something? It's Fatty. Okay. All right. That is way better. I feel like that can be better. Especially, well, it's very skill dependent, but I think it's a really good pick to play around the Zushin. And I think this time Mythic Seal are the ones who want to death ball, who want to snowball together. Maybe this time it'll be Falcons who can do the split.
Looks like we see the Moskov locked in for Mythic, so they still want to keep the option open for that split push play, and I honestly do think it's a good idea, considering how Falcon has been playing up until now. But the Fanny with the Valier is also not a bad solution. Valier especially one of the better mages for handling the Baxia. He rolls at you, you push him away, can really disrupt that sort of gameplay. Clears waves a little bit faster than Zeusin as well, so that roam matchup is going to be particularly important. Badang would be a very high potential pickup for Mythic Seal to counter the Fanny, but that's why Falcon has already banned it out. I am a little surprised that the glue gets banned by Mythic Seal, because I feel like it would not have been a bad option for Den.
Yeah, I think like glue would have been fine. Like if you want to survive against a Fanny, if you want to survive against a Harif, I would have actually picked glue roam. So you're absolutely right. I feel like that's a weird ban. But I guess they're thinking more about blocking out Kid X's heroes. Maybe they just know Kid X a lot better, right? Maybe they just know that Kid X likes to go for these picks. And maybe they're forcing the Atlas again. I don't know.
Maybe. Well, so far there's nothing on the board that too heavily counters Atlas. So he is still a possibility, but I hope that doesn't happen. I think that maybe Mythic Seal is looking at the high-lows at this point if they're banning the glue. The Cho will be the final ban for Falcon, so that reduces the amount of heavy lockdown that the Fanny has to worry about. Now the only really reliable single target lockdown is going to be that Kalea, or the Guinevere is actually still in the pool, but looks like Mythic is going to stick with the Paquito.
Okay. Now we're talking. They actually have so much. It feels like they have so much split push potential now. This is very similar to what we saw earlier. And Mythic Seal are just running it back. I like it. Actually like it. They're going to be able to deal so much damage with the Fanny. The Fanny can get disrupted by Spear of Misery. Can get disrupted by the Knockout Punch. This is pretty good.
And well, there he is once again. Our favorite boy, Atlas, gonna be locked in by Falcon. Now, I did mention not quite as much that hard counters Atlas this game, so should be a little easier to play since you don't have to worry about Marcel or Belleric, unless Mythic Seal suddenly surprises us. There is still the option to pick Belleric for them at this point, but maybe not as good since there's no marksman to counter. And there is a Hilda in the EXP as well. This is a hero that Paquito will have a lot of difficulty laning against, so I do like the adjustment from Falcon.
Yeah, this is a very good adjustment from Falcons Esports. It's a good way to go. I don't know why they're still forcing the Atlas, but maybe it's going to perform better here in game number 3. Doesn't have the direct counter with the Marcel, but again, very, very mobile heroes. And there's a Grok.
Oh.
All right. So that's sort of an answer, but it's a lot easier to deal with. It's more, I think the Grok is more for like the Fanny, right? Like more for like the
I think so.
The Harif. Yeah.
I personally don't really like the Grok these days. I feel like he's a bit too slow for the meta. And that actually ends up playing into Falcon because Atlas is also kind of slow. So now he's even less punished to bring the hero out for the 3rd time this series. I would have preferred something like a Hylos. I feel like that still would have been a safer option. But it looks like Mythic Seal has made some adjustments of their own. But Falcon gonna be bringing out the Fanny in expanding rivers. They've got a lot of heroes that can rotate around the map quickly, start making things happen. Will they make the changes that we've been asking for? Will we get to see more proactive gameplay? That when we jump into the Land of Dawn for game number 3.
Yep, 100% better compared to draft of game number 2. But this time around, they're all going to have a different kind of threat to answer. So Dax is on the Fanny. I know we always love to see Fanny players on the game. But again, depending on how you play the Fanny, it's not always the most effective hero. Usually, if you have to have a really good early game, you have to get those early kills going. Otherwise, sometimes some Fannies are just left behind and they're just like stuck in split push duty, right? So let's see how well Falcons is going to be able to play this Dax specifically, because he's not going to be able to actually kill a lot of heroes. Like, think about it. If you're the Fanny, who's your main target? Just Moskov, right? You can't really kill anyone else.
Pretty much. And he is even going lethal ignition as well. So if you're going that emblem, it implies that you want to build mostly damage Fanny instead of the more bruiser style that we've been seeing with things like Impure Rage or Brave Smite. So Alita is going to be the main target most of the time, and Mythic Seal does have a good amount of defensive play to work around it. They also went for the mobility emblem. I always forget what it's called on both Nico and Boye to try and take advantage of earlier rotations with the expanding rivers. But so far, don't quite have the wave clear to match up against the Valir. That's why. That's another reason why I'm not too certain about the Grok.
Yeah, this Grok is still a bit of a question mark as well for me. Like we mentioned, Earthen Rampart is very good in blocking out some walls, but yeah, it's not always sunshines and daisies, right? Like sometimes that can actually disrupt your team if you miss you're engaged with the tectonic charge. Usually, you are the one who gets punished. So we're gonna go on a quick break here, and we'll see what happened. But for now, I mean, if nothing's really happening, here's the thing, right? If nothing's happening, I feel like that's more of a advantage for the team that wants to ramp up better. Which in this case, I feel like it's the Moscow, right? It's Alita.
Yeah. Mythic Seal won't really feel too pressured to force things early on, and they can basically play the game the exact same way they did in game number 2, which is avoid interacting too much, only contest turtles that you know you can take for sure, and allow your side lanes to do their thing. It's the exact same game plan. Falcon should have had time to think about how they want to handle this. This time they have the Fanny, which is a good hero for punishing solo split pushes, so it's a lot harder for Alita to try and split push a wave down one side of the map than Spear of Destruction to join the Turtles and Lords. But again, does depend on that execution, and so far neither team really forcing things yet.
Yeah, that's one thing's for sure, right? Like it's not going to be as easy as game number 2, where you had the help of the golden hour to lock targets in place, so your SOD can hit a lot easier. You can just split push to your heart's content. This time, you're going to have to be more skill-based. You're going to have to be more skill shot and more precise on your Spear of Destruction if you really want to split push properly. So it's not always going to be a free split push, but you know what? Looks like Mythic Seal is still pretty much happy with how this is going. Again, you have so much offensive capability on Falcons that they can't really capitalize on. They're not using it.
And it remains a bit of a concern. Like, you have a pretty high mobility early game comp here with the Fanny and the Hilda especially. And we're not really seeing a lot of movements on the map. It's expanding rivers of all things as well. This is literally the map you're supposed to move on. Boye in trouble. Gonna have to use quite a lot to get out there.
Oh, that's one way to use the Earthen Rampart. But you're right. Like what we just mentioned earlier during the draft is actually coming true. It's not that easy to play Grok against this lineup, especially when there's so many things that are pressuring you at the same time. Rampart is there, tries to lock out Kid X, slows down the offensive from Dax as well. So at least they stopped the Fanny. But it's just not as easy as game 2, man. This game might just be a lot closer.
From a personal standpoint, as someone who's watched plenty of MLBB and Pro MLBB across the years, this is the slowest Fanny Baxia game I have ever seen, and that is
right.
A little bit sad. It's like Fanny Baxia jungle on expanding rivers, and the kill score is 0-0 at 4 minutes. It's a little bit like, okay, what are we doing here exactly?
You're absolutely right. This is super duper slow. Usually boxers want to go for that early fight, but looks like that's exactly what Falcons are doing, pushing him back with the perfect match, locking him in. Zaman Force not even necessary, but you know what? That's going to give Benny a kill here. First blood for King Flash. Knockup is galore, but then again, you have the knockup. Where's the damage though? That is what Falcons is banking on. It looks like Falcons, despite the super duper slow start, are going to be able to get first dibs on the turtle and the kill.
Baxia is a tank jungle. That means that he is able to frontline, but he really should not be your primary frontline. Unfortunately, Grok is not very good at standing in front of him. Another concern about this hero pickup that forces King Flash in a position where he has to somehow break his way into the turtle pit, be the first one taken out. And then after that, the Atlas can actually execute on the Fatal Link since there's no longer any hero to counter it. I feel like a lot of mistakes are being made overall here.
Okay, what is happening here? Very, very good trading. And that's what I was talking about, bro. Madzi, just Napakita's so good at just dueling, right? It's so good at dueling against a Fanny 1v1. Just because of the disruption, you can stop these cables from being properly used. Boya is in trouble, though. Again, uses the wild charge, the tectonic charge defensively. That's not a good sign for Mythic Seal, man. Now on the side, they're trying to hunt down Dax, but Dax activates that sixth sense. He knows where King Flash is.
Yeah, even though Falcon hasn't really been maximizing their early game comp, they are able to get a bit of a lead now because of that previous team fight, purely due to the draft issue. Like, Mythic Seal are not able to play around the mid trio as confidently as before, purely because they don't have the damage pressure. Their side lanes are still solid since it's the same hero pickups, but it's going to be harder for them to get that free farm and split push going because of the adjustments that Falcon have made to the current situation, which means that we need to see a variation again. We need to see a shift in the approach. Hold on, up top.
Oh, look at that. It's going to be Benny going down. Alita with the assist coming in from King Flash. They trade up for the turtle, and they're also going to lose out on Nico. Wait a second. New Cold just will not let this happen. Falcons are slowly dominating every single angle of this map right now.
Ooh, I don't really know what to think about this situation, man. I feel like a lot of the common sense that we've built up on throughout the leagues are not really applying in this current situation because these teams are just not really maximizing the situations they've been given. Falcon now going to have that advantage. Looking pretty solid. 2 kills into Dax. I kind of want to see what the Fanny is building, actually, because I'm wondering if it is full damage. And Mythic now losing out on that early potential they should have had with that Baxia. You can see that Benny as well. Already hitting pretty hard on this Hari. Okay, we got the items. 2 items completed on Benny. It is full damage on Dax currently with the Heptasis into the Malefic. Usually after this, we would see Fannies go build some bruiser items like War Axe or maybe Brute Force, but it does look to be another damage item on top of that, and why not, considering the lead they have right now.
Yeah, they're very hard hitting right now. They should be able to just use it, maybe just brute force their way into victory here. I don't doubt that. But I think they still have to be kind of just wary. I haven't seen a decent tectonic charge engage yet. If that happens, maybe Nico can make something. Maybe Alita is just waiting for the items, right? Maybe that's all they're doing. They're just waiting, trying to buy some time. And they can't rest on their laurels because they might get taken by surprise here. Now full on Kid X. Perfect match, good scouting. Just gives Falcons exactly the info they need to make that split happen on top side as well.
Slowly but surely, Falcon Esports are tightening the vice grip in a very similar way to what we've seen before. And you didn't mention how we might be witnessing a bit of a seesaw situation between these teams. Currently, that seems to be what's happening as Benny alone is zoning out the entirety of Mythic Seal. This is when Harith gets that snowball. It's pretty impossible to play against.
Oh yeah, for sure. The snowball here is going to be a little bit more difficult, especially since they don't really have a lot of burst, right? There's not really that much burst on Mythic Seal. It's going to have to be slow DPS, so it's going to be... Benny's actually very safe in this game. He has the Purify as well, so the Tectonic Charge can't really catch him by surprise. And looks like that is going to be a pretty easy Lord take here for Falcons Esports. Now they just have to block and blow up some of these holy defenses. They should be fine.
I'm trying to think about what are the ways that Mythic Seal could potentially come back from this situation, but there really isn't a lot, because Alita is not going to be able to safely split push. So Madzi is the only one that can do it, but he himself would also get caught out quite easily, considering that they've already been pushed into their base, and Falcon just has so much map control, most of their heroes can 1v1. So the only way now is for Mythic to try and turtle this up, try and get shutdowns into the Moskov, but I don't know, this is going out of control very quickly.
Yep. Especially now that we have just no good engage coming in from Boye, and Benny can just do whatever he wants. Diving in, New Cold as well. There goes that 5-man tech charge. Oh my goodness. That just blew them up, but 5-man tech charge doesn't mean a thing if your team does not have damage.
It is such a shame as well as a roamer to see that. Like, what a big play. The team is not there. And perhaps in a way, not really worth going for that, but it does at least delay the base push. Gives Mythic Seal a little bit more time to breathe. That was the only tech charge that we've seen this entire game, by the way. That's just how slow Grok is nowadays. I kind of feel a little bit of pity for that red 5 slot, because it's not being used very well.
It is. It is so funny, man. It's just... I should see more. I should have seen more. Almost all the tech charges were used defensively. I don't know, maybe Boy is just such a perfectionist. Maybe he wants that 5-man set or nothing at all. But that doesn't work here, man. It's already an 8,000 goal lead for the Falcons.
Yeah, look at the goal difference right there. Dax and Benny leading by quite a big margin. Alita right behind, but still clearly not in a position where he can fight yet. This game needs to last another 6 minutes or so for Mythic Seal to try and make a return play. And that means that they're going to need to defend 2 more Lords, which is not impossible, but incredibly difficult considering the circumstances they find themselves in. Hold on, they actually nearly found Dax. Spirit of Destruction not going to connect as well. A kill there would have been huge, but at least buys them some time, maybe?
Oh, King Flash is in trouble here. There goes those Fatal Links. Again, Boy, a little bit too late to the party. Earth and Rampart is there. New Cold slowed down, and they get dispersed by the shielding of that Earth and Rampart. So it really helped them out. But then again, where is the firepower? I am looking for it. We need an item check on Alita. I don't know if they're even ready to fight this. Now we have the next Lord of the game. This could be massive. And yeah, looks like Mythic Seal. They are trying to punch back. They're trying to see if they can team fight properly, but looks like Boya gonna get caught before he can actually cast the tectonic charge. Way too late on that spear as well. It's gonna be another Lord going over the Falcons.
Dax actually nearly found Madzi in that bush right there. Last second recall. Otherwise, that Paquito would have died, and it would have been very bad for Mythic Seal. But at least they get a little bit of damage done in. So far, not touched a single tower on the map. Alita has finally finished the Malefic Gun. I believe that is item number 4, which means that the Moskov does respectable damage. But he's the only one that can actually do so. And there's so many targets that you need to take out on the Falcon side. And now the Lord's pushing in. 9k goal lead. Can they hold this?
I don't know. They don't really have that much spread AoE damage. All King Flash can do is just roam around here and watch while Alita is actually dealing with that Lord here. Madzi coming in from the side, tries to go for a split knockout strike maybe, but looks like that, even that is not going to be able to help them survive. You know what helps them survive a little bit, of course, is the wave clear coming in from that Moskov. Alita up on front, goes for the SOD from the back, but again, will not be enough to slow it down. With a 10k goal lead, it's going to be Falcons coming out on top here in game number 3.
And the seesaw continues. Falcon Esports now a single victory away from officially eliminating Mythic Seal from the competition. which means that it's officially time to lock in. Honestly, a good performance. Very good draftsman coming in here from Falcon Esports. I feel like the gameplay is still a little bit one-dimensional, but this is why having the right hero picks makes the world of difference under the current meta. You got the right tools, the rest kind of falls in place.
I mean, completely agree. Like, they got the right tools. And in that last fight, I kind of saw the weakness of the Mythic Sea lineup. Alita was the only damage dealer, man. Like, that Zushin could not clear for anything. Like, that Zushin was more like a crowd control machine, like a knockup machine. They had no damage for a majority of that game. Like, I was looking for it. Nothing. If Alita dies, no one's gonna. They don't have kill potential. And I guess that's one of the biggest things that really broke it down here for Mythic Seal.
Yeah, pretty much. I've already said it plenty of times, but I'll just emphasize it again. Grok was not a good pick. We were confused about it when it was locked in. We are still confused about it at the end of the game. And perhaps a little bit worse off, because Boye, who was MVP of last game, by the way, literally could not do anything. He was a non-factor. He spent most of the game as the roamer, by the way, running away from his opponents instead of engaging them. The 1 or 2 times he got a tech charge was because the enemy team was so comfortable with grouping up due to the gold lead already. So it really does feel like a bit of a waste here for the side of Mythic Steel, but we cannot deny Benny as our MVP this game around. Harif is a hero you cannot allow to snowball because he will just smack you for half your HP.
Yeah, I mean, whatever they did, whatever kind of adjustment they did, bro, Benny was definitely the biggest recipient of that. His life was so easy on this Harif, honestly. I was kind of envious, man. That guy is just, he can do whatever he wants. There's literally no threat on the map that can actually kill him. Not even the Moskov in the later parts of that game. So yeah, we also saw the Grok perform exactly as we predicted. I mean, there's no other way to say that. I'm not sugarcoating that. That's a literal 0-0 performance from game 2 to game 3. It's not even close.
And remember, Mythic Seal were the ones who banned the Phobius on red side and allowed the Harif to be picked up without his direct counter. So I can see why they did it. The Baxia Zusin is actually a really solid setup, especially in expanding rivers, but you need to have a really strong roamer to pair up with it. This is why the Zusin Khalid is typically going to be the combo, because the Zusin lacks damage to clear wave. Khalid makes up for that. Even a Hylos would have helped a lot to slow down the enemy team, get those stuns in. But they went Grok. I really don't see what value he contributes to this game. His stun is not reliable. You need a lot of work to actually keep people in position for the beacon to lift them up. There's so many better options that could have been here.
It feels like it was like an overreaction, to be honest, against the Fanny. Because you see a Fanny, you're like, huh, I want to Grok. I wanna stop that Fanny from making a play. And sure, you did that sometimes. You got Earth and Rampart. That's gonna stop a Fanny straight in its tracks because a Fanny can't go through walls, right? But like after that, what else? You're just burned to a crisp by the Valier. Benny's just blowing you up with these synchro fissions. Even Newcole was having a fun time just spanking that Grok into oblivion with the Hilda. So I really I'm just curious where this Grok came from and whether or not there might have been good alternatives to pick instead of it.
I feel like there were so many good alternatives is the thing. Like, okay, let's highlight on this a little bit more, because I feel like the rest of the game went about as we expected. So let's focus on what could have been done here. They picked Grok as last pick. Firstly, if they were that worried about the Fanny and really wanted someone who could wall her off, Badang should have been a higher priority. They had the chance to pick Badang on red 3, and they decided not to do that. That's why Falcon banned it out in the second phase. Now, maybe the reason why they didn't pick Badang early is because Badang Zusin also has pretty weak wave clear. So okay, you know what? I can understand that. Maybe you give the Badang away, then you go into like the Khalid or the Hylos instead. If you don't, it doesn't have quite as reliable ways of locking Fanny down, but at least you can rotate to help your Baxia. Then they didn't do that either. They picked the Grok, which has neither solid CC nor wave clear. It's just such a big question mark for me.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. It was like not threatening at all. Now I'm thinking maybe if they played it more aggressive, but then again, if you play it aggressive, like, all right, you got your knockups, great. Like, the answer is still, so the question is still unanswered. Where is your damage coming from, right? Like, okay, where's the damage? It's all Alita. It's all Nico. Nico, I guess maybe they were thinking, what if we put Sky Piercer on the Zushin again and we get kills? Then there's your damage. But that didn't happen in this game. We didn't see that, man. 1 kills for the whole team.
Basically, there's a lot of complaints from us here because we expect a slightly higher standard of gameplay and drafting from squads who have made it to the top 4 of the MSL, and right now we're not really getting to witness it too much. There are good adjustments. I really like the Fanny. I really like the Valier showing up here, and then the Hilda to keep the Paquito in lane to prevent split pushing. Good from Falcon. Mythic feels like they weren't willing to shift too far out of their previous draft. I get it. The Moscow Paquito split push actually won them that second game quite handedly. But the reason they were able to do that is because they had a strong mid with the Marcel Fredrin. So you need to be able to match that kind of mid priority. And that was just missing this time around. So you got to be willing to make decisions. You got to be able to make some trade-offs in the drafts, and I'm not seeing that yet.
Yeah, I'm also not seeing it either. Right now, their only win condition there was just Alita, and you saw in that last clip how quickly they could deal with the Moscow if they wanted to. The Moscow was like a fly, got swatted, to be honest, in that last one. So honestly, you gotta find, if you're gonna draft a composition like that, you need multiple threats. You need multiple win conditions, not just one.
Yeah, I know that we're probably sounding a little bit harsh here as well, but I can't deny it. I can't sugarcoat it. You know, we gotta, like, I feel like our ecosystem has grown enough. This is season 3 of MSL as well. This is a region that we have a lot of respect for and expect slightly higher standards for as well. So it's harsh, but it comes from a place of love. You know, we are passionate about this game. We're passionate about these teams. We want to see them do better.
I personally want to see them do better, man. And you know what? We already kind of expected it, though. We already expected a big seesaw, like as teams are adjusting slowly into what their opponents are doing. So I am gonna be just happy to watch them redeem themselves here in game number 4. You know what? It's probably gonna happen. They're probably gonna redeem themselves here in game number 4, because that was a far cry from what we saw in the previous games, right? That was not how they play. It's like it kind of just that's why the draft is such a big factor, honestly, with this. If you draft better, if you just draft a lot to your win condition, it's easier for the players. So hopefully we'll see it from there.
Yeah, there's a lot of good heroes in the meta right now. Like, it's basically the widest meta pool that we've had ever in the history of MLBB. But it's also because the reason why it's so wide is because all of these heroes are strong in different ways, right? And also weak in other ways. There's answers and solutions that can be played around, and that's why we're seeing new heroes pop up in the first place, because they are answers to heroes that were previously considered like unkillable in some way or another. And it's because of that there's so much of a rock, paper, scissors situation in the draft. If you have the right heroes, you are basically halfway to winning already. You gotta be really, really smart about it. And we know these teams can. They have a wide enough hero pool to do so. It's just pulling all the pieces together I agree with you. I feel like Mythic Seal should be able to claw their way back, get a victory now in game number 4, bring us to a full series. Literally, since their backs are against the wall as well, 1 game away from being eliminated after a miraculous run from 7th place regular season to top 4. They do not want their journey to end here.
Yeah, this is going to be a rough way to end your journey, especially after such a promising victory in game 2. So watch out for this. Watch out for Mythic Seals here. I'm pretty sure they're going to be able to just get back in the momentum. I am, again, looking forward to seeing more of a balanced lineup. I just want to see a balanced lineup. I don't even want to see like a flashy lineup. I just want to see a balanced lineup here. And I should be very happy. Just don't put all your eggs on like one basket. Like, don't put it all on Alita, bro. You just don't do that. I guess I would give props to Madzi for trying to play the Paquito as well. But if I'm watching correctly, that Paquito is actually pretty offensive or pretty defensive minded as well.
Mm-hmm.
So it's not as
Paquito is
optimal.
kind of a snowball hero as well, right? Like, if he's behind, his impact is reduced quite a bit.
But I actually, there are 2 ways to build Paquito now. Like, a lot of Paquitos I've seen in the previous games, actually build Oracle first, or Hunter Strike first, then just pure defensive items, starting with Oracle. So maybe that's one way that you can do it. But if you play in that lineup, no, you do not go full tank. You go full damage, Malefic Roar, Heptasis, Hunter Strike, everything, all the damage items, right? If you want that lineup to work. But the Paquito that Madzi built just wasn't as fearful. It wasn't as strong as I hoped it would be. It wasn't the full-on damage type. So if they want to do that lineup again, maybe it can work. But your itemization has to go with it. Your itemization has to be very similar.
I agree. Basically, we just need to see better performances in every aspect from these teams. And that's why we're going to give them a little bit of downtime to make that happen. We're going to jump into a short break for now, ladies and gentlemen. And when we come back, we will see whether it is Falcon Esports that closes things out or if Mythic Seal brings us to a full series. We'll see you in a short bit.
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့တန်းကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်တပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတတ်မှတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V code နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V code ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V code ချင်းမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည် V code တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V code sparkling coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ ကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
Hey, we're back. Hi, guys. Welcome back. This is MSL Myanmar season for you. We're still on the playoffs in day number 1. I'm Rockhart, and of course, got Sadafa on the side. How is you holding up? Like having a bit of a hard time connecting. We'll go ahead and double check that. But for now, we are heading into game number 4. I think their draft is already on the way. So let's see if we can have a little bit of a sneak peek into that one. And now we are, just to remind you guys, we are on game 4 and we are currently on match point already.
Okay, am I back? Are we good? I think my internet spazzed out a little bit there. Okay, I think it's still spazzing out a little bit. I'll see if I can do what I need to fix it. But yes, hello everyone, welcome back. Apologies for that. We are just about to jump into game 4. It's gonna be Mythic Seal versus Falcon Esports. Currently, Falcon Esports 2-1. Whoa! Now that's interesting. We got something different already.
Masha chip, bro. Masha chip. I like it. I like it. I like it a lot. Okay, so usually the last time I saw a Masha chip, they were trying to counter a Freya, but there was no Freyas in this game. I don't know what they were trying to answer here, but this Mythic Seal lineup feels like overkill, man. I don't know what they're trying to do, but Agadot Kacha actually answers that pretty well. So you got Penalty Zone, you got the AOG, Avatar the Guardian, to deal with. And that's a pretty good tool to actually answer the shortcut. I'm not sure if that's going to be a big plus, despite I like it that they pick these picks, but I don't know. It feels like they can get countered here, man.
Yeah, there's definitely a riskiness to playing this sort of style. Now, this is actually listened to a specific team that was in MPL MY before. They really enjoyed playing this Masha chip combo to go for those backdoor plays to send the Masha through, thunderclap the backline. There is a pretty obvious target on the Falcon side, which is going to be that Granger. But as you mentioned, it can be pretty conditional. And now there's heroes like the Gatot Kacha and the Terizla who have big AoEs that have the potential to punish a shortcut play quite hard. It's a risky option to go for, but we said we wanted to see something different from Mythic Seal, and they're doing exactly that with their backs against the wall. It is do or die. Let's find out what happens as we jump into number 4.
All right, so game number 4. Don't forget, guys, it is Falcons who are currently on match point. They're on the brink of winning the Battle of the Sky. And yeah, Falcons Esports feels like they can actually do this. See if they can actually win out on these trades right now. Forcing a flicker out of Boye is already pretty major, especially coming into this next turtle. Now, Boye is gonna have to get back soon because they need to repel this invade. Falcons seem very happy to just keep trying to fight and force these battle spells from Mythic Seal, and it's not a good sign for Mythic Seal right now.
But I am happy to see it. We've been wanting these teams to try and do something in that early game, and Falcon are taking the initiative to do so. They understand that they have the stronger mid trio for sure this time around. Azusin and Gatot can handle a Gore chip quite easily, and Baxia is meant to be a jungler that wants to invade, wants to steal camps away. If you're not doing so, you're not maximizing it. That's the concern we had with Mythic Seal themselves, actually, in the previous game. It's great to see that Falcon has decided to take a more proactive approach. Now it's just whether or not they continue doing it.
And that consistency is... I don't want to bank on it too much because we've seen consistency become a question for this one. But Falcons, as long as they can kind of just make sure that Benny's alive, make sure that Benny can stack up, get that Sky Piercer early. Maybe it can work out for them. Maybe they can be more consistent in here in game number 4. You can already tell Benny's already in trouble. Force a flicker out. They trade that turtle for the chance to take down Benny, but looks like they're not going to be able to capitalize much onto it.
Yeah, that's definitely worth using the flicker for. I think it was a little bit too greedy to try and force that to happen, but it's not necessarily a bad thing either. Losing out on a turtle at this point, kind of expected in a Fredrin versus Baxia matchup. As long as Mythic Seal makes sure they don't fall too much further behind that, they'll still be okay. But I am really liking the rotations that we're witnessing now. Kid X and PS actually affecting the side lanes and making sure that Mythic Seal cannot play for their timings. When they're going for a Chip Masha play, they are definitely intending to try and scale into the late game. It means that they're basically giving up on early game side lane prio. So expect Mythic Seal to not really try too hard to contest for turtles. And it's going to be up to Falcon Esports to decide, okay, how much do we want to increase the tempo?
Oh, look at the temp. Bro, what the hell happened, man? Flicker and a shortcut used to try to take down New Cold, and he just nullified it with a single flicker. And now because of that, Mythic Seal are they're scrambling to get back in formation. Falcons are reading them like a book.
And now they're going for more as well, AOG.
They're making it look so easy, man. Falcons, they're putting on the pressure. And it's so funny because I can feel it, man. If you're Mythic Seals right now, you would be so pressured. And they're making so many mistakes. Like, that's like 3 mistakes in a row here for Mythic Seal.
Yeah. So, I really feel like what Mythic Seal should have done there is instead of ganking New Cold, gank Benny again. That really should just be the play. You already forced him to use the flicker before. You know it's on cooldown. There's no real reason not to gank the Granger a second time, especially with how much that wave is pushed up, instead of trying to gank the Terizla, who you know still has his battle spell and is on the opposite side of the map from the turtle. This is unfortunately the risk of the chip. In a similar sort of situation to Atlas, enemy teams know you're trying to play around it, and yeah, they'll even force the passive out to escape. Tower is going to be taken easily by the Granger, which is already starting his snowball. And I am really, really liking what I'm seeing from Falcon. This is exactly the sort of early game aggression that we've been waiting for the entire series.
Absolutely. This is the kind of aggression I expect from Falcons Esports. I expect them to be very in your face. We said that in the previous games. That's what you wanted them to do, and they're doing it. They're playing into their win condition. Mythic Seal might have actually, I was going to say let them cook, but they might have actually overcooked on this one.
Yep. This is okay, there's a particular team. Previously it was DX Seoul last season, but kind of rebranded a little bit, and now it's something that Team Ray likes to do. Whenever they try to play the chip Masha, it has not really worked out, and they were basically the pioneers of this strategy before. They were the only ones who could execute it properly. This season they have not been able to do so successfully anymore. So if one of the teams that was known for doing it is no longer able to consistently perform, you can see that the meta has kind of shifted away from it being a consistent option. And yeah, so far we're seeing the same kind of issue for Mythic Seal. They're not really able to find these openings because Falcon already drafted quite well to handle it, and they're moving in a way that punishes the slower sort of movement that Chip Masha wants to play.
That's true. It's super fast, but at the same time, it is super slow, right? Like, if you don't kill them with a shortcut, you're so bulky, you're so clanky. Oh, but there's going to be a possible win condition here. They take out New Cole. I don't know what happened to New Cole there. He might have been delayed. He used the flicker, and he tried to penalty zone through the wall, which I think blocked him a little bit. I don't know what happened there, but that's definitely a much-needed win, although immediately nullified because the rest of Falcon Esports were already taking that turtle.
They were taking the lane, they were taking the turtle. New Code going down is not ideal, but you can see how many resources need to be committed from Mythic Seal's side just to make that happen. Basically multiple ultimates all at once because they don't have enough items yet to get the quick execute instead until they're able to get that itemization. Oh, that was actually really close. Right. Boye was a split second away from being found there.
Oh, but here comes AOG. They know what they want to happen. They want Nico to go down, but the follow-up is just not quite there. Benny was way too far, way too deep into the tower to help out in that jump. It looks like they're going to go and take Kid X for all their efforts. Very good defensive positioning here by Mythic Seal so far.
Yeah, I kind of feel like Falcon could have stayed to guarantee take that top tier 2. It might go down anyway if their calculations are correct, but it looks like Alita is there handling it. They could have guaranteed take that mid tier 2. They could have just easily sent PS back to clear up the wave, make sure that Madzi doesn't get it for free. I do think it was a little bit unnecessary for them to dive that deep, but I also don't think it's too bad that they only lost the Gatot Kacha for it, to just apply a little bit more pressure. Because the important thing right now for Falcon Esports is to make sure that Mythic Seal doesn't get the freely farmed and push out the waves, because that is the goal for this lineup. You want to make sure that Madzi is in a position where he has enough items to basically one-shot the Granger, and then the job is done from that point. As long as Falcon just makes sure he doesn't get the farm to reach that timing, they will still hold the advantage for most of this fight. The goal is, when it comes down to the 5v5s, don't leave Benny exposed.
Yeah, and you know what? That's a little bit difficult because Benny does have the flicker. So if you can catch him and chain stun him, there's just no way that Benny can survive. And right now, I think Falcon Esports already knows what's up, right? They know that's the main condition. There has to be, what they're saying is there's always like at least 2 guys who must go with Benny at all times so that they don't get caught by surprise.
Oh.
What? Oh, that's very good info here. Dax canceling that slows down Madzi even further. But the split push capability is definitely with that Masha, so watch out for that later especially.
Yeah, there is definitely still a late game win condition from Mythic Seal that doesn't even necessitate fighting, which is going to be that split push. That's basically half of the strategy from the Chip Masha as well, because very similar to a Moskov, you just have Matt Z push down one side of the map, then bring them to the fight with the shortcut when necessary. However, now with the Lord pushing in, it's going to be hard for Mythic Seal to actually respond to this. The goal is going to be from Boye finding that backline angle, and that's why Kid X is literally hiding behind, making sure that there is no entry point for the Chip.
Yeah, that's very smart. I love the formation here of Falcons. As long as you don't get stunned to oblivion, force a flicker out of Nico. That's pretty big. And now we have Lord on top side and the rest of Falcons up on mid, barreling down. There's a back attack here coming in from Boye and the rest of the squad. PS over them, Lantern flaring to oblivion. That's going to be a 1-for-1 so far. Alida is going to have to walk out of that Zaman force. That was a very interesting engage. They're able to catch King Flash, but they traded PS as well.
Yeah, actually a pretty solid initiation from Boye there. He finally found an angle, though not on Benny, on PS instead. Still, any kill is going to be valuable for Mythic Seal right now, since most of them are going to be worth more than any sort of value they have on their side. Looking at the itemization, Benny very far ahead in terms of farm compared to Alita, already done with 4 items, that Sea Halberd being the last one just completed. Alita still not at that Holy Crystal, and still going to be a little while before it happens. And when you look at everyone else on the team as well, they're really behind. In fact, Boye actually went for Fleeting Tide, which feels a little bit too greedy for the Chip. He only has a Silence Robe other than that. And because of that, he just cannot frontline at all. Not to mention, you're not really maximizing the Fleeting Time cooldown reduction anyway, because Falcon is doing such a good job of balling together.
Yeah, man, they're doing such a good job. As long as they keep doing that, honestly, it's going to be hard to break it. Even with like a back attack that Boye did earlier, I think like that was already like best case scenario, right? That was a perfect set. That was a perfect shortcut attack.
Pretty much.
But they still couldn't find their targets. So, yeah, watch out for this. Again, they are going to be able to utilize this Lord. Maybe we can find a pretty good advantage once they start fighting on Lord. Once the split happens, Boye! He's gone! He's down for the count! It's 4v5 now on this next Lord! What the heck happened there?
Honestly, I want to ask that question as well. It happened off screen, but I don't really know why the Chip would be in the middle of the lane like that. You would expect him to be caught out behind Venny, not just there. But again, Falcon continues to build up their lead. Without these angles, there is no initiation for Mythic Seal, and with a 7,000 gold lead now, we are looking at a near confirmed victory for Falcon Esports. As long as they don't make any mistakes, they keep playing for this style. There's already multiple Sky Piercer stacks on the Granger, and no real way for them to break through because of the triple tank setup that they have, protecting every area that Boye could come from. And Mythic Seal doesn't even have that good of a base defense. Their heroes aren't very well equipped for melting lords or dealing with enhanced minion waves. Falcon could be looking at an endgame. They could be looking to send Mythic Seal home.
Yeah, this feels like that's exactly what's going to happen. It's going to be hard to deal with this Lord at the same time. Again, King Flash and Boye, they're all up on front. Boye's back, but they need to deal with it. Boye's on the behind, honestly. And if you look at Mads, he's also just wandering around looking for stragglers, but they won't actually be able to find anyone. Here comes PS, Crimson Beacon in, Madsy on the side. They said, you know what, maybe a back attack won't work. Let's try to go from the front. And it looks like that's going to be able to at least push Falcon's Esports back for now.
What confuses me is why Madsy wasn't just pushing bot lane in that situation. He was just kind of awkwardly hovering in the jungle when he knows that the entire team of Mythic Seal is on the top half instead. It would have been perfectly fine for him to just push the wave and then for the shortcut to bring him in when necessary, but instead just hold on.
Ooh, Madsy. Some decent damage coming in from Nico, but not really quite there. Barely makes a dent on Dax's health bars. Now it's all going to be up to Boye, man. They need to make a miracle happen. Because as you can see, in a straight-up fight, you're not going to be able to go through this Baksha, right? You're not going to be able to break through him. You also have another layer of a Terizla and the Galacticos to go through.
Yeah, I honestly just need to see Madsy start split pushing. It is time to put your body on the line, basically. If you are going to die to get a tower, it is worth it at this point. Just to keep yourselves in the game, buy a little bit more time. If you can delay until the 18-minute mark, then Alita will hit a power spike where you can actually do enough damage to threaten the frontliners from Falcon somewhat. And we have to remember, this is basically a 4 Protect 1 comp. Benny is the only target. If Mythic Seal can throw bodies in, sacrifice people just to take the Granger out while keeping Alita alive, they do actually just win the fight after that. The rest of the heroes on the Falcon side are just basically meat shields and don't scale quite as well. So that has to be the goal for Mythic Seal. Again, the stakes are high right now. They are looking at potential elimination, so it is really time to lock in.
Yep. Looking for that split push, that moment where you can split push freely as a Masha. Look at Boye. Did they spot him out? They do. So that is going to be conceal used for nothing, basically. And now they're going to force a fight. They're trying to secure this Lord as soon as possible. PS up on the front. There's the penalty zone with the flicker committed by New Cold. And it's going to be Lord going over to Falcons once more. This time it's PS going down. And damage is pretty decent. They take care of Benny. And that just might be the ticket. They're able to remove so many heroes from Falcons. It's only Dax and Kid X up on alive. And even the Lord wave is not going to be able to repel that. Yeah, 20 seconds on PS. Something went terribly wrong there.
Honestly, that was just props to Boye. Kid X was keeping an eye on him the entire time, but he actually managed to flicker past the Gatot, and now they're going to melt down Kid X as well. Mythic Seal might just end here.
Yeah, it looks like Mythic Seal will be able to end. PS all alone. Can he actually clear these minion waves? Oh my goodness, they might actually be safe. And they are. They're going to be able to buy more time. The Lord is up on the base. Everyone has to make a run for the hills. And I think with the spawn of the minions, we'll be able to buy enough time. Oh my goodness, that was a literal one hit away from taking it to game 5 already.
That was a true butt-clenching moment right there. So close. But you can see how we mentioned there are still win conditions for Mythic Seal. Just from that play, that exchange alone, the entire 8,000 gold lead has been shifted. Falcon only holding on to a 1.5k gold advantage, which means the game is basically even at the 17-minute mark. And all of it was props to Boye. He actually flickered past Kid X to drop the shortcut, and then Madsy came through and dealt with him. I felt like Falcon needed to back off quicker. They needed to really quickly retreat and surround to make sure that the Granger is able to stay safe, but they were unfortunately too distracted with handling the rest of the fight, and that is what brings us to this circumstance. We can look at the itemization. It has now been maxed out on both of the cores. Alita has caught up. Madzi 1 item away from finishing their build as well. Full build Masha as expected, so basically one-shotting this Granger is going to be his goal. And Benny did have that Winter Crown as well, but his team wasn't able to back him up fast enough. So he did still die, and after that, there's not enough damage, which also halves his Sky Piercer stacks. Falcon cannot afford to lose a fight like that again, otherwise Mythic will bring this to a game 5.
Oh man, it's looking like it's gonna be very close. It's a lot closer than I thought it would be. I thought Falcons would have this for sure, but the goalie is gone. The goalie is gone, man, and it's gonna be a lot more difficult to actually protect Benny this time around. If they get caught by surprise here, they are in trouble. So I wonder what Falcons are gonna do. It looks like they're positioning themselves to go for like a pick or like just a wave management. And they want to contest the Lord, probably.
They do have a slight advantage now in terms of damage scaling, since they're going to have forces of it. But when it comes down to objective holds, Falcon still has a more solid count, because it is front to back. A lot of bulky damage sponges. But now they also have to be worried about the backdoor potential, because Man's going to be pushing the entire time. The longer the Lord dances last, the more chance they just end Masha hitting the crystal.
Yeah, they see Boye. They know there's going to be a back attack happening, but Kid X can't really dance around it well enough. It's a 4v5 now, and again, the Masha is just such a big split push threat. We're gotten to a point where this is exactly what Mythic Seal wants to happen, and they are forcing the issue. That Masha going to be joining them in the fight, and it's going to be a big brawl. Diving in, it's going to be Benny with the freeze and going to be able to survive at the very last moment. Dax is gone, though. So that's going to be 3v4 and not much room for error. They're going to have to back off and concede the Lord because of that.
But they do actually lose Alita on the Mythic Seal side as well, so they don't take the Lord quite that fast. Though they do see Benny back at home. So not too sure if Falcon can actually still contest this. Boy, you're gonna drop the shortcut.
They're gonna try. I don't see the point in doing this, man. But they're gonna get that kill. Immortality is still there. Damage is real from Benny. PS super low, but you know what? They're still chasing. Winter Crown pop. He goes for the Crimson Beacon, and it's still gonna be a 4v4. No one goes down.
Mythic Seal is locked in for real right now. They are making some very impressive maneuvers, and this is a 21-minute Lord pushing down mid lane. I don't know if Falcon can defend it. Do they have enough damage?
Man, I don't think so, man. They have PS on here. Benny is still pretty much a threat. He got some back, but looks like it's not going to be enough. You cold, low, and alive, but looks like King Flash misses out on the Appraiser's Wrath. That's going to be Jungler going down. 4v5, and the pressure is now somehow relieved. They get rid of the Frederen, and they show they are still in this game.
Both teams firing on all cylinders here. That was honestly really good positioning from Falcon, making sure to keep Benny safe. I feel like Madzi probably jumped the gun a little bit, lost 1 HP bar. I don't know who he thunderclapped, but it was not Benny. And you really need to save all your damage for that. The Masha is basically the only person who can usurp that positioning. Once that was no longer a threat, very easy for Falcon to play that front to back, play the defensive play, and punish King Flash for walking too far forward. Big props as well to Kid X. He was actually holding 1v3 in the backline, and that's why the damage from Nico was not coming through to the rest of the team fight as well. 22 minutes in, net worth is even, basically everyone on full build. It really just comes down to who is able to win a major fight.
Yeah, this is actually a full build fight, man. It's all gloves are off. Now there's a bit more of an advantage towards Mythic Seal, despite the gold being even, just because of the split push capability of a Masha and a Chip. You saw that, right? Masha can just pivot 180 straight into a team fight just because of the shortcut. So I'm not really confident about Falcon's wins here. I don't know if they're going to be able to take this Lord, especially that there's going to be a Masha threat on the bottom side of the map alongside that chip.
It's going to be a close one. Both teams do still have the chance to win this out, but it is going to come down to the nitty-gritty. For Falcon, it is protecting Benny. He is their one damage source. For Mythic Seal, it is finding Benny. It really is all about this Granger right now. Both teams, their eyes fixed upon this one singular player because they know he will be the answer to victory or defeat.
Oh, for sure. He's definitely the answer here. Now I'm wondering if Benny will have enough micro to actually deal with it, because there's just so much going his way. There's like a magic missile Masha going straight into him, and everyone else, like all the bursts from the Mystic Gush, a Synchro Fission, a Harif going straight into your face. I don't envy Benny, man. I don't want to be in this position right now. He feels like he's just so vulnerable.
Man has the weight of the world on his shoulders, and he knows that everyone is coming after him for it. This would be really, really intense if it was game number 5. The fact that it's still game number 4 as well, I feel like if Mythic Seal does win this out, they will just have the momentum to close everything, because we are really entering the late game. Falcon has tried. They had the advantage. They threw it away just because of one play. If they're not able to close things out in this game, the game number 5 would become very volatile.
That is true. Now it's a big set. King Flash, for surprisingly low HP right now, going up on front, and the back attack coming in from Boya. They all go into it, and they get rid of Benny. That just might be it. That might be the play that they needed to get rid of Falcons once and for all in this game. And without their main damage dealer, PS is all alone. Not really much that they can do to stop the attack. Dax will probably fall as well. What is happening here? They're buying so much time. What? Wait a second. They go for a shortcut again. And this time, that is the nail in the coffin. And looks like it. Sadafa, we are probably going to go all the way here. And that is going to be it. 25 minutes in. Mythic Seal with a disgustingly strong comeback against Falcon Esports.
What an unexpected end result. You'd ask anyone who was watching the first half of that game and they would have said, this is it. This is GG. This is a confirmed victory for Falcon, but a single play is all it takes when it comes down to a composition like this. The Masha chip is designed to make these sort of situations happen. You just gotta find that one kill. And Falcon did a very good job of denying it the entire time, but I think that the passage of time really cost them this game. They got too desperate. That last play was wholly unnecessary. They committed multiple ultimates to rush forward, forgetting that the reason this game lasted so long was because they were playing defense around Benny. And once they let go of their hold, once that defensive barrier went away, it was go time for Boye and Madzi. Man, if they just played it a little more safe, kept it standard, we don't know how that could have ended.
Actually ended soon. Like a lot sooner than I expected, especially with the huge lead that Falcons Esports was actually able to muster. But man, I was proven so wrong there. And that Masha chip usually, again, reserved for very strong attackers like a Leomord, like a Freya. When used here in this matchup, it felt so pressuring. It was so good, even just as a split push threat.
And now we will congratulate our MVP of game number 4. It is going to be Alita. Once again, on that Harif, his hero just racking up MVPs left and right on our very first match of the playoffs. Still a very, very strong pick. And unfortunately, I didn't get to see in too much detail what happened in the draft, but there is a possibility that Falcon did overcut a little bit on their side as well. They built They picked up 3 tank heroes just to protect the Granger, forgetting that if the Granger does get taken out, their entire team lineup just falls apart with no damage output anymore. They had to play a lot safer. They had to know that protecting Benny comes at all costs, even if it risks like delaying the game longer.
Yeah, and they could only protect Benny for so long, man. That Granger was bound to just die eventually, right? Just because of the amount of pressure that was inside the game, the amount of kill threats, right? From Amasha, everything from a chip hunting you down. I mean, you can already tell that was a losing game if that went on for longer. And that is exactly what happened.
This was a 25-minute game. Everyone is full build at this point, and any missing gaps are probably just from people item swapping at the very end. It really did come down to the wire. We knew that, like, if Mythic Seal finds a single kill on this Granger, the entire game just breaks wide open. And despite Falcon Esports' best efforts, a momentary lapse in judgment is all it takes for Boye to send a Madzi right into the face of Benny. And then they lost their composure. They lost their item lead that they were holding on to the entire time. And then the tanks become less effective. And with the tanks being less effective, the game becomes a lot more difficult.
That's true. I mean, man. There's only so much that Terizla, Abaksha, and Galacticos can do against a lineup like this. Because eventually Nico will just burn through you, right? And Alita can just blast you with Synchrovision. And you can't just completely itemize against Magic, because if you build Athena Shield, if you build Radiant Armor, then Mads is gonna blow you up. King Flash is gonna be able to damage you so hard. So really like the composition. If you think about it, at the very end of it, tail end of it, it was hard to launch. It was hard to lift off the ground. But once you got things running, man, Mythic Seal's lineup was baller.
I think that's a very accurate description, post-accurate description of what this composition is, because the whole goal of it is to find that one singular slam dunk, and Madzi is going to be the one responsible. Just look at the damage output, completely focused on the cores here, with Madzi doing the most actually on that Masha. Surprising way to close things out, since usually Masha is just supposed to go in, execute someone, and then die herself, but it was piloted really well here, and well, as long as you take out the Granger, there actually isn't anything else you need to worry about.
It's kind of hard to survive a game in 25 minutes with a Masha on the field. Honestly, any team, I think I can just put any gold laner in that slot, except maybe the 1-1. That gold, even the 1-1, it'll probably get blown up. So, I don't envy. I stand by what I said earlier. I don't envy Benny in that situation. That was just a losing matchup at the very end of it. So I'm hoping they can kind of just recognize things like this. I saw the Masha was super late in the draft anyway, so I guess there's not really much they could have done, but maybe they can kind of just finish out the game a lot quicker. That was what I was hoping that they would do earlier. I was hoping they would use that goal lead to finish it, but they played so conservatively. In a game that has a Masha and a chip, you don't play conservatively. You play to go for the finish. And I think they were punished so hard because of that, bro.
You gotta find the right balance. I don't really blame them for being somewhat conservative, because, yeah, they know that if Benny dies once, the game breaks open. So they'll keep it safe. They'll keep it standard. They'll always commit someone to protecting the backline and keeping an eye on the chip. And because of that, they just can't push as well, since all of their damage comes from one guy. I do feel like most of their early game was executed very properly. They actually broke the cycle that we were seeing this series. They made things happen early game. They rotated hard. They actually pushed. They put pressure on the opponent. But this is the danger of this kind of composition, right? With the chip Masha. The moment you let your guard down for a single second, your world collapses in front of you.
But you know what? I really like what they were doing with this lineup here. I think that's exactly they did. You're absolutely right. They did play to their win conditions. It just so that I think they could have maybe swapped out of, they saw trouble brewing, so maybe they could have swapped the game plan at the very end. But yeah, it feels like they were really forced into this situation. And just like most games in the play-ins and playoffs, we're going to go into a 5-game series because of that. Now it's going to be up to like some really cheesy play, cheesy draft maybe. That's how it's going to boil down to here. But yeah, the triple fighter, triple super tanky hero lineup, I don't mind it. It's not bad. But they could have probably drafted a different laner overall, like a different mid or a different goal that would survive the onslaught of the ship Masha, which again, that's saying something, right? But it's also very difficult to do in practice. Right there.
I don't know if the Badang was banned. Badang would have probably been quite useful here. Basically, they just need a hero that's able to also fight back and provide like consistent lockdown. Because you're not going to be able to execute a Masha very quickly either if you're just depending on sustaining through the damage. And once the game gets late enough, multiple BODs will melt through you no matter how much HP you've got. So a little shift there would have helped. But I do think this has been an interesting experience. Compared to the first 3 games of the series, this is a lot more unique. We actually get to see action happen. The team is making smarter decisions, a lot of tight fights happening from different angles, different ideas being expressed. That's good. That's what we've been missing the whole time. Hopefully Game 5 also brings a sense of uniqueness to the table.
Yeah, I need to see that Game 5 where, on the contrary, I feel like they should just go crazy.
Yeah.
They should just go cheese it out. Just go cheese it out. Just make sure you can make it work. If you can make it work and you can kind of just catch your opponent by surprise, go ahead.
It's
this
a best
lineup,
of 1 now.
it's a best of 1, right? So come on, just have fun with it and show off whatever your team's strong in. If your team is strong with, if you think your team is strong with, burst, go burst. If you think your team is strong with split push, go split push. Just don't half it. Don't go to it with half pressure, right? Just go all in on the aim number 5.
Yeah, pretty much. But we're going to give the teams a moment once again to refresh themselves, and we're going to hop into a very short break. When we come back, one of these squads will move on forward to the lower bracket finals, with the other being eliminated. Join us in just a few minutes to find out who it is.
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမဲကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူကိုရကိုစကိုချင်နေတဲ့ဂျိုင်းနေတဲ့ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမဲချေတဲ့ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် team မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် Figo တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Figo sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
With their backs pushed against the wall, a mighty thunderclap allowed Mythic Seal to claw their way back into the series for the contention of moving on in the MSL Myanmar playoffs. And now we officially enter game number 5 in our very first series of the day. Winner takes all. You're once again watching me stuff along with Rockhart as your English broadcast. And well, I don't think many of us expected it would come this far. How are you feeling, sir?
I mean, it literally happened the way we expected it, man. It's a literal back and forth between these two teams where I guess they're trying to prove their consistency. They're trying to prove their reliability, but it just so happens that they're swinging off of tempo. Or maybe they just like it. If they lose game one, they win game two. If they and they just swap out from there. But I would say it's very respectable. They're able to get out of situations where it doesn't feel like they should win, but they win it anyway. So the way that you would describe that is they're both of these teams are very very scrappy. They're scrappy.
Mm-hmm.
They rely so much on winning major team fights, less on macro. Like that's one thing I've noticed. Like I know there's still macro, but it's a lot less. They just really want to be able to beat down their opponents better. And when they beat down their opponents, those are the times that they get the dubs. Yeah, big respect to that kind of gameplay. It's just a little bit inconsistent when you think about it because you're relying so much on like a team win, and if you don't get the team win, you just wait for the next one and the next one and the next one. That's what I noticed with the fights that are breaking out here.
Yeah, from games 1 to 3, it was even more like predictable because it was basically do nothing for the first 4 minutes. One team gets the first turtle, one team wins the second turtle fight, and then they just snowball until they win from that point on. That was basically game 1 to 3. But then in game 4, we got to witness a bit of a reversal of that dynamic with the Chip Masha comp and actually winning out a reversal from the side of Mythic Seal because they were literally 8,000 gold behind at a certain point. And now the tempo going to be on Gem definitely brings a lot of energy when you win a game like that. Game number 5, we are going back to Dangerous Grass.
Yep, Dangerous Grass back at it again. So expecting a bit more proactive roamers here, and a lot of them getting banned out, just like that Kalea. That Kalea did not see the light of day in today's BO5, and possibly maybe in the next BO5. So big props to them. Really what do you call that? Really respecting that a lot. And from here, can probably go with your jungler first. I'd like to see those Harleys, man. I probably want to see more Harley, more Zushin trades. Again, this is. Am I right? Did almost every game, have a Zushin in them?
I think so. I mean, she is still one of the most contested
Almost,
heroes
right?
in the meta overall. So I'm not too surprised about that fact. But what will be first pick potential? It is going to be that Zushin. It's like Falcon will go ahead and snap it up. Now, since they decided to ban the Harif along with the Marcel, even the Fredrin this time around, a lot of heroes have been let through. The Phobius is now open. The Guinevere, surprisingly, just not a particularly contested pick in general here. I feel like Claude also going to raise quite a bit since the Harif is no longer an option. And yep, Mythic Seal will go ahead and lock that in along with the Baxia.
All right, so no frills, no angry, no crazy strats so far. I like what I'm seeing. Baksha very stable. We've seen King Flash do well on it as well. Not completely winning, but again, so many options available. Even for Falcons right now, they can go for a more aggressive jungle option, or they can go for a more aggressive. There you go, aggressive jungle, Suyo, and probably if they want to lose out on jungle, they can go XP. But if you go XP here or roam, you will lose out on the jungle trade for sure.
Indeed. Suyo Zushin is already a pretty good setup. You need a pretty strong roamer to be able to match up with it. I'm surprised we still haven't seen any Khalid at all up until this point.
Khalid.
I feel like it would be a pretty good option for Falcon right now. If they don't pick it right now, actually, there's a pretty strong chance of it getting either stolen or banned away. So could be something that they want to consider. I feel like the other positions are still pretty open in terms of hero pickups, but they go for the carry instead.
All right, that's a fair pick. That is an absolutely fair pick, just because I know that there's going to be very few who can kind of deal, very few gold laners who can kind of deal with the Baksha. So one way to go at it is just make sure you get a decent farm time, and you should be able to get decent farm time, and you'll be able to shred that Baksha. So looking forward to that. But for the next one, this might just be your XP. No? Mid. All right.
Okay, I think that's fine. You grab the mid lane to make sure it doesn't get denied against you, and now you have first pick when it comes down to the EXP pool remaining. I was thinking initially that maybe a Phobius would be good, but it only really works early game against carry, and the late game he would still get shredded as well. So Mythic Seal keeping things standard, and Eve honestly is a good hero to deal with teamfight comps as well. Offers so much zone control with that RWM. Should be quite good against Falcon. If they stick to the same style that we saw from them in games 1 to 3, where they just kind of run at you with 5-man death ball, and they will go ahead and ban the Phobius themselves.
I mean, despite Phobius suffering against the carry in the late game, the early game sets, I mean, the Phobius can really go crazy. So I'm kind of expecting some really good XP and XP and roam bans. Maybe remove the Gatot. Gatot might be one of those tricks that Falcons are running up their sleeves. And if you're Falcons, remove more XP variations. Remove maybe the Arlot. I'm surprised the Arlot is still up. That is such a scary initiation tool that you should consider banning out here.
In fact, I think there's a incredibly high chance that Mythic Seal is setting up for Arlot. Which is a strong and the Phobius, which is meant to counter it in lane. If they ban another hero that Arlot is weak against, I really hope that Falcon does ban it out, because otherwise it would feel like they're missing out on something. The Atlas actually gets banned at the very here, so the hero that we were complaining a little bit about earlier in the series actually just being removed outright.
Man, what is this with this priority on Arlot, man? Sorry, on Atlas. It's it's really throwing off my draft senses, But yeah, that's basically one more possible XP to be banned out. Okay. No surprises whatsoever. I like it.
Okay. I mean, I can get behind that somewhat, since it's still possible for Mythic Seal to do the chip Masha play here. So they're just eliminating the chances of going for something kind of cheesy. I think at this point, Mythic Seal should probably just pick up their jungler. I think Khalid Ward's good. Oh, they actually do go for the Khalid. Steal. You know what? That makes sense. Steal it away. Make sure that Falcon doesn't have a strong mid trio to play around. That's going to make things a little bit more difficult. Probably best roamer at this point for Falcon would be Hylos to help deal with that RWM somewhat. Otherwise, a pickoff style like Cho is also not terrible.
Bit surprised here. Khalid coming in super late is, for me, super surprising. Freya! All right. That's one good XP pick, I guess. I wouldn't be able to expect that, man. The way that they drafted the Freya.
Yeah, it completely slipped my mind that Freya was still in the pool. But yes, the Hylos will get picked up. Still one of the better options for handling an Eve. There is no Phobius to counteract this Freya. So I'm wondering what the play is going to be. Esme, maybe? No, it's the Benedetta making an appearance from Mythic Seal. Okay. We got an interesting one on our hands.
This is gonna be such an interesting matchup. I think my eyes are gonna be glued on that XP lane matchup, bro. It looks bananas right now. This can go either way. I don't know who actually got ahead in the draft here now. I don't know. I like the carry Suyo. It feels like Falcon's got so many meta picks, but there's so much stability and just so much control here for the side of Mythic Seal. They actually might get this.
There is a possibility, but I'm glad to see that both teams are just pulling anything they have left in their pockets out right now, because this is game number 5. Winner moves forward into the top 3 of MSL Myanmar Season 3. loser will be eliminated in fourth place. Considering the journeys that both these teams have taken, the legacies resting upon their titles, this is not where they want the path to end. We're going to be hopping into the land of Dawn, and unfortunately, we are going to pause things first to clear up.
All right, so thing like just straight up aggression, right? If you have a lineup like this, complete with Zushin, complete with Zuyo, you're gonna have to go hard on the early game because you want to buy some space, you want to buy attention away from the carry into your mid trio heroes. And you want to get some kills going as soon as possible. And that is, again, easier said than done, but that's exactly the play that they need to do. They got to leverage this. They have to make sure that they can utilize their Suyo advantage very early on. They want to get ahead.
Yeah, we already talked about how strong Suyo is, especially in a position of snowballing, so I hope to see more proactive gameplay there. We already got to see Falcon in game number 4. Kind of up the ante a little bit. Actually move around the map, take advantage of the Baxia, the steel camps, and be a little bit more aggro. I do feel like it would have been nice to see them continue putting that pressure on, because I feel like it died down a little bit after the first and second turtle. They could have definitely gotten an even bigger lead if they tried to be more active with that one. But I don't mind too much. It's a good shift in the right direction. We'll see whether or not they improve on it this time around.
Yeah, big shifts. I'm honestly a little bit confused by what kind of gameplay they actually want to implement, especially in the beginning of this series. But now I think it's a little bit clear, right? So the offense, like, they don't actually have one way of playing. They're just swapping in. They're shifting their gameplay on the fly, and that just, again, they're trying to confuse each other, right? They're trying to catch each other off guard, maybe provide your opponents with different expectations, and that's why they're coming out on top in alternating matchups. So yeah, right now I think this is the ultimate battle. Again, the winner of this is going to be coming out into the lower bracket finals, and the loser is going to be saying goodbye. So one best of one to determine who comes out on top. Will it be Falcons, Esports, or will it be Mythic Seal? Still the battle of the sky here. We are on game number 5.
It is honestly hard to believe still that we've actually made it the entire way at this point, and there's still an entire best of 5 series after this as well. So anyone who's choosing to join us today for some MLBB action is getting treated to an excellent show. But we've got Falcon Esports on the blue side, we got Mythic Seal on the red. Both junglers are definitely more active this time around, and we can already see King Flash trying to zone from the Litho, though it looks like Dax was still able to win it out with the retreat.
Yeah, they're going to be able to out-retry here at this point. Now there's going to be a bit of a scuffle here on the mid. Boye uses the flicker, but still goes down to first blood for Falcons.
Good start, and that's what we want to see. We want to see these teams be active. The unfortunate thing is that the kill went to Kid X. If the kill went into Dax instead, it would have been a huge boost for the Suyo, but still a pretty good opening. If we look in terms of mid lane priority, I think both teams are actually fairly even this time around. Both sides have really, really strong mid trios, and that's why you can see a lot of action happening around that side. As for the side lanes, to be honest, the drafts are pretty close this time around, actually. There's no real notable priority when it comes to the early laning phase, which is great to see considering how much we were questioning the drafts earlier on. Kind of wish it happened earlier, but hey, better late than ever.
I completely agree, man. It's like, yeah, there's a specific window where the Falcons are going to be super strong, but that can be easily compensated, especially in the mid game with this Benedetta, with the Khalid. But despite a possible fight, they have tools. They're not super over level. they still decide to give away the turtle. That's a very interesting decision. Again, maybe banking more on the late game here for Alita than anything.
Potentially. I feel like it is hold on, they are gonna gank New Cold with the Petrified locking him down, but they actually end up trading 1-for-1. Well played from New Cold there.
That is very decent. Now we will see the rest of the squad walking up on top side. Alita and Benji could be in trouble here. Looks like it's going to be safe route for both of our teams, not deciding to go for any crazy dives. They kind of realize it in their heads, right? This is a best of one. Waiting on the BMI as well. Very good foresight. Looks like it will be just a wash here for now.
Meanwhile, though, King Flash actually going for that vertical jungling. Man, this is so refreshing to see. If these teams were capable of this the whole time, I really wonder why it took until Game 4 to actually start doing so. But I believe he was able to steal that away. That's going to slow down the EXP a little bit from the Dax, which is exactly what Mythic Seal wants to be doing against this Suyo.
Yeah, that's Suyo. You got to slow it down as much as you can. And Dax on the side. Madzi. All right. I don't know if they're going to try to dive on the Mads here anytime soon. I highly advise against that. King Flash on the side, trying to see if he can just secure this purple buff before the fight start. 17 seconds on the next turtle. Again, another pause.
Oh, looks like things are really ramping up right now. It's still somewhat slow. Oh, hold on. No, looks like we are absolutely fine. We're going to be jumping right back into this. Turtles is going to be spawning in another 10 seconds or so. Both teams still have a pretty solid position in the game, but Falcon has the slight goal lead. A lot of that actually in Benny, who is a full level up on Alita currently, the carry pickup, allowing him to win lane quite handedly. And that gives Dax first control over the turtle.
Ooh, but maybe not for long. Look at King Flash. He's hunting down PS, and he's actually just wailing on him. Vendetta from Madzi also coming in a little bit clutch, but looks like New Cold going to be a little bit on top of that. Forces the Petrify away. And now, what are you going to do? How are you going to stop this Freya? Looks like the answer is you don't. You can't really.
Yeah, it seems like Mythic Seal just doesn't really have a really good answer for the Freya early on. They picked up, hold on, they're engaging. Nice flicker from Benny, but he gets surrounded anyway. And the carry will go down.
That was a very good micro. That was a nice sidestep I wasn't expecting. But again, that's just so many people committed to just take down that carry as soon as possible. Now, one person they can't really quite take down yet is, of course, the Freya, for good reason, right? Like, it's just so hard to deal with that straight up, especially that Golden Staff's already locked in. We could see Corrosion Scythe also just completed very, very soon on that Freya. So another tool. You just cannot out smash it. It's just going to keep smashing until you just have to run away from it.
Yeah, I kind of feel like New Cold could end up being the big issue for Mythic Seal this game, because they really don't have good heroes for handling a Freya. You would normally need the Phobius, but that was already banned out earlier on. And Freya just completely slipped their minds the same way it did ours. Alita having a lot of difficulty in this lane, as Kid X is already winning out an EXP against Boye as well. A full 4-man commit up top to guarantee the tower. And that means that Benny can start joining team fights as well.
Yeah, I think so too. Benny should be primed here. I think all he needs is just basically just one Golden Staff Corrosion. He should be good to go. It doesn't even need the DHS quite yet, because King Flash isn't really that threat right now that needs that DHS. So I think they're going to do just that. They're all running towards that turtle as it spawns, trying to get a bit of a head start here. Here comes you Cold from the side. Nazi spots him. What's the fight going to be? All that thrashing around that Madzi's doing, not really quite helping. New Flash, again, being baited into this brush, this extra bush here, goes back for the rewind, and looks like it's going to be able to be a turtle for Mythic Seal this time around. And now it's going to be fight breaking out here. Blazing duet by Alita. Forces PS back, but doesn't quite kill him. So that's very good aggression being shown here by Mythic Seal.
Yeah, really good engagement, and definitely one that they needed at that point, since a lot of their players were behind in EXP. Now they can start securing towers, farm things on the map. And all of it did start off by Kid X trying to slow with the glorious pathway. With that ultimate out of the way, Mythic Seal could actually just dive their bodies into the turtle pit, and Falcon weren't expecting them to do so. And that's why they weren't actually in position to respawn and defend it. So you can see that there is still some rundown potential, especially early on, while King Flash and Boye are still quite... Suddenly I forgot the word. They are still relevant, yes.
Right.
But the later the game goes, the less easy it will be for them to make these sort of things happen.
Oh, bit of a slip up here. Benji was running, but this time they got Mazzy. And it's gonna be a pretty solid -1. That looked like a bit of a slip up for Mazzy. I think the direction of one of his charges were just so off. He kind of just panicked at the end. But again, with all that said and done, Alita was able to get some decent damage on the tower at least. But on the bottom, Benny also took out the outer inhib, or outer turret.
Yeah, Benny is honestly farming really, really well right now. I need to have a look at the itemization on the carry compared to the Claude, because it feels like so far hasn't really been disrupted much outside of that one kill earlier. Yeah, almost done with the Trinity. Claude still only working on that second item. So there is definitely a gap in that regard, and Falcon can take advantage of this. Having your Trinity Marksman come online earlier than the opponents is going to be very crucial, especially if you're able to time a team fight properly to take full advantage of it.
Well, they're trying to do that right now. Dax on the side here. Trying to see if they can get some blitz. Maybe they can blitz it with Benny arriving. PS on the side. Kid X looking for an opening to throw out the glorious pathway, and he finds it. There goes a dive alongside Cold, breaking down Nico. They take out the Eve before the Eve can actually do some damage, and now teamfight looks like it might just be in favor of Falcon Esports, and it is. Dax with the kill. That's 2 down for Mythic Seal and the Free Lord for the Falcons.
Mythic Seal attempted to replicate the success from their previous team fight, but this time around weren't quite as coordinated, and Falcon Esports were prepared for the possibility. They were the ones who took the fight to them instead, not using the glorious pathway to zone, but rather to start the engagement in the first place. And with Falcon breathing down their necks, basically, Mythic Seal was not able to find the positioning they wanted. They sent King Flash to try and deal with Dax, but without him, they are missing a damage sponge that could have helped potentially keep the backline alive a little bit longer. So Falcon, a really good adjustment, already identifying the things that they need to change up. Really, it feels like different teams. I assume that they were warming up in the first couple of games, because this is definitely a much better showing right now. Falcon Esports, 4K gold lead, Lord pushing down bottom. They're probably going to try and aim for all the exterior towers with this one.
Yeah, I think so, for sure. And with all these towers, Lord at the bottom, and Cold looking like he's still an unstoppable force of nature, you know what? Falcons can do whatever they want on the map. And there's probably going to be very little resistance coming from Mythic Seal. Popping on that outer turret defense. The holy defense is only to be the one holding them back and taking care of this Lord. But look at Falcon. They laid down the glorious pathway. They want to fight under tower, and they're able to actually get it, bursting down the inhib so quickly. King Flash and Boye are low. Falcon Esports going for the conservative route here and just backing off completely.
That was honestly a really clean shot call. They identified that they could force the tower, and they executed on it perfectly. I've been saying that this Hylos would be a good pick for most of the series, and now we get to see why. It's just so easy to lay that carpet down, deny space, control space, and Falcon is doing a great job of playing around it. Benny still a big threat. Cold still no answer that Mythic Seal can really come up with. Now their goal is going to be trying to delay the game for Alita to come online. I think by now he should be pretty close to finishing that Trinity, so there is still a chance to turn this around, but Falcon are looking a lot more confident.
Yeah, absolutely confident, man. Like I said earlier, like they can pretty much do whatever they want in this game, and there's very little that Mythic Seals can actually do to stop him. Let's see if that trend's gonna keep going here as we're heading into the 12-minute mark, 12.5-minute mark, 20 seconds before the Lord spawns. I think I am just gonna call it out right here. I just want one good pickoff from Mythic Seal. Make that one pickoff happen, and maybe, just maybe, something can happen. It doesn't even need to be New Cold. Doesn't even need to be Benny. Can be maybe just PS or Kid X. Something, anything from Mythic Seal, man.
Yeah, they need to isolate basically, and they actually do have the resources to do so. They have Benedetta and Claude for splitting up and pushing side waves. If one of them needs to sacrifice their body, it might actually not be too bad, especially Madzi. You can see that he actually stopped pushing bottom and is coming mid to join the fight, but I feel like he should have just stayed, actually.
Oh, Alita almost got taken out here. Nice save from Nico with the real world, but now it's going to be Madzi who is suffering from behind. Boye as well, that glorious pathway. Oh my goodness, Kid X hit the exact glorious pathway they needed. And now they have the Lord.
Another similar issue to what we talked about earlier in the series. Madzi had basically a free push on the tier 2, but gave up on it to join the team fight and then just came in to get himself killed. I feel like it's a big waste here because we're still early enough in the game that Mythic Seal can handle these lords. Why not surrender them? Get some pressure on the map in some way instead of forcing these big team fights.
Well, I guess at this point, 14 minutes in with a Lord inside, they really don't have a choice. They need the team fight this well. They need to position Alita in the proper way. Lord is getting worked on by the Claude, though, and looks like Falcons. Interesting. They don't force it. They don't force the issue here. They want to fight outside the base, maybe, or they want to fight alongside the minions on top. They're trying to do that right now. Lord's pathway is laid down. Kid X quite low. He's tanking so many of the Claude hits. But Madzi, again, is going to be the victim of everything happening here. And that's just going to be another one. Another death for the Benedetta.
Mythic Seal at least are able to hold their base, but for how much longer? The minion waves are still streaking in. Look at the gold lead that Benny is holding onto right now. Dax right behind him. New Cold as well. The gold difference making a huge impact as the final inhibitor falls and now the crystal is exposed. Falcon, though, still keeping it safe. Not attempting to force things. They know what is at stake. A throw here would be terrible for them. But the next Lord is still 70 seconds away. I wonder if they'll try to make something happen before then.
Or I don't really blame them for waiting for the next Lord again. They want to go for the conservative route. Force away the nature here from Alita, though. Up on front is going to be Kid X. Boy, force a flicker out. No more flicker engage coming in from that Khaled for sure. And now it's going to be a Winter Crown. It's going to be super duper low. King Flash can't really go out. And taking out another member of Mythic Seal. Where is the fight? Where is the firepower? I just don't see it, man.
There's too much dive potential from Falcon Esports. It's very difficult for Alita to walk up and actually do damage because he could get caught out at any point by Benny, by New Cold, by Dax. So he has to keep it standard, keep it safe. At the very least, a consolation is that King Flash getting taken out there is basically the best time he could have been taken out. He will respawn in time for the Lord, but it's kind of doubtful that Mythic Seal will be able to claim enough space on the map to actually go out and meet it. This is why I was saying they should have split pushed with that last one, considering how easy it was for them to actually clear the Lord when it reached the base. They're going to need to make a decision once again as the Lord respawns in the river. The later the game goes, the more difficult it is to sacrifice these for split push pressure, and now they basically don't even have a choice.
Yeah, don't really have a choice. They are forced to fight here, especially with New Cole diving in non-stop. They do secure the Lord, but they're actually quite low. So Falcons, I don't know if they're going to be able to go for the fight here, but they find Alita, and they remove the Claude from the fight. New Cole and Kid X going to get taken out as well, though. That is going to be a double, and that's still going to be a 3v4. And that just means I don't think they will go for a fight just yet. Lord's going to be walking. I don't know if Falcons are going to be able to utilize this, since now it is 3v4. Plus, Alita will be back in 20 seconds. Plenty of time to go for the defense.
It does look like they're still going to escort the Lord for a little bit, but you are right. They're missing both of their frontliners. I don't think they're going to be able to do too much with this, especially considering how safe they were playing before, but the Lord is on the crystal.
Oh, I don't know if they want to do this. Raging Sandstorm stuns out PS. Oh, Madzi again! That could have been so bad, but luckily for him, no more stuns coming in from the high loss. And of course, the Freya is very, very far from the fight. So they're probably gonna have to warm up. It's gonna be pretty impossible to push the Mythic Seals in their base for now. That is a very damaged crystal. Not sure what they're gonna do with the base. And for the meantime, looks like they're going to have to wait for the next Lord again.
I will say, the game honestly is not over yet. Claude and Eve together forms a very strong late game base defense duo, and they do still have Madzi to go for macro play if they decide to commit to that. Falcon has to be cautious about this one. Their goal lead is still fairly notable. But if they allow the game to last too long, or if they end up throwing a kill here or there, it could easily even out against them. They still have the tower lead, so there's a lot of leeway on their side, but they're gonna need to try and find some way to bait Mythic Seal into their control area, because inside the base, it's actually quite difficult to 5v5.
It really is. Inside the base, like Mythic Seal, they don't have to worry too much. Unless Nico like messes up a real world, or unless Boye just kind of flops on the Raging Sandstorm, as long as they stay intact, Alita's firepower is actually very, very formidable. Huh, Windtalker on the Claude. Did he remove his boots? Wait, I gotta double check that. Wait a second. What does that mean? What are you trying to do here?
It has to be, right?
It has to be removing the boots, right? And weirdly enough, there's
any other reason.
I don't know if there's two immortalities on Boye. Am I seeing this right?
I'm
what is
seeing it
happening?
as well.
Here?
I'm wondering if that's correct. Okay, yeah, he did sell his boots. He still got the
Sell
Wind
the
of
boots.
Nature, so there's still some defensive options. Probably will try to swap the Wind of Nature once it comes down to the actual team fight. But now Lord is up, and this is the 20-minute Lord. There's no guarantee it ends the game if Mythic Seal gets it, but there's a very high chance of Falcon finishing things off if they have it on their side, since there are no inhibitors left standing on the red half of the map.
I'm still getting flabbergasted by the double immortality. Let's see if they can talk about that later. I want to ask. But it's a team fight. It's going to be a knockup here, King Flash. They're trying to fight inside the real world manipulation, but looks like they're not going to be able to utilize in this fight. Alita is the main target here. Falcons going from the back. Glorious Pathway cuts off the support. They're all walking super duper slow, and they're going to go ahead and blitz the Lord because of that. Again, Kid X just knows when to throw down the Glorious Pathway so that his team can really use it to its potential.
So well played right there from Falcon. The gold lead still leaning towards them slightly, so they're able to take down that objective without too much contention. But I do respect the choice of Mythic Seal to back off and cut their losses. So because of that, they don't end up taking any casualties, and they will be able to hold a 5v5 base defense. But again, no towers on their side. Damage is going to come down to Alita. The Claude has hit maximum capacity. Will actually hurt quite a lot to anyone who is caught out too far on the side of Falcon. We will see how this goes, because now the Lord is pushing in.
All right, it's now or never, right? If you're Falcons, you want to go for it. It looks like they will try. King Flash is on the side. He's trying to see if he can just tank up as much as possible on the damage output. Gonna be using the Winter Crown to survive that fight for longer. We're still not seeing the Blazing Duet. I don't know when he's reserving it for, but he's reserving it apparently for the fadeaway. Oh my goodness, they're actually gonna be able to take out Dax, and the base is surviving, at least for now. Alina's still alive here. The Claude is doing everything humanly possible to try to push them back. But Madzi is gonna fall, and there's just so many minions. And looks like it will be the Falcon who will be soaring to the lower bracket finals.
An impressive base defense from Mythic Seal. They really put it all on the line right there. But unfortunately, it was just too much to handle. Not just the Lords, but multiple waves of enhanced minions pushing in at the same time. And the carry waiting for the perfect opportunity to strike. I gotta say, I would not have expected this result after watching Game 1. It really feels like a different series altogether, but congratulations to Falcon Esports. They will be making it to the top 3 of MSL Myanmar.
Yeah, top 3, man. That is saying something. Man, oh man. All right. So, consistency. Did we get that right? This go back and forth, right? This went back and forth completely.
It did, actually.
And that is going to be the Falcons coming out on top. What an amazing performance, honestly, in that last game. We finally saw what they were made of. And I think we will hear about them on the stage.
Yep, I'm not sure if we're going to be getting the interview on the English broadcast side, since I'm not sure if they're going to be able to do that. But for now, really impressive series right there. Full best of 5. Like you mentioned, Rockhard, back and forth. Falcon won Game 1, Game 3, Game 5. They really put themselves through the ringer. They put us through the ringer as well. But definitely entertaining, and I'm glad that it was able to end off in a proper game performance as well. None of that just waiting around for your opponent to make a mistake. Actual gameplay, and not bad drafting as well.
Actually, not bad. The draft there was honestly very immaculate, because they kind of just saw a win condition. They knew that they need to be very aggressive. They need to take him by surprise. And I think the carry was just phenomenal. What a pick here. And as you know, as good as it was to watch them play into a Claude, it just couldn't do everything. You couldn't swap out. And the Freya XP, that was just the icing on top of the cake, man. That was beautiful.
Feels like it just slipped the minds of Mythic Seal that was still an open pick on the board right there, and Hovius was already removed. Without it, there really are very few answers to the Freya in the meta right now, and they just couldn't find one. And even so, still managed to keep it fairly close. They respected their opponents. They played it safe. They knew that a single mistake here would cost them. It would have been nice to see if they were able to mount that final defense, but when you get to that late game, those minions are tough to handle, and you got the entire enemy team breathing down your neck as well. A well-deserved victory from Falcon Esports, and hopefully we get to see Mythic Seal come back stronger next time too.
Yeah, Mythic Seal, man. It's going to be odd seeing an MSC without Mythic Seal. But definitely, I mean, Falcon Esports really flew in this game. Now, not saying that they're like a perfect team. I can tell that there's a lot of things they need to kind of work on as well. Especially the consistency in dueling in the early game, right? I feel like the moment they lose early game, it's just so difficult for them to claw back. So I don't know if that's a weakness that some of their opponents might spot out, you know, in this coming in the next few. But we'll definitely find that out soon, because I think the next one they will fight is whoever loses against YG and Team 7. So
yeah, we're gonna be watching the upper bracket finals right after this. Loser drops down to lower bracket finals, where they will face off against Falcon. And I don't think either of those teams wants to be in that spot either, because you're gonna have to play potentially up to 12 games tomorrow, right? Lower bracket finals into grand finals. But regardless, what a way to kick things off. Literally first match of the playoffs. It comes down to this. Highly unexpected, very entertaining, even though the first half of it was a little bit sus. I'm glad that they were able to switch things up. And really makes me wonder, with how quickly they were able to switch things up, why they were playing like that in the first 3 games. Because, like, question mark?
Yeah, lots of question marks popping up in my head as well. I completely agree. I feel like some of those games could have been a lot smoother, especially where, you know, I think especially game number 2. I feel like that could have started off pretty strong. In game number 2, they had a pretty decent draft as well. So right now, I like, you know, there's still that, what do you call that? There's still the personality that they had to deal with Mythic Seal, obviously, right? In game number 4, no question about it. That was a Mythic Seal game. It was difficult, but we all knew, right? Everyone watching, we all knew that if that game number 4 with the Masha and the chip went on longer, they were going to lose that anyway. So, yeah, I think for Falcons, they just need to lock down these picks that they're trying to go for, especially if they want to go for like a triple bruiser. They will have to make sure that there's going to be at least one extra damage dealer, not just like a Granger and the Zushin. And if they can do that, you know what, they can do better. But for now, with the Falcons that we saw, they probably feel somewhat 7/10. They can definitely do a lot more. They can kind of just research more into their comp. They should do better. But whoever they face, whether it be Team 7 or YG, they're gonna have a hard time, honestly.
It's gonna be a tricky one, because honestly, those two teams are definitely approach the game differently than what we've seen from the two teams here so far. But I'm glad to see that there has been an improvement. There's been a sense of polish coming in. Normally, you don't see teams polish within the same series itself, but as the value of best of 5s, best of 7s, you know, you get to witness a bit of a journey happening across that match on its own. And hopefully this translates into something good in their next one on top of that. But yeah, you're right. There's still places to grow. There's still things that can be improved on. It's just a good first step.
Absolutely a good first step. I'm trying to rewatch what they were doing as well. Yeah, they could have made the triple fighter work. We also saw that they were using a guys, stop doing the third pick Atlas. It's obviously just not working as well. It worked one game, but I'm just not convinced yet. So maybe they don't need to force that all the time. They won a game with the, what do you call that? They won a game with the Fanny. So I'm pretty happy with that. And I kind of know that they still have they have more flexibility than what we probably give them credit for anyway.
Yeah. I think the funny thing is that one Atlas game that actually won was just not third pick Atlas. It was Blue 4. So perhaps third pick Atlas is just not the way to go. You gotta pick him a little bit later than that. So I don't really feel like the reason for winning that one was the Atlas. There were some other conditions happening there, but overall, pretty solid start. I am definitely looking forward to that next match, though. All right, that next one. We'll talk a little bit more in detail about later, but I think the next match is really the one everyone's gonna be keeping an eye on.
Yeah, and I think I see that. I see that in the comments as well. Like, people are saying, you know what, that next match, it's gonna be faster. It's gonna be higher tempo, probably more high stakes. So whether that's going to be on the side of YG or side Team 7, I don't know. But either way, I hope you guys don't tune out just yet. Just make sure you get your food later on, because we will having another best of 5 right after this one, and I'm sure a lot of viewers are very excited to watch that too. I would like to see more of that, and for sure, I'm expecting not a drastic change though. If we're still talking about Falcons, right? I'm not expecting a drastic change from them, to be honest. I still think like Benny will still prioritize heroes like the Harif tomorrow and all that. So watch out for that. But for the meantime, the MVP for this one is gonna be PS.
Zeusin is still one of the most oppressive mid laners in the meta. The only weakness that she has to deal with is that lack of damage, but it can be supplemented heavily with the right roamer and the right jungler to help clear mid waves and allow you to unlock yourselves to affect the sides. I think he's able to play a much more comfortable game now that he had a high lows to move around with. You can kind of maneuver around as well since the hero is a little tankier than your typical mage, and that allows him to rack up a 93% kill participation, 14 assists, only a single death, and this is your typical Zeusin build as well. You got that Ice Queen's wand on top of the high lows just to slow people down even further, and that gives Falcon Esports a lot of opportunity to decide how they want to take these fights on their terms.
Yeah, what's interesting for me is no Skypiercer. He just wanted to be full support. He knew he didn't need to build Skypiercer. He just needed to make sure he could help keep the carry alive, right? That was the main goal. Keep the carry alive, keep the Freya alive. You don't need to go full damage. You just need to survive and take the hits so that your main cores can actually do the damage from behind.
I think it's most likely the case that the Skypiercer was on Suyo instead. I think probably we'll get to see once the item builds come out. You only really want Skypiercer on one person, and there's a couple of people that can pick it up. So if Suyo has the Skypiercer, then Zeusin probably shouldn't have it, since yeah, as you mentioned, you do have multiple cores already. We can have a look here. Yep, Suyo has the Skypiercer, so PS decides to take a slightly more supportive damage role, and since it was a 22-minute game, most people also full build at the very end. I don't think there's any itemization too out of the ordinary. Madzi did decide to go full damage on this Benedetta, and I feel like maybe a slight more build into Bruiser would have helped a little bit just to add some control effects, because he was getting bursted quite quickly.
Yeah, Madzi was just disappearing, man. He was disappearing from the map most of these games. Which again, I don't blame him because it is a carry. These are very scary, damaging heroes on the side of Falcon. Even if you go toe to toe against Freya, every time the camera was over them, Madzi was just running. Right? He can't really, he can't go toe to toe. Very few heroes can go toe to toe against Freya anyway. So I don't blame him for that. But everything else, you could have probably just been like a bait. You could have just built full tank Benedetta, honestly, and been a bait so that they don't focus Nico, they don't focus Alita, they focus on you. And we didn't see that as much, which again, understandable. Usually Benedettas want to go for flashy plays, want to go for kills, but it's just not the game to do it here. And they really suffered because of that.
Yeah, it's a tough spot to be in because you do want to try and build damage so that you can contribute. But if you build full tank as well, there is literally a carry on the opposite side that can melt through you. I do agree, though, that slightly more bulkiness would have been useful, because even if you buy a couple more seconds of eating damage from the carry, maybe that would have been enough to allow Nico and Alita to do their thing, right? Hard to say, but we can definitely see that the match was closer than you would have thought, right? Damage taken nearly equal on both sides, actually higher DPS output on the Mythic Seal side. I think Nico and Alita were actually doing a pretty okay job. It's just they weren't able to break through enough.
Yeah, breaking through is just that's just easier said than done at this point, right? Like I kind of understand why it was so difficult for him to just go through it. Again, it feels like you should be more proactive with a lineup that has a Benedetta, that has a Khalid, but again, easier said than done. It was a very well thought out composition for Falcons. They really, they knew their win condition. They knew how they were good at, what they were good at, and they just went with that. And you got to respect them for it.
Man, if they just played like this from game one, From the very beginning, we would have had a much more entertaining series. We wouldn't have had to be so harsh on these teams in the first couple of games. But hey, again, better late than never. We can see in these highlights again that both teams were actually a lot more active this time around in the early game. There was some good micro play, good macro decisions, and initially Mythic Seal did actually win the first turtle fight, but after that Falcon were actually the ones with more of an advantage thanks to heroes like this Freya just kind of running at their opponent.
Oh yeah, for sure. The Freya, it was just a ticking time bomb, man. You knew it was gonna pop off. You didn't even need to keep watching it. You just know that once it arrives, Valkyrie's descent, nothing can really stop it. Not even like a Khalid, not even bumping it. Bumping into it with a Baksha would stop it, really, despite having like a lot of anti-heal. That this New Cold really played this to a T. And I really, really commend them for it. And they played alongside this in a manner where it was impossible for Madzi to make a play, man. Even King Flash, like I was wondering, how are they gonna fight? Who's gonna start the fights here? It's all Boye. But if Boye is gone, like what happens? Here, I thought they were gonna get Benny. Honestly, in that situation, Boye and Madzi were behind. I thought they were gonna get Benny, but Benny, again, the positioning on that guy is excellent. And again, instead of them punishing, they were the ones who got punished, and that's why they couldn't really fight against Falcons properly.
Yeah, I really, really wish that Madzi went for the macro play in that previous exchange right there. It would have had a much bigger impact, especially early on, since earlier lords can be handled quite easily. Just give them up. Go for towers. At least give yourself some breathing room for the later stages. But some of the old habits die hard. They still wanted to win team fights. And a gold swing would have been huge. Their base defense was actually really, really solid. But late game minions, man, they just eat so much. This also a really good play from Dax. Go in, get that execute, force the Wind of Nature out from Alita early on in exchange for his life. And then after that, Benny can just take over and actually finish off the game.
Yeah, there were times where I thought, hey, wait a second, Mythic Seal? Can they actually clean up? No, not really. I mean, they just didn't have any bullets left in the gun, and they just had to whittle out. So a big commendation there. Falcons, again, have to reiterate, they're not perfect. It wasn't as clean as I want it to be, but they actually read their opponent properly in that game, and they got the win. So they really deserve third place minimum. So they're top 3 already. And let's see what else they can give us in this coming games tomorrow. They will be playing first on the lower bracket final. That's going to be a best of 5. And again, whoever loses on the next game is going to be their opponent. YG and Team 7, they're really going to be up for a very fun time there.
And that one is definitely worth watching. For anyone tuning in now who hasn't really been keeping up with MSL Myanmar, Yangon, Galacticos, and Team 7 have very active, very aggressive playstyles overall, which means we should be seeing a very different matchup to see who claims that first Grand Finals ticket. But while we set up for that next match, we're going to go on a bit of a break. So don't go anywhere for too long, peoples. We will see you guys right after this.
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူကိုယ့်ချက်နဲ့ချက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချက်ဆက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
အတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမန်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V code နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V code ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတွေကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V code G မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V code တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုးနေတူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
အတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိတ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူကိုရကိုစကိုချနေချမ်းချိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတကနေခုတိတ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိတ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမဲ့ချိန်စပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
ကိုယ့်ရဲ့ energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင့်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညင်ကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ် team မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည် Vigo တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့ချမ်းချိုင်းနေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်သက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
အတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go team မြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V-Go တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V-Go sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပေကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ V-Go နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
မိမတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's Play Arena
ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ999ချက်နဲ့တန်းကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချိန်သက်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ999ချက်နဲ့အထက် package များဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း3000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
အတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖြတ်ပြီး energy level ကို V ကုတ်နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V ကုတ်ပါဝင်တဲ့ကဖိန်းကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီးဗီတာမင် B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွားမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V ကုတ်ချီမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်ချိုရည် V ကုတ်တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး V Gold Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်ချိုရည်နဲ့တူကိုယ်သာလင်ကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ V Gold နဲ့တူကိုယ့်ဘဝရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုယ်ရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
ဂိမ်းမာတွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူကိုယ့်ချက်နဲ့ချက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ရ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချက်တပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
အတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်ပြီးခွာမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ် V-Go Gမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အပြည့်အချိုရည် V-Go
Day 1 of the MLBB Super League Myanmar Season 3 continues with our second and final best of 5 series of the day, none other than the upper bracket finals, in which one team between Team 7 and Yangon Galacticos will be claiming a direct ticket to the grand finals. You're once again watching the English broadcast. My name is Stafa, and once again I am joined by Rockhart.
Hey guys, it's Team 7 versus YG. Again, I would say at this point YG should be like the undisputed top dog so far of MSL Myanmar Season 3, and they deserve it. Literally undefeated. That's a difficult record to usually achieve in the league. Very few teams run undefeated, and they're able to do it. So I have a lot of hopes for YG in this one, but Team 7, don't forget they're also second seed. They are second seed in this league, so I would say that it's not going to be as roller coastery as last game, as the last series that we had. That was a true roller coaster. Team 7 actually ended the regular season with an 8-1 record, and literally second place only to YG. So that should say something. And they also had a pretty interesting journey. They beat the team that we saw earlier, Falcon Esports, in the 3-2. That's the last time they played. And yeah, because of that, they are here in the upper bracket final. And it's a best of 5.
Another best of 5 series. For those of you who may have missed out on what happened earlier, we ended up going all 5 games between Falcon Esports and Mythic Seal, with Falcon being able to claim the final victory and move on into the top 3. They're currently waiting in the lower bracket final to see who their opponent is going to be, and that will be the loser of this match. And as you pointed out, Rakat, Yangon Galacticos definitely coming in as the favorites, the only undefeated team throughout this season of MSL, and Team 7 actually undefeated as well, with one exception, which was their loss to Yangon. So there's definitely some history here. They're definitely looking for a little bit of vengeance, especially if I look at history correctly. This is apparently the Grand Finals rematch from Season 2 as well, where Yangon Galacticos previously 4-0 swept Team 7. So there's definitely a little bit of a background. These teams have played against each other before, and now they're going to be facing off again with grand finals on the line.
That is a very solid record, honestly. It's going to be hard to top that. Again, grand finals rematch could be a possibility. All Team 7 has to do is just win this or win against Falcons. Either way, they are, in YG as well. Either one of them can do that. That grand finals rematch can actually be can become an actual grand finals rematch, right? So it's all on the line here. The only thing I would say different is obviously that was a completely different season ago. Very different heroes are now really in contention for a lot of the drafts that are happening recently. And like we saw in the last series, it was raining atlases. It was really a very interesting play. We got Paquitos all around, jabbing everybody. So yeah, despite it being a rematch, it feels like it's probably going to be a different battlefield, and that is saying something, right? So we're very excited for this matchup for sure, especially right now that there are a lot of other, you know, talents or other things that you probably picked up on during the scrims. I'm not gonna be surprised if we see, you know, more surprises here. In terms of hero picks, though, you're probably gonna see a lot more, especially similar in the jungle. I would say I'm not gonna be surprised about that.
Mm-hmm. I think so as well. Earlier, we already talked about how we might be able to see slight differences in the gameplay from Falcon and Mythic Seal because there has been a 2 week gap between the play-ins and now. Now we can bring that up again for YG versus Team 7. Have they shifted things up? Because we already kind of highlighted this a little bit towards the end of the match earlier, where we told you guys that compared to the previous two teams, these two squads are a lot more proactive. They are known for aggressive gameplay, very strong early rotations, and so we should see much more active matches between the two once we jump into the Land of Dawn. This is also shown in some of the hero picks that they do play. We see a surprising amount of Selena being picked up on both sides, actually, with Yangon Galacticos even having played one match as Selena Rome in their play-in match against Mythic Seal. We of course still remember Blink, known for some interesting heroes like that signature Hellcat Rome. And on the other side, Team 7 played 4 games of Marcel against Falcon Esports, including 3 of those who were with a Selena mid. So definitely a hotly contested hero between these two teams. They even played 2 matches of Hayabusa at the end of that one. So both of these squads definitely capable of pulling out slightly off meta picks.
Yeah, the Marcel definitely gonna be highly contested. You know, even Team 7 pulling out the random Lapu Lapu out of nowhere at times. So this is the with complete monochromatic monochromatic throwback feels. This is what they were going for.
We got the squads up on screen right now. A little bit of a preview video for the matchup we are going to be witnessing.
Season 2 Grand Final မှာလည်းဖလားနဲ့ဝယ်ခဲ့ရပြန်ပါတယ်။နောက်ဆုံးဒီ Season 3 Regular Season အထိဒီလိုကံကြမ္မာဆိုးတွေထပ်လိုက်လာခဲ့တဲ့အခါ YG ကပဲအသာစီးရသွားပြီးသူတို့ရဲ့ဒိုင်းကြီးကပိုခက်ခဲပုံမြင့်မာလာပါတော့တယ်။
ကျွန်တော်တို့ရှေ့မှာချန်ပီယံဖြစ်ခဲ့တဲ့တိုင်တယ်လည်းကျွန်တော်တို့လွယ်လွယ်ကူကူနဲ့ဆုံးရှုံးခံမှာတော့မဟုတ်ပါဘူး။ဒီခုပွဲမှာလည်းချန်ပီယံထပ်ဖို့အတွက်ကျွန်တော်တို့အသင်းအနေနဲ့ယုံကြည်ကြတော့ 100% ပြည့်ပါ
လေးယောက်ကောင်းဘောတော့ပြစ်နေပြီတောင်းမကျန်နေခဲ့တဲ့အလီတာပိတ်ပြီးနေတဲ့တန်းတောင်းနေကြအောင်လေးလေးက
But this is not the end. ရှူစားရမှာကတော့တစ်ချက်ကလေးမှာမားခံလို့မရတော့တဲ့ MSL Season 3 Playoff YG အနေနဲ့သူတို့ရဲ့ဘရင်တကားလိုပိုင်ဆိုးမှုကိုဆက်ထိန် Grand Final စီဆက်လက်တက်လှမ်းသွားမှာဒါမှမဟုတ် Team 7 ကပဲဟာတီးရဲ့နာကျင်မှုအင်အားအဖြစ်ပြောင်းလဲပြီးရာဇဝတ်တွေအားလုံးကိုစပ်ပြသွားမှာဘယ်သူကဆက်ပြီးပိုင်ဆိုးမလဲဘယ်သူကသမိုင်းကိုပြောင်းလဲမလဲတက်ရှိမှမှန်နဲ့ကြည့်ဖို့တော့ခဲမဲ့ပွဲပါပဲ Draw away
Two teams, one battle. Who will be claiming glory once again? We have both teams walking up on stage right now, starting things off. It is none other than Team 7.
Team 7, like we mentioned earlier, almost a perfect playoffs or a perfect regular season run, save for the opponent that they have on the other side of the aisle. And again, if you're thinking about it, this will be a pretty big revenge matchup. Although again, it doesn't feel like it's going to be an easy path for them.
Definitely not. After all, in the regular season matchup. This is, of course, the one singular opponent that they were not able to take down, none other than Yangon Galacticos, the team that surprised the world and brought attention back to the region as its newest representative, ending up in 7th, 8th place during the most recent M7 World Championship, and now eager to reclaim their position on the international scene. They walk up on stage with an aggressive aura and a gameplay style known for catching their opponents off guard.
They have a very surprising way of just taking opponents by storm, overwhelming them, and just taking it brute force with just pure macro. Again, a combination of so many cultures in one team as well. Infusing that Filipino firepower as well with Coach Marv's on the helm. They really did go a very long distance in the last M7, and they're trying to get back into that one. The first step, of course, is going to be to try to go for that one slot that we have for MSC 2026.
There is only one direct slot available here in MSL Myanmar, which means that just making it the grand finals isn't going to be enough. You gotta be able to win the entire thing as a whole, but it's also for that reason that you gotta keep your energy about you. The team that gets this ticket, who claims this victory today, will not just claim a top 2 spot, but also be spared from having to play the lower bracket finals at the start of tomorrow and enter the grand finals with their full potential. Starting things off, we introduce Team 7.
Now, Team 7, again, it's a team that just knows how to value heroes like the Harif, like the Marcel, so I'm really expecting a lot of reliance towards that. And they're also a team that kind of likes that Arlot, so looking forward to seeing them draft. But as for the other side, a very scary Yangon Galacticos facing them now.
These are both squads known for heavy early game aggression, but there are slight differences in the way that they approach that. I think that overall, Yangon Galacticos has the stronger mid trio. Their synergy seems to be on point. They rotate together very, very fast, and they know how to play around those objective timings. In comparison, Team 7 is a largely more independent roster. They also have very strong rotations, but they don't really rely on having the numbers together to make it happen. It's more of a case of everyone knows how to do their own thing, and they're willing to trust each other to make that happen. It does result in some mistakes from time to time, because they are not afraid to roam the map as individuals. They're not really afraid of like, hey, I'm gonna split push this lane, I might get caught out, that's perfectly fine. Right? So that does add a bit of a chaotic factor. It also means that the fighting between these two squads is gonna be very, very skirmishy overall.
Oh yeah, I highly think that skirmishing is an understatement. They're both teams are very scary right now, especially if you're looking at the GPM ratings. Man, Sanji has been off the charts, 807. GPM is nothing to scoff at. Again, followed closely by Lucky. Pretty solid performance, I would say, just based off of these stats alone.
Something that I find very, very interesting about the GPM rankings on MSL Myanmar is that there's literally only one gold laner up there, which is first place. After that, we've got 2 junglers and 2 mid laners. The junglers, makes sense on paper, but you normally don't expect mid laners to be among the highest GPM overall. There is clearly a notable gap, though, when it comes to Sanji's performance. So he is definitely someone we gotta keep an eye on. Like we highlighted earlier, he is actually a player loaned from Falcon. So it's interesting to see how far he's gone with Yangon Galacticos. And I think he's honestly meshed in very well. They're a very aggressive squad overall. We can see the most picked heroes between these teams as well up on screen.
Yeah, I'm actually expecting Harif to be hotly contested in this one. Especially we do see Sanji playing that a lot. We also see, the Baksha getting prioritized so much. Still very flexible hero. I still think the Baksha is decent, even if you throw it onto the roam. But the Zushin, weirdly enough, right, in the last series, Zushin was just so open. It's like anyone could probably take it.
Surprisingly, not a particularly strong ban presence in the last series. We got to see Zusin played in almost every single game before, but that's kind of understandable since there were certain heroes that those teams preferred. They weren't exactly the most meta following type. They had their own style of going for a straight up team fight, which is why heroes like Marcel needed to be respected. Harry, Phobius, oftentimes bigger concerns in their minds. But this game around, I think we should expect to see it go back to a more standard meta drafting style. A lot of the core heroes are going to be prioritized, like that Marcel, like that Harley, like the Harry. But I do hope we get to see a little bit of Selena, because it was played a lot during the play-ins, and we just haven't seen any of her yet.
I think so. And if both of these teams really value that Selena, from the games I've watched from YG, they're gonna value this, banning out heroes that have high lockdown. Just like in the last series, we saw Kalea almost banned almost in every game. We might actually see that here. We've seen YG do that time and time again. They ban out heroes like the Cho, the Claw, the Atlas. The Cho, the Kalea, the Atlas, even heroes like the Phobius, just to make sure that their own players don't get overwhelmed by crowd control. And I think from the drafting style I've seen coming in from YG, that's what they want. They want to have their heroes just roam around freely on the map, make their own plays, and not worry too much about crowd control or that CC. And maybe that's the way that the coaches are going here.
Yeah, I think it is definitely good to give teams like this the ability to be independent on the map. Allowing them to play a more standard team fight style feels like a bit of a limiter, actually, because it means they always have to move together. They got to be protecting their squishy backliners instead of making strong plays across the map on their own. When we look at the team head-to-head on both sides here, we are definitely looking at a higher overall KDA and GPM from Yangon Galacticos. It seems like there's also a very high 100% team fight participation, really, across the entire team. That's actually a shocking stat.
Does that mean they only fight as a 5? Like, that's what that means, right? If you're at 100%,
that doesn't really make sense,
KP,
though. It feels like,
that means you never do solo kills. That means you always get your kills as a 5-man unit. We really have to confirm that. That sounds almost impossible. Like first bloods, you never have like a first blood happen on gold lane or XP lane. It's always like a big fight. I don't know. But maybe it's just that high. Maybe it's like close to 100. I would understand that, but not 100% completely.
Yeah, maybe it's rounded up a little bit. I guess we'll find out, right? Once we actually watch them. We know that they're a very aggressive team. We know that they probably move together a little bit more than Team 7 overall, but 100% feels a little unlikely considering the types of heroes that we've seen them play. They do perform well on assassins. Literally, there was a roam Hellcat. Usually, you don't need to be together with the team to make kills happen on that sort of hero. We'll find out, I suppose, right? I think it's gonna be a fun game. I hope to see some interesting things. We already saw some curious drafts earlier, not just like the Paquitos and the Atlases, but also the Chip Masha combo earlier. Is there anything else you still want to see, Rockhart?
I just want to see more of that Arlot. I haven't really today, weirdly enough, right? We have not seen Arlot today, which is really funny because usually a lot of teams, especially high mechanically intensive teams, they like those Arlots. They like the Arlot. They either let the Arlot go through or they use like a counter against it and just let it slip through. Like, for example, like a Phobius, right? So that's something that I was wondering why it was happening earlier on. But I guess when you think about it, it makes sense. Like Arlot's just too much of a wild card in some games that it kind of makes you wonder. Like maybe you can just go ahead and straight out brawl it. If you want to go ahead and straight brawl, I think it makes sense that Arlot's not there. But now, like I said, these are two completely different teams, right? They're completely different teams, so maybe they'll do different things.
Yeah, we already pointed out how different these squads are compared to Falcon and Mythic Seal, and I hope that they remain that way because that should create a lot more entertaining gameplay than before, right? First couple games in the first match were definitely a little bit left us a little bit wanting, and I'm glad that they were able to improve upon it and make a much more entertaining, much closer Game 4 and Game 5 in the previous series. This time around, I want these teams to just get off the ground running. Even from Game 1 alone, I want to see bloodshed and action across the land of Dawn, because that's basically what they've been selling us the entire time.
That's true. I want to see that, man. I want to see dominance, honestly. I am going to straight out predict YG for this one, just because I feel like they just have a very well-rounded toolkit. They're also a more aggressive team. They like to, that's the funny thing about YG, right? They like to pick aggressive. They like Arlott a lot. They like those Salinas a lot. But they're also the ones who have the highest wins. They're almost undefeated here, literally undefeated in the regular season, and then only suffered like 2 game losses in the play-ins. So I don't doubt that. I really don't doubt that they'll be able to kind of just go ahead and take this for a sweep this time.
Yeah, I hope so as well. I will also personally predict more towards Yangon Galacticos just based off of historical data, right? Again, undefeated team. Doesn't really make sense for them to have some trouble here, but they are definitely not the cleanest in certain ways as well. Their matchup against Team 7 during the regular season was actually 2-1, and then during the play-ins, they nearly lost the series to Mythic Seal, I believe it was. It was a 3-2 situation. So there are definitely situations where Yangon Galacticos can get punished. It's just that they are the ones that usually close things out. And this is a very similar spirit to one we saw them previously at the M series. I think they catch people off guard. They play fast, they play hard. They can be punished as a result of that for trying to force things and then getting caught out of position. But you could also say the same for Team 7. In fact, you could say that it's even worse off in the case of Team 7, since a lot of their players like to perform independently and then they somehow find that synergy off of individual play. So this is going to be a fun one. It's going to be very exciting.
Yeah, for sure. Especially if they can kind of just get ahead, especially in the earlier stages of the game. If they can kind of get the early game tempo from YG, maybe that can stop those Salinas from making impact. They can stop Sanji from going crazy on these hyper carry heroes he always likes to play, either the Claude or the Harif. If they can get those locked down, I mean, sometimes maybe they won't be able to utilize that Arlott at the end, right? So those are the possible win conditions that Team 7 have. And again, like we mentioned earlier, it's a completely different patch. Not super different, but there's a flavor added to it. You know what I mean? There's a lot of flavor. And we should be able to find, a pretty decent middle ground for them. Again, all of that is a big coin toss. I don't know what you guys kind of predict is going to happen here. Let us know if you have any questions, comment them down below or try to read them while we're waiting for them. Because I think right now the players are doing a ping test.
Yeah. We got confirmation that the teams are doing their ping test right now, basically getting everything set up on that stage so that we can get things going with the second match of the day. Best of 5. How far do you think we'll go in this one? Will we go to a full 5 games this time around as well?
Nah, it's 3-0, bro.
No?
3-0? That's saying something, right? No. Realistically, maximum for me is 3-1. I don't see a 5-game series, man. I have looked deep into the future and I don't see a 5-game series. I don't know if there's anyone who will contest me on that, but that's just what it feels like.
Okay, interesting. I mean, we all know that YG are a very strong team, but they have battled pretty close games against Team 7 in the past, even if they clean swept them in the grand finals last season. That was quite a while ago. I personally don't think it's impossible to go all 5 games, while it's going to be a bit of a split for me, because on one hand, Going all 5 games would be great because it would be very fun to watch, very entertaining between 2 very active teams. On the other hand, we just came off of 5 games, so we're definitely a little bit tired at this and hoping to have a cleaner finish for the day, especially considering that these teams are going to need to face off tomorrow as well, so reserving some energy is probably going to help.
Oh yeah, for sure. Especially now though, I feel like, it just makes a lot more sense to just be able to finish this fast, which is I think also on this coach's playbook. That's one of the playbooks that I actually heard yesterday when I was talking to Team Liquid Philippines. I told him, hey, why are you guys playing so fast? Like, do you really want to finish this right away? Like they said, we're first off tomorrow. We're playing tomorrow. We got to finish this quick and get our rest in. So to be honest, that's also part of the computations. If you can finish it quickly, you want to. Especially if you have a lot of trust in your teammates, you go do it because you need all the rest that you can, especially considering tomorrow is going to be a best of 7.
Yeah, I'm actually really glad to hear confirmation that teams do take that into account, especially from Liquid Philippines themselves. That appeared to be Broken Walls, though. Brand new map. Surprisingly, in the previous series, we only got Expanding Rivers and Dangerous Grass. So Broken Wall is going to be making its first appearance today as we jump into draft for game number 1.
Yeah, the super neutral map where the trail dances are just so much fun. I personally like Broken Walls because of the 2 openings for the Lord dances. Oh man, so good. And look, it looks like 7 are doing their homework. I love this. But you know what's so funny? YG are drafting exactly the way I thought they would. Banning out Harley, banning out the Phobius, and then they also ban out Kalea picks and Suyo picks and Atlas picks. That's exactly how I thought they'd ban out.
Now, typically banning Phobius on red side is a little bit risky because it means that the enemy team can snap up Harif straight away. But right now, Freya is also still open. So there's a chance Yangon might just leave the draft open there, basically say, you can have one, we'll take the other, and we'll just duel it out in dashes. The Zeusin will get removed from Team 7's side. Yangon Galacticos, what are they concerned about? The Harif and Freya are there. The Marcel is still open as well. So there's plenty of options.
You know what? I would actually just give the Freya here. Give the Freya and go for the Masha chip. Oh, Selena.
Ooh.
That's a shame. That's a shame on that one. A big smile as well on Coach Gina's face. He knows the game. He knows what's up.
I kind of like what YG have done here. They basically created a 3-pronged attack. Freya, Harif, and Marcel. You can only take one. Then Yangon Galacticos have free reign to grab the others. Maybe there's heroes that I'm missing out as well, but it means that red side gains a little bit more power here since they will have access to more of the meta picks compared to Team 7 side.
I won't be surprised by the Freya. Looks like it's none of the above.
Oh,
What?
wow.
All right. No, so I kind of understand the Uranus pick. Honestly, it makes sense. Again, kind of do whatever you want on the map. If they go Freya XP, you can kind of deal with it as well. But they left so many cards on the table here. A little bit surprising.
I feel like YG could even go Hari Freya here if they wanted to, but not even. Wow, none of the heroes being contested. They will go ahead and grab the Marcel, but they will pair it up with the Gord. If the Harley was still open, I would think that YG was setting up for that, but they did ban it themselves. So this is already an interesting mid-duo. Gord Marcel don't have the best early wave clear, so there's a possibility that they lose out mid lane prio at level 1. But then after that, they should be able to keep up.
I do expect them to be able to just keep up here. Okay. Here we go. We're slowly getting it. And that Galea hotly contested, hotly banned out. left open for Team 7. So far, huh? It's looking really good for first free picks.
Yeah, I am liking what Team 7's setting up here. We literally mentioned this earlier when the Freya was picked up. With the Phobius gone, there's not a lot of heroes that are good at handling Freya, and Team 7 can still flex this into either side lane since they haven't revealed the other yet. The Kalea is a hero that was quite consistently banned out before, should offer some pretty good trading if they pair it with a strong enough mid lane clearer, of which there are still plenty of heroes in the pool.
Yeah.
Whereas Yangon right now are a little bit squishy. They're going to be needing some notable frontliners. With the Marcel as the roam as well, you would typically want to go for a tank jungle. So I wouldn't be too surprised if Team 7 starts banning those.
Yeah, you never know. Maybe it's the Uranus that's gonna go jungle here. We've seen that happen, right?
That's
just be
true.
And again, in this way, if you go tank jungle against that, you might have a hard time, to be honest. So I would actually try to go for an assassination pick, maybe. Like Suyo definitely off the table, I think, though. The Suyo is gonna have such a hard time against this Kalea. So I get what you mean. Like tank jungle just makes so much sense. You need that secondary tank because Marcel's not a tank. As much as he plays like a tank, he's not really a tank. He cannot really, stay in the front as long. So you need someone who can kind of just soak against the Freya. If not the tank jungle, I would probably pick the Hylos or as an XP. Just so there's someone who can kind of slow down the Freya's role.
Yeah, I am looking at this Freya right now and wondering how Yangon wants to deal with her. Because there really aren't a lot of good ways of doing it so far. Yeah, Team 7 will indeed ban out the Fredrin, probably one of the better combos with the Gord left. So the options are going down. And I honestly don't know what would be the best here. Most likely they will want to pick a... They probably should pick jungler here. But there is the argument to go EXP if you're confident Uranus is going to be your matchup. They do think it is Uranus EXP, so they'll go for the Alice first.
That's good. That's very, very good, honestly. You go for the Alice here, and it's only going to be the jungler available. Maybe it's... that's going to be tough, man. What is a good jungle pick for this one?
Honestly, Guinevere, I think. I feel like Guinevere is actually pretty good. We didn't see her at all, and it seems like Guinevere overall just doesn't seem to be a heavily prioritized pick in MSL Myanmar. Maybe it's not really something their region enjoys playing too much, but I do think it's a pretty solid solution under the current circumstances. Because you really need a little bit more catch. You need a little bit more presence overall in the front line. Looks like they will go for the Paquito jungle on the side of Yangon.
All right. Is it? I'm convinced. Yes.
Wait. Is it Paquito or jungle, Alice jungle?
Wait a second.
Because Han is the jungler.
Right. They swapped out to Alice?
Oh.
No way. All right. In many ways, it makes sense. Because if you... Right now, with Paquito, he's split push type, right? Like, Paquitos right now are split push type. You can't do that if you're Paquito jungle.
Correct. From my personal testing, actually, Paquito feels a lot better in the EXP lane compared to jungle side, because he really can't do too much in the jungle until he gets his first item. He's actually quite easy to invade. So this does make sense, but it is pretty unique, and that's exactly what we were hoping for. Just not exactly in this way. Good to see that we can still be surprised here as we jump into game number 1 of our second series of the day. Team 7 going up against Yangon Galacticos.
Yeah, Yangon Galacticos. If I haven't actually seen an Alice jungle in a long time, so I'm not sure. It might be super off tempo for me. I'm not sure if it's going to be able to accelerate itself. but I did see it win before, like way back. I've only seen like maybe 1 or 2 teams actually use it, and it's very rare they do. Man, this is so interesting. Mostly magic damage. That's what you're gonna have to deal with if you are 7 for a majority of the game. Like this mid trio is magic damage centric. But other than that, it's gonna be waiting for Sanji, waiting for Ying to actually itemize into proper position. And it looks like most people are actually voting for YG here.
I mean, that is to be expected, but personally, I kind of like Team 7's draft a little bit more this game. They got the Hari Freya side lanes, they got the Kalia to play with. Hold on, they're ganking Xian, and they actually get a kill. First blood to Han.
Oh, Xian, that's not a good place to be in. This projectile stops the recall as well. And weirdly enough, audience there seems to be a really high number of Team 7 fans predicting they win this game. Interesting turn of events here. Despite, of course, a lot of pressure being given already by YG. Team 7 trying to fight back. The Freya is in the middle. CK just dashing in and out, providing so much pressure, and that actually might just get them.
Oh, Ying!
Whoa, Turtle here. Wait a second, that guy evaporated. Hanvuk removed from the game here. And a double for Ying.
Yeah, that's a really strong start for Ying right there. They lose the turtle, which is surprising. I thought that they would still be able to secure it, but it doesn't really matter. A double kill into the Paquito at this point is way more valuable than that first turtle to start getting this hero off the ground. And they were even able to slow down Xian earlier with the first blood so that the golden hour stolen wouldn't be an issue. So Yangon Galacticos regains control. They've got a 1.5k lead. They gank CK again! And now the Paquito's on a killing spree.
3-0 already? It's not even 3 minutes in the game. Ying is getting started so quickly here. And now they have backup. Han is in the middle. Blink getting it started, but the golden hour will lock all of them down. Sanji waiting for an opportunity to go in, but the backup is already arriving here for Team 7, able to get Blink low, but not quite removing him from the fight. And while all that's happening, another turret goes down at the bottom side of the map. That Paquito is just a monster here.
Yeah, Ying is going to be a big issue already. Mystic Gush on 2, not quite good enough to stop Lucky from stealing that buff away. But Yangon are in a really, really good spot just off of this. They were able to save Han from that gank as well, thanks to the golden hour. So that is a good solution for dealing with Tenbook on the Kalea in case anyone does get caught out. Now, Alice's weakness is going to be that she is still quite vulnerable to that burst damage. There's quite a lot of DPS output on Team 7's side, so unless Han is able to keep ahead somewhat, he won't actually be able to tank all that much, even compared to Lucky. So that is something that Yangon Galacticos will need to respect when they go for these neutral contests.
That's true. Neutral contest is going to be very, very difficult for them. And right now, even though the Alice is squishy as all hell, they actually have a pretty decent start here. Blink can go up in front, tracking shot already charged and primed, and they go for the golden hour. Xian dives around it. CK attacking from behind, waving that sword around. Han can't really last that long quite yet, and that's going to be 2 kills going over to 7 just like that.
And that's exactly what we're worried about, right? The Alice isn't going to be able to sustain if the entire enemy team runs her down. The golden hour was good to save Kaise on the gourd, but they basically lost everything else in exchange for that. 7 are definitely still in a better position, especially when Ying is not part of the equation. So the net worth difference gets reset a little bit. OP going to be able to get that top tower for free, basically, and they'll continue zoning Han in his own jungle.
That's right. They are zoning very, very efficiently. But now it looks like a very angry Ying is going for on the hunt. Xian removed without a fight. Kaise will be traded, though, as Tanbook is going to get killed. That's double already. Ying is going bananas on this the kill right now.
5-0, 4K gold at the 6-minute mark, already complete with the Hunter Strike. I was wondering if he might go into more damage to take advantage of this, but looks like he is going to be going into more of a bruiser build after this. In terms of other itemization, everything else still going about as expected. First items complete on most of the cores. Han is going Cursed Helmet, so he's intending to play more of that bulky front line instead of trying to play for magic damage.
Well, I think this Paquito just might go for Oracle maybe first. I'm not sure if he's going
that's
to go for
true.
that, which is what the route most Paquito has been doing. But either way, maybe Queen's Wings is also a pretty good deal, especially if you want more aggression, more damage coming from the proc passive, right? Handbook on the front here, removing, trying to take down a very, very tanky target. It's not going to do well for Han, man. You need more than that. You need more firepower. And again, while they were exerting that much pressure, look at Ying. Where is he? Where is this guy? Where is the 5-0 Paquito? He's looking for his next target.
OP is going to scout him out there by aggroing the jungle camp. And now Lucky's going to be able to keep him in place, but Yangon dropping the turtle low.
Oh, that's going to be Turtle going over to YG. The big dive on the CK. Oh, that golden hour really stopped him in his tracks. And now he has to kind of just dance around. The Blink might be in trouble. Han just trying to find people to zone, but gets zoned out on his own instead. That was a very messy fight for YG, and they really suffered.
Yeah, definitely not ideal. This is literally the second time today that we have seen the Mystic Gush mess up in their own golden hour, because that would have been a lot of damage. That would have probably won the fight for them, but doesn't quite work like that. Yangon Galacticos is now losing out on basically their entire gold lead. The only person that they can really play around currently is going to be Ying. And that means it's even more important for him to maintain this KDA. If he goes down, that shutdown bounty will completely convert the game. And he's got to hold on to it for long enough for Sanji to come online.
Yeah, Sanji's just not having a fun time. So Ying, just don't die is the main goal here for them. As well as just making sure that Sanji doesn't get picked off. Because there is a lot of pick off potential, right? Sanji is the only guy that has a Purify here in YG, so everyone else is basically free game, right? For this Kalea. Right now, if you force the Purified, Sanji might actually be a very easy pick off too.
Yeah, ordinarily, you would see more Purifies on the side of YG when there's a Kalea, but because of the Freya as well, they cannot just commit to having 3 or 4 Purifies on their side, because they will have no tools to escape from CK once he starts diving them. So because of that, the draft from Team 7 is actually fairly complete. When you want to play, hold on, they're going for another catch, but Purify.
Right there, they actually try to go for Sanji. They force the Purify out, so that's the one guy you want to remove the Purify from. But here comes the attack from behind here. Blink going for Xian. They think they will be able to fragment. They split up Team 7 here properly with CK up on front. Gonna get kited to oblivion. Han gets taken out, but it looks like it's gonna be a monster kill for Ying. This Paquito is going places. Bit of a fair trade, I would say, but XP lane advantage goes over to Ying. And they're gonna be able to fight and scrap for this next Lord. Got a 10-minute marker, 6-7 on the kill counters. Tracking shot activated here. And there goes that Tsunami Slam. Blink is in trouble. Able to dash on out of there. And right now, everyone just trying to reset, waiting for their teammates to arrive. CK for 7. And of course, the jungler for YG.
Match is definitely quite close currently. Both teams really trading blows, but Ying is making up the difference right now. It looks like he did indeed go for the Queen's Wings instead of the Oracle. Instead, that's going to be the second item for Han. Sanji, very close to finishing that Trinity, while OP is still a little while off from that Holy Crystal. But next Lord, going to be contested once again.
Yep, this is going to be the next Lord contested. We got a big initiation. Golden Hour locks down Cian. And of course, it's going to be CK attacking from behind. 4 people on him or alongside Lucky. Ying is holding so many people and is hunting down these very squishy members of 7 and are dancing around. Lucky will be able to get that Lord maybe from the Ionic Edge here. But right now, that is not what they were expecting. They did get the Lord, but they lost 2 of their members.
Yeah, big swing right there from Yangon. Galacticos regains control over the riverside. Not a bad start to the fight from Team 7, but I think that Cian needed to hold on to that stolen golden hour a little bit more. He only really used it to freeze Ying, and then after that, the Paquito just ran past him into the backline anyway. He nearly took out CK as well. The jab just didn't follow through the wall at the very last second. So Yangon Galacticos do still have a bit of a hold on the game. 8-0 on the Paquito is huge, but it'll also be a massive goal swing if he does get shut down. They need to start funneling some of these into Sanji.
Yeah, Sanji definitely is the guy that we are looking at, the ticking time bomb for YG. They're looking for him, but of course, they can't really go near him as much. So most of the time, 7 are focusing on looking for Blink, looking for Kaize, one of the more vulnerable targets here on the side of YG, so they can get started on the pickoff. But again, YG just does not want to give them over. Tracking shot lockdown, Tsunami Slam. Blink could be in trouble, but that's a big ulti here. CK, again, trying to get some damage in, only procs the tracking, and now it's YG on the hunt. They're going to be able to invade this pretty heavily.
I saw how much damage Sanji was doing to Lucky as well. I wouldn't be surprised if he was done with the Trinity. Ooh, Lucky is in trouble.
Well, that's a big lockdown. Throne of Ruin already activated. Lucky is going to be removed from this fight. They're trying to stop OP. The Zaman Force is going to be active, but only for long. CK on the side as well, doing some pretty decent damage with the swipes coming in from the Freya. Here comes the rest of YG, though. Very happy to dive in. Everyone got procced with a tracking shot just like that. And Ying, with the brave maneuvers, gets 2 before he gets shut down by Cian. But that's only going to be a consolation prize. It's only Cian left alone to defend here against a majority of the YG members. They should be happy to just remove this inhibitor turret. That was a pretty strong move there from YG. Bum rushing straight into the lineup of 7.
Yeah, I love the call, actually. It was a really smart idea to just take advantage of the situation to run them down. So far, I'm really liking the way that Blink has been using these golden hours. They've been placed very strategically to stop specific choke points and to catch people, to slow down the fight's momentum. We were talking about how dangerous it would be for Ying to give up that shutdown goal, but I think this is basically the best case scenario from it. It went to Cian, who isn't going to have as much of a presence in the late game, and it was used to trade for an inhibitor, and now Tanpuk is dead.
Yeah, Tanpuk's down even before he could use the Tsunami Slam. That is unfortunate for them. And now YG once more are on the hunt. Lock them in with the golden hour. Lucky could be in trouble here, but looks like it will be just a pretty decent gauge. CK in the mid, he takes down the inner turret. And now that could be trouble. CK is getting hunted. Again, Blink able to just sustain now. Blink is actually tanky enough to take hits from that. So that's very impressive.
Yeah, I imagine Blink has been farming up Thunderbelt stacks a lot here because he's really been doing an excellent job on this Marcel of rotating around. Props to CK for finding up the opportunity to pick up that mid-tier 2. That is actually a pretty valuable tower to hold. But YG are still definitely the ones in control. Ying no longer has to worry about giving up too much of a shutdown bounty, and Sanji has not died yet. And here they go again.
Yep, another big one while Lord is happening on top. Man, they are getting distracted here. OP left alone to deal with that while everyone just scrambling, just running for the hills. CK arriving just in time. Han gets killed, but it looks like that's going to be another tower going down. So most gold going over to YG, but they are down a man. This is going to be a 4v4. Lucky gets taken out. This rampaging Paquito is almost unstoppable here.
And they're still pushing for it as well. It's going to be a 4v3 situation. Tsunami Slam not going to be effective. And the Mystic Gush instantly bursts down to Kalea. And they're still going.
Yeah, that's going to be it, right? There's just no way that you can stop that. That's going to be game one going over to YG very, very handily. I like to see those looks getting exchanged. So a very strong start from YG. Not as strong, not as clean as I thought they would be. I mean, there was a lot of resistance from Seven, but yeah, we're so far on track. YG just giving us a pretty good game.
And starting off with already something quite unique, that Alice jungle. I was a little worried about it. Would it actually be able to sustain these fights long enough against the onslaught of damage that Seven has? But Blink was really playing a mean game on that Marcel. He knew where he needed to be, how to use those golden hours. I think even the stolen ones weren't quite as effective overall. And once they hit their timing, Yangon Galacticos just stepped on the gas pedal. And once we got that Trinity completed on the Claude, it was just go, go, go. We're ending the game right now, not giving them any opportunities. But I think, of course, MVP is going to be that Paquito, right? I think that was like, what, 12-1 at the aim? Actually insane performance.
Yeah, 100% Paquito MVP, man. I'm not even, worried. He's gonna get that MVP 100%. Man, just goes to show, right, how powerful a Paquito can be once it gets going. And I remember he got handed 2 early kills, right? Like before minute 2 or minute 1. So yeah, that just ballooned to such a high position, and I'm very impressed. I'm very impressed at how Ying was actually playing that Paquito. Very, very disruptive.
We talked about before this match how different these two teams would be compared to Falcon and Mythic Seal that we watched earlier. In case anyone was wondering if we were exaggerating, I think that we have been proven. Very active gameplay, pretty somewhat back and forth in the earlier stages, but once Yangon Galacticos find the opportunity to strike, you can tell why this team is undefeated. They have that eye for opportunity, and the synergy between them is very, very strong. There's a lot of trust. Once one person goes in, they're like, okay, we know how to follow up.
Yeah, and follow-up was also very important because the Paquito can't do it on its own, right? Like, you need your teammates to be able to do a lot of this. The Paquito didn't even split push that much. He was just doing it on his own. And facing against a Freya, bro, I think Freya finally found his match here.
I think normally Freya should still be more than a match in lane against a Paquito. It's just the early snowball that Ying was given, right? He got 2 kills before the 2-minute mark and then instantly got a rotation from Kaizei to pick off the CK again. And I believe that was Freya's second death. After that, the lane is just done. It's over. The Freya is not catching up to the Paquito anymore unless a big mistake is made. And he also only gave up his shutdown in exchange for an early inhibitor. So I really like the way that Ying was playing this one, but overall, Yangon Galacticos shows why they are the favorites of the league.
I mean, that's exactly what I was saying, right? Like, just if the Paquito can just do that, like get some early kills, that Freya couldn't even go fight it one-on-one. That's what I saw that, right? Like, that's exactly what happened. I think on the bottom side of the map, the Freya and the Paquito were just like punching each other, and the Paquito was actually able to get rid of the outer turret and the bottom side of the map very early on without much of resistance. So I think in this game, it also just got emphasized the importance of the Marcel in this matchup, right? Like, you don't give away the Marcel at this point. That is such a scary Marcel performance from Blink. He showed us exactly why the Marcel is just such a monster in the roam. Despite not really being a true tank, was tanky enough for the purposes of this matchup. He was tanky enough to stop the Freya in its tracks. It stops him with tracking shots so easily. So if you plan to bring a Freya out, one more note, just ban the Marcel.
I think that Team 7 were just confident enough that they would still be able to pull it off since they had Xian on that Valentina. You steal the golden hour, you make things happen, but I do think that Blink was overall more strategic with his usage of that golden hour. There's only the one singular mistake in the early game where the Mystic Gush didn't get to do anything due to the golden hour, but outside of that, most of them were incredibly effective for the Yangon Galacticos side. And gotta give props over to that. Now, I do think a major portion of why this game ended up being somewhat one-sided later on is because of that EXP lane snowball. So it ended up already not being particularly even right from the get-go. I'm curious to see what will happen if the lanes match up a little bit more fairly.
Yeah, I think in the matchup, that's where we kind of just saw like the big differences in terms of where the power levels are. Man, I like playing Ying. Han was surprised. I was actually expecting a lot from Han. I was surprised that Han got beaten down here. But like you mentioned, I guess it's not super surprising since Jungle Alice is just lower on XP. It clears slowly compared to other junglers. So you expect it to be squishier.
And we can see here the first 2 kills around the turtle right after that killing spree at the 3-minute mark gives Ying such a massive lead. After that, Team 7 were actually able to fight back somewhat. They have a very good dive composition. If they're able to take advantage of YG's cooldowns, then they can just kind of run at them. But after that, YG responds so fast, they're able to punish, and Ying knew how to position. He knew how to not be punished for like that shutdown bounty. The follow-ups are good as well. CK tried doing some split pushing to make things happen, but overall, once we got to that 7-minute mark or so, actually no, after this, around that 9-minute mark, I think Yangon Galacticos really started locking in.
Yeah, and once they get locked in, like they were able to utilize Han's engagements even more. Because in that last one, you saw, right? Like, yeah, Han was tanking, but no one was helping him. And the later parts of the game, they were able to really use it. I guess that's when Sanji had items. They had more confidence to actually take these fights and face off against the Freya in their face, which is what we saw here. CK, very good effort in trying to hold that back line. But when you split up this fight, it's very bad for Seven. Seven does not like it when the team fight is split in two. Because if it's split in two, that's where YG is strong. YG is so strong because they're able to control the Freya, and they're also able to control OP and CN before they can do any real damage.
And this as well, the flicker play from Ying, allowing himself to dive the tower, finally giving that shutdown to someone that's probably less of a threat, trading for the inhibitor. Once again, the golden hour is being used to perfection to lock people down at the right moments to gain more space on the map. I think we already knew Marcel was a very hot contested pick here in MSL. But in the hands of players like this, it's even more of a red flag. You cannot give that away.
Yeah, man. I love Blink. I love Blink on the Marcel. I want to see it again, honestly. If ever there was a Marcel player you got to watch out for, Blink is one of them. Please keep it on the ban list. I highly suggest they just block that out and maybe have a normal game, because if there's a Marcel in the game, man, it really doesn't feel like a normal game, right? It feels like there's some sort of shenanigans happening over and over again that you can't really control. So I want to see Marcel on the ban list here. And if you don't ban it, give it to Blink again.
Yeah, I mean, why not, right? He already plays it really, really well. We know that Team 7 also plays a pretty strong Marcel. Again, they played it 4 times in their match against Falcon. So I wouldn't be surprised if they're willing to contest for it as well. But we're already seeing a very different approach to the draft here from Yangon Galacticos compared to the teams we saw earlier, where a bunch of meta heroes are just left open and not even heavily picked up early on, just to keep the draft a little bit more unpredictable. Even that Alice pick, everyone's thinking like, okay, this is EXP Alice. They think that we're playing EXP Uranus. Now we can finish off our death. Then all of a sudden it gets flexed, right? The Paquito just kind of comes out of nowhere.
Man, you just gotta stop it with that, man. So for the meantime, I think we are getting pinged here to go on a short break. So when we come back, it's gonna be game 2, YG versus 7. Don't go anywhere. This MSL Myanmar Season 3 playoffs.
တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Vigo Sparkling Coffee အပြည့်အချိုရနဲ့တူကိုသားလင်းကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ Vigo နဲ့တူကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါ
All
တွေအတွက်ပြောစရာအကောင်းဆုံးနေရာ Let's play arena
ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူကိုယ့်ချက်နဲ့ချက်ကြိုင်နေတဲ့ package တွေဝယ်ရင်အတမ်ကနေခုတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူတိမ်တောင်ချီစုခုအတမ်နဲ့ချက်တပ်ပြီးတော့ကန်ထူးရင်ကန်မြူ
ကြာရ channel မှာ996ကျပ်နဲ့အထက် package နာဝယ်ယူပြီးစုစုပေါင်းငွေသားကျပ်သိန်း12000ကန်ထူးလိုက်ပါ
အတမ်
energy level ကကိုယ့်ရဲ့အကြီးမားဆုံးရန်သူဖြစ်လာတဲ့အခါတမတ်ချက်တွေကိုချိုးဖျက်ပြီး energy level ကို V-Go နဲ့နောက်တစ်ဆင့်မြင်ရမယ့်အချိန်ပဲ V-Go ပါဝင်တဲ့ caffeine ကစိတ်ကိုနိုးကြတက်ကြွစေတယ်လူတိုင်းကမျက်လုံးကြောင့်ညာခြင်းကိုတတ်တာစေပြီး vitamin B ကလမ်းဆန်းပြီးခွာမြတ်ကိုရရှိစေပါတယ်
And we are back once again, ladies and gentlemen, with the MLBB Super League Myanmar Season 3. We are currently watching the second match of the playoffs, Day 1, where we have just recently witnessed Yangon Galacticos take victory against their opponent's Team 7. It's going to be a best-of-5 series, of course, so there's still plenty of MLBB action to go, but you're watching the English test once again with me, Staffa, as well as Rockhart.
All right, so in this one, so far, if you didn't catch that last one, YG, I think just displayed exactly why they were so dominant in the previous games or in the previous series that they've had, really maximizing the usage of really scary meta heroes right now, like the Paquito, like the, what do you call that? The Marcel, there you go. I lost the name for a moment there. And really just was able to really dominate. And again, it wasn't even like super meta, right? Like they had Alice on the jungle. So that's really saying something as well. I'm excited to see what else they can bring out here. We haven't really seen any picks like super meta like the Harley. Haven't even seen Leomord. We were half expecting the Guinevere right there in that last one, but we also didn't get to see that. So I'm really curious what's going on here. And I wonder what else is YG is hiding still.
Yeah, I'm wondering that as well, right? We already know that this team is more than capable of pulling out unexpected hero picks, and they've already done it once. In fact, we're going to just straight up jump into the next draft for game number 2. This time, YG is going to be on the blue side. It's going to be the same bands from them with the addition of the Marcel, but they will go ahead and lock in the Zeusin, Alice, and Claude, whereas Team 7 going to start off with the Uranus and the Freya.
Little bit of a rematch here. They said, you know what? Go ahead, pick up that Freya. See what happens. And I think you know what, Alice against the Freya. If it's Jungle Alice, I might be worried. But if it's XP Alice, it's usually a pretty fair fight, right? Unless this is obviously a gold Freya, in which case it'll be actually, you know, pretty good against the Claude, historically speaking.
But now we actually do get to witness that. Selena, this is a hero that we've seen played quite a lot during the play-ins, and finally going to be making an appearance on day playoffs in the hands of Team 7. Cien played a lot of Selena previously, so it looks like they're going back to comfort a little bit. They'll even go ahead and ban the Paquito that gave Ying that MVP in game number 1. Whereas Yangon Galacticos is going to be focusing a bit more towards those roamers, getting rid of that Khalid. You basically want the... Oh wow, even the Hellcat banned out. So respect over to Blink.
That's so deep. Again, every time Blink is in the game, right, you just have to kind of answer it, and unless you want to get surprised. Because Hellcat is one of those picks where you kind of waste a Selena vision, right? The Selena vision gets blocked by the Dark Knight Falls. So you don't want that to happen. Atlas also getting banned out here. There really is something special about this Atlas that a lot of teams in Myanmar just feel like you gotta respect.
Yeah, it's a bit of a funny situation. I've seen a little bit of Atlas here and there in other MPL regions, but not nearly as prioritized as we've been seeing here. Makes me wonder if there are specific heroes that Yangon is intending to play that would have some trouble against it. Right now, they are still looking for their jungle and their roam, unless the Alice gets flexed again. So they are potentially heroes that would have trouble there, but looks like Team 7 will lock in the Cho. Another hero making its first appearance in the playoffs.
Ooh, all right. I like the Cho, especially here that you are facing off against like a Claude. One of the best ways to catch it. That will actually force the Claude onto a Purify, which is always not a good option. And now, in terms of roaming, maybe the glue is one way to deal with the Cho, absolutely. And you also get like a pretty decent attack on the Fanny, which is so funny because I was actually thinking 7 might pick up the Fanny, but they take it instead.
This is a potentially risky pickup coming in here from Yangon Galacticos because this is being picked into a Cho, one of Fanny's direct counters. So there's a lot of faith from Han that his team will be able to bait out that way of the dragon or just generally play around him so that will no longer be an issue. But otherwise, it is actually a pretty solid game since outside of that Cho, there are not many reliable ways to actually lock this hero down. And you're going to have a really, really solid front line with that Glue and Alice together. The one thing to worry about is that Yangon Galacticos may be a little bit lacking in overall damage, especially in the magic area.
Oh yeah, that's absolutely true. Like their damage is going to be very interesting. Wait a second. That's Jungle Uranus, right? That's Jungle Uranus.
Yes. It is Jungle
All
Uranus again. Would that work? I mean, it would be less vulnerable to Fanny invades for sure, but I feel like the mid duo wave clear speed on both teams is actually going to be a little bit on the slower side. So maybe a slightly less active early game could be expected, but knowing these two teams, you can never really say for sure.
Oh yeah, 100%. So this time around, YG, instead of being the slower lineup, will actually be the faster lineup if they use this Fanny properly, coming here in the game number 2. And that might be a good sign. They could actually snowball very, very fast if they can get stuff done, if they can get kills going before they get stopped by the Cho.
Well, either way, ladies and gentlemen, we are back in the Land of Dawn. This is going to be game number 2. Yangon Galacticos on the blue side, currently 1 game up in this best of 5 upper bracket finals. Will Team 7 be able to even things out? Looks like we're going to hop into a quick pause once again, make sure everything is okay if the players are facing any sort of technical difficulties.
Yeah, in this one, it's all going to be about the level 4s, I think. If you are 7, you want to be able to get those level 4s as soon as possible. Contest that turtle very early on at minute 2, while making sure that you don't get invaded, while making sure that this Fanny doesn't really go into you and hunt you down. So those are the things they gotta watch out for, because honestly, it feels like it might be a bit of an uphill, especially in the early game, since there's so many options here for YG to get an early lead. And those are the things I'm kind of worried about here for this lineup. Despite the XP lane obviously a bit slower, it can actually do some invades early on pretty decently and still be able to survive. They don't need that ulti immediately if you're the Alice.
I think the mid duos on both sides are going to clear a wave at about the same time. And while Fanny will probably rotate across the jungle just a little bit quicker, we cannot discount that Uranus actually farms fairly quickly as well. So it's actually kind of hard to predict what will happen in those first couple of minutes. Right? There is definitely a slight advantage to Uranus when it comes down to contesting objectives, but since they are playing around the Selena as well, they have a little less damage pressure unless they can land those abyssal arrows.
That's true. The pressure here is for them to be able to use the Selena early on. Because again, if you're talking about heroes that don't need that level 4, Selena definitely is one of them. You can get those skills going very quickly. And you know what? I love the Selena advantage as well, because you can spot out rotation so quickly and so efficiently. The only thing that isn't being used with Selena right now is like the teleport, the arrival. So I want stuff like that to happen eventually. I'm actually looking forward to it because it feels like it's such a strong move, but no one's using it. But yeah, for now, Selena, I don't think we've seen that quite happen yet. Right now, Selena just tries to go for the early kills, right? That's like the main focus of Selena's. Try to get early kills, try to get as much tempo as you can, and just overwhelm your opponent.
I feel like other regions have not really been playing much Selena because it is very skill shot based and the damage is not nearly as consistent as if you were playing on an Eve or a Farsa or a Lilia. It's just a lot easier to actually make things happen with those mages. Yet here in MSL Myanmar, Selena is quite consistently a popular pick. So what is the difference there, I guess, is the question we need to ask. For now, we're hopping straight back in. Thanks everyone for being patient with us. Han already doing a good amount of damage to Lucky, but he is able to steal that camp. So the Uranus up a little bit on EXP.
Oh, look at that. So aggressive right now. It's YG getting involved here.
Yep.
They're going to get hunted down in their jungle.
Yeah, they're trying to go deep into the jungle. Han already a little low on energy, even with that purple buff already. This early game Uranus jungle taking advantage of the situation to literally run into the enemy half of the map with 4 members of the squad and steal more camps away. This is going to be huge in slowing things down. And the arrow actually connects with Blink. So first blood going over to Lucky. Han trying to dash around, trying to get 1 kill at least, but not able to find it. Lucky picks up the double, steals the camp away. Might be looking for a triple actually. The flicker has to be used by Ling, and it's still not enough. A triple for Lucky to start the game.
Oh boy. And not only is a triple, you also get so much gold on the bottom side of the map. They're going to be able to break that tower and get so much out of the outer turret energy shields all across the board. It feels like, it's such a big lead. It's almost 2,000 as a lead here already for 7. Looks like they got everything they wanted in that early game. And this Uranus jungle is working out beautifully for them.
Yeah, that's basically the worst thing that could possibly happen for Yangon Galacticos. They have a Fanny. They ideally want to be able to do stuff early on, but now he's a full 2 levels behind Lucky. Can't even take the purple buff safely. Has to try the vertical jungle. The flicker kick onto Blink. Right into the arrow setup, and now Lucky is on a mega kill streak.
Yeah, the keyword there is try. He actually got cut off by CK as well while trying to go to the purple of 7, and that just means that this Fanny's walking, man. He's walking for the next few minutes.
Yeah, it's basically a ruined early game at this point. Ying trying to 1v3 should be able to get out of his life, but this map belongs to Team 7. The jungle is no longer farmable. Tenpuk literally sticking around to dive 1v3. Ying falls once again. Han will come in just to collect the minions, not even able to get the full EXP from it because of the way the jungle works. It gets caught mid-air with the Abyssal Arrow unstoppable streak for Lucky.
This is just unbelievable, right? Han is just getting destroyed here. And the power of the Uranus jungle being felt very, very heavily. Tenpuk is now just... he can basically just take out anyone. I think with everything that 7 is doing, everyone's just so squishy. They're not getting the gold that they need, and therefore they can probably go for more kills. Waiting for that to happen just elevates the timeline here for Sanji to get his items going so they can fight back. Because right now, there's just no fight back from YG.
I'm gonna be honest, I feel like this game is even in a state where you could say it's over already at the 4-minute mark. It's a 4k gold lead. You never see this kind of gold advantage being built up. They land another arrow, force Crimson Beacon. Han trying to shred. Throne of Ruin only catches 1, and in fact, Lucky allows it to happen because he knows he's so tanky. This Uranus is the richest man on the board, and he's making his presence known.
Yeah, I don't think there's much they can do against the Uranus. If I were Sanji, I would just build up DHS immediately, try to fight out these fights, and just make sure that you can get some damage done. You join the team fights as early as possible because right now Han is in trouble. He's getting killed mid-air, and this is while Seven is multitasking essentially.
Yeah, this game is kind of over. I have to say, it's been a long time since I've said that this early on. In fact, I don't know if I've ever said that for a game this early on, but this is the most dominating early game we have seen the entire day. There's literally nothing anyone on Yangon Galacticos can do, and the towers are just being threatened one by one. It's so early in the game that Seven can't even consistently take them yet, but they will consistently steal the buffs away. They're gonna try and gank OP. You see Han coming in, Summon Force being dropped down, but there's just no damage at all.
You can't really touch the Harif at this point. In wrestling terms, they would just say, just ring the damn bell. This feels like it's way over.
Mm-hmm. Sanji, though, still gonna try and make it happen. Blazing Duet 1v1 gets the kill. Looks like he will be able to find something in return, though they're gonna lose their purple buff again.
Again, losing the purple buff is just step one. And many steps to just keep this Fanny at bay. The Fanny's just not doing anything. We are seeing a Fanny that's probably gonna be relegated to just split push over and over again in this game. And I'm not gonna be surprised. Again, you have a threat of a Cho, you have the threats of the traps, you have the threat of the abyssal arrow. How do you even move? Man, and you can't put a dent on that Uranus. You'll probably be just wasting your time if you try to burst the Uranus down. And even the Harif, man, even the Harif is just so tanky with the shielding. What do you actually do?
Well, Yangon Galacticos actually has one player who is keeping up in terms of gold, and that is going to be Sanji. He's actually ahead of OP in farm slightly right now. So if Yangon are somehow able to delay the game to the mid phase, to the late phase, there is still the chance of turning it around. If they can get a shutdown onto Lucky, feed it into Sanji, go hyper carry mode to allow this Claude to take over the game, then it's not actually impossible for YG to turn it around. But if they do, personally, I'll be very impressed. The arrow actually connects with the glue. They kick the glue, and I'm pretty sure Blink is not surviving this one. Monster kill for Lucky, but he gets stunned under the tower. Lucky actually gets shut down by Kaisei. It's going to be a big gold swing. Han comes in, but the Fanny doesn't really do all that much right now. They get another lift up, this time on CK. Blazing Duet from Sanji, but he's taking so much damage. He just dies in an instant. That is not the most worth it.
Yeah, they overheated way too much there. After that first kill on Lucky, that was shut down gold already. They should have just completely backed off. And I think the greed there is pretty real. Ying tried to go for the defense, not really going to be helping out. So right now, the Fanny, you got to open up the map. If you are YG, the way to play this is to just open up the map and go for the split. If you do not break those turrets, if those turrets remain standing, you can't really do much else, especially since you have a Cho hunting you down over and over and over in this game.
Yeah, I really wish that Sanji just backed off at that point. I'm kind of surprised he didn't. He had the BMI set up. Maybe it was still on cooldown for a short bit, but that is going to stop his farming. For now, they're once again engaging. Blink gets stunned under the tower, but they're also going to be able to lock down Tanpuk, so he gets punished for this. Throne of Ruin doesn't really hit anyone. In the meantime, Blink going to be jumped on. Killing spree going over to CK. They find Ying as well. OP going ham under the tower with a double kill. And it's going to be another shutdown. This time, Kaisei does pick up the kill on the Freya, but all the kills going into the Zeus Sin isn't really helping YG.
Those are very odd trades, man. I think you got the kills that you wanted. You just should have just backed off completely, but they didn't. They're playing around here. Han in trouble as well.
He's actually going to try and recall, but OP just needs... Oh, the Synchro Fission missed! How does he miss that? That should have been a confirmed kill.
Absolutely. Should have been a confirmed kill, man. Weird stuff is happening here in game number 2, but you know what? It's making it fun. People are dying to turret shots. People are just missing synchro fissions. It is weird all over. Very, very chaotic. I love the stuff happening here. But now we're back to serious mode. what's the call here? What's the play if you're YG? How do you actually get back into this one? Because it feels like they don't really have the tools in their arsenal to contest for this Lord.
They technically do have the tools, they just need to wait a little bit more. It really is just trying to delay the game for another like 6 minutes at least. I will say they've actually managed to make sure the gold lead doesn't grow too far out of control. They managed to keep it at 5k for a while, but that's still quite a big goal advantage for 7. They get the Lord, only the first Lord of the game, so YG should be able to handle it since Sanji is still keeping up in farm.
Yeah, in the time that they can do this with the Claw, they should be fine. But the question is, how many turrets are going to be left standing after this happens? Sanji gets hit and can kind of tank a few shots, but not much. They're going to have to wait for that Lord on bottom.
I'm starting to see why the Selena is a common contestant for Team 7. Xian has really been hitting those, and only Sanji has that Purify, and he's probably got to save it for the Cho most of the time. We are 10.5 minutes in, still a 6k gold lead for Team 7. Lord going to be pushing down bottom. The outside inhibitors have no chance of surviving, so we can bid goodbye to that. But it's early enough that Holy defense is still around. This first Lord shouldn't do all that much, I would think. But they're going to lose all of it across the waves, and Team 7 now going to have a direct path into the base after this. Do they want to stick around for... The arrow actually hit Sanji. Xian really sniping those right now. Do they want to collapse?
They got so much vision right now.
Bottom tower, Tenpook gets stuck. He actually dies. Not able to flicker away from the situation. Blink jumps in, sacrifices like that's the grab. Lucky stuck under tower. Double kill for Sanji. He gets hit with the arrow, but the rest of them are following up. He's perfectly fine. Han survives on 1 HP somehow. I don't know how that happens because CK on that Valkyrie descent gonna get lifted up once again. Sanji looking for more kills, looking for some way to scale in. Blazing Duet gonna be used. Going through, killing spree for the Claude. Yangon Galacticos turning it around.
How do you even, man? How do you even do that? It's just I feel like 7 are just committing so many mistakes, right? Like Tapo could have had actually just walked on out of there on that one. But somehow, some way, the pickoffs just keep happening in YG. They're fighting back. They're starting to slowly build up those items on the Sanji. And Sanji feels like he can actually do some decent damage now. And yeah, he probably can. The only thing that's probably stopping them from going all out is that vengeance on CK. The vengeance on CK just stops the Claude from doing as much to him. So as long as that vengeance is on cooldown, I think 7 should be fine. But yeah, right now OP is very scary. Everyone's locked and loaded. I think they're starting to go Malefic Gun here, maybe for YG, for Sanji.
Yep. And he just finished it as well. So again, another strong timing for the Claude. So Team 7 will just go ahead and blitz this Lord down. Will Yangon come in time? They get stopped in the tri-brush. Han flies through. Who's going to get the Lord? Han! Steals the away, and now the grab is on top of CK. They'll probably sacrifice their frontliners here because I don't really see any way of them getting out. In fact, wait, hold on. Yangon might be looking to turn this around. Blink will eventually fall. Abyssal Arrow connects with Kaise. He has to flicker back out, but Cho is going to follow him. He's able to stun him in time. Sanji doing some blink damage on the side. YG able to walk away from this.
Oh, look at Han. Look at Han from the back as well. While they're dealing with this, the fan is actually trying to do some decent work. But yeah, that's a no-go, man. They're going to burn that Lord, and it's 7 just showing him what they actually still have. 7 still has so much firepower in this game, and they're barely scratching the surface, I think. Now with Winter Crown locked in, how do you even kill that Uranus?
Perhaps you don't really need to. I think the goal for YG is to pick off OP and the Freya as well, if possible. But basically, any sort of kill is going to be highly valuable to them. They've actually managed to sustain this a lot further than I expected. Gold difference still 4k, but now that we're 14 minutes in, that actually means a lot less than it did a couple minutes ago.
All right, so this one, it's all about the pickoff, I think. If 7 can start a pickoff, if If Tanpo can find Han, if he can find Kaize, earlier you saw, right? Like Kaize, I think kind of messed up in that last jungle fight. So if they can find
little
that
bit.
again, this could be it. This could be the possibility of just, going and finishing the game.
One thing's for sure, Team 7 really cannot afford to keep giving space over to Yangon as well. They gotta pick off Sanji. He's basically the main issue for them in these team fights. Without him, Yangon Galacticos are still kind of behind itemization-wise, and they can just run at them. Look at Sanji, look at how aggressive he's being. Nearly takes out Tanpuk there. CK in position, just in case he does decide to commit, but yeah, this Claude is the main issue. We know that the Harif can basically Abyssal Arrow actually connects with Claude. Sanji might be in trouble, doesn't decide to use the Purify. They will go ahead and secure their own purple, though they give it to the Zeus in instead of Fanny.
Oh. All right. So far, this Fanny has been a 0-3-2 Fanny. It doesn't feel as bad, right? Since considering your job now is to split push, we need to get that point. If you're YG, you're thinking, guys, let's open up the map. We have to make the split push work, or else we won't really be able to get anything done. So I don't know what plan is here. And 7 knows it. They're trying very hard to keep these turrets alive so that the Fanny can't really split. It's giving him a hard time, man. But that 4K gold lead, that's starting to disappear, man. I feel like now it feels more even in terms of team fighting. Except maybe some of them are a little bit harder to kill than others. But like you mentioned, right, you don't really need to go for kills right away. But they might go for here.
Right now, 7 on control of the Lord. CK gonna jump forward, just the zone. The kick goes in on Blink into the Zaman Force, into the Abyssal Arrow. Throne of Ruin doesn't really hit anyone in particular, but they will find the kill onto the Cho. Meanwhile, CK trying to jump on top of the Claude, but when the crown comes out, they're doing some good damage. Ying, though, will fall. It's a killing spree for OP. And Team 7 will retain control over the Lord Pit. Both frontliners of Yangon are down for the count. Han gonna recall back to base. He's gonna get full energy back, but still doesn't have the purple buff, nor does he have vision. He's gonna fly in, but just a little bit too late. So that means Lucky will secure the Lord this time.
That was very, very good control. I think they know that, Blink and Ying can only survive for so long before they have to fizzle out, especially after you lose the grab. You're usually just praying to not die if you're the glue. So right now, from what I see here, Blink is definitely one of the most vulnerable members of YG the moment he loses that grab. So make sure that you don't get microed here too much, and you should be fine. But so far, I don't know. I don't know what I feel about these traps from the Selena. It's just not as oppressive as I thought they would be, the arrows and traps. It's just all right. Here comes CK, already has an attack on the top side.
Lord gonna be colliding down bottom as well. I'm worried if Yangon has enough in the tank to defend this. So far, they're doing... The arrow actually hits Sanji. He's gonna need to go home to heal. They lose the bottom inhibitor. Looks like he'll try to heal off the Lord, but OP is just gonna say, nope, you gotta go home if you want that HP back. Lord will break the bottom inhibitor. Mid inhibitor will also collapse in a moment. Goes down. Blink gonna get kicked already at half HP. They're gonna make resources to it, including Valkyrie's Descent. Glue goes down. Lucky is in the backline. Does take a good amount of damage. Is gonna back off in time. Ying with the Throne of Ruin. Set things up. Lucky goes down. Sanji jumps in. Blazing Winter Crown on OP keeps him alive against everything. And now 7 look to re-engage with the refresh cooldowns. Han flanked in through. They actually find the immortality. OP goes down. Abyssal Arrow gonna be purified away. Han goes back. Runs in, flies in through. Yangon Galacticos, they're doing it. They found the shutdown on the Harif, and the rest of 7 are low on HP. Sanji's looking for it. He's gonna chase down Tanpuk first. So trying to bait, trying to force. Does actually flicker away. Good movement there. 7 keeps 3 members alive, but YG, the definite victors of that exchange.
Absolute victory here. YG, they're actually not quite done yet. They're trying to pressure up on the mid right now. Ying has vision of them. He knows all of them are low. He knows most of them don't really have that flicker, but will get stunned up and might not be able to survive here. Last minute Winter Crown might buy some time, but here comes the cavalry. Here comes the backup. And it looks like they're going to be able to get those kills in.
Kaiser actually tanks the kick for Ying. Ying survives it all, and now Tenpook's the one that gets dragged back. Mega kill for Sanji. Yangon Galacticos are still in this. We are 19 minutes in, and net worth is slowly but surely evening out.
Right, absolutely evened out. 2.2K at 20 minutes. Don't even think about it. It's all about the map. Now, the map looks very, very bad still for YG, right? This Fanny can't really split too much on the bottom. There's a turret that just refuses to die on the bottom of the map. But now they can focus their sights on the Lord.
Blink doing a good job of standing in front. The Lord down to 30%. They've got Ying handling the Freya. Already a Winter Crown used on Lucky to avoid the grab, but the Lord is secured by Han. They get the lift up on Lucky as well. The damage from Sanji really adding up here. A Lord for YG. And it's gonna start pushing down mid.
All right, so this is what we're looking for, right? This is exactly the position that you want to see. You need that Lord walking up on mid. You want to be able to freeze it. If you're YG, maybe freeze it so you can do something about that bottom lane turret. Because right now, they do see that the top side is being controlled by CK. So it's going to be hard to fight there. And all these traps are only giving them vision now. The traps aren't really doing that much. The arrows are being used to just try to repel this very, very big Lord, which is very consequential right now. They're going to be able to lose a tower on here.
Yeah, but even if they do lose the tower, still the external one. It's still quite an uphill battle. Oh, they found CK. Look at Sanji go. He's already taking him down to low HP. Xian in 1v1 as well. Ying with Throne of Ruin Flicker catches two. OP is one of them. He can lift it up. There's no hurry. YG have taken out the gold laner, and now the Lord's on the crystal. Tenpook dropping low. Grab, sets it up. Unstoppable streak for the Claude. Blazing Duet can be used. Clear up the minion wave, but the Lord will fall. No more minions. YG might be difficult in this year because the side lanes are still so strong. There's still so many towers left, but they're sticking around. They know that there's two members dead for a long time, including Haru. Grab is Lucky, drops him in. Immortality burn, monster kill for Sanji. Yangon Galacticos are doing it. The crystal is open, the biggest comeback I have seen in recent MLBB history as Yangon Galacticos secures game 2.
That is just a sight to see. The pressure from a 0-free Fanny going to a comeback victory. I am just, my mind is blown here, brother. Like, how do you even do that? It is a Claude. Right? It's a Claude. It's bound to do stuff. It's bound to do stuff late game, and not this crazy.
I've never seen that before. We were already calling GG at 4 minutes. We thought this is an unlosable position. But somehow Yangon Galacticos holds it out. Even with the Claude, they basically had to hold for 15 minutes being behind. And somehow they did it. They turned it around. This is why this team is undefeated. That composure under pressure, that eye for opportunity, and this is gonna give them massive momentum in this series.
Yeah, that is massive momentum. You know you want to see that. You want to see the best that Myanmar has to offer. I think we're looking straight at it, brother. This is such a scary momentum to carry, and I'm gonna be honest. If you're thinking about like mental, that's a tough hit. That's a tough hit for 7 there. They had that game.
That was 100% a Team 7 game. To lose that kind of early game lead will do things to you, and I really hope they're able to pull themselves back together for this one. I thought that our MVP would be the Claude, but turns out it is Kaise on the Zusin. 0 deaths despite the pressure that game. Being able to constantly lift people up and punish Team 7 for trying to stay and fight. I think it is deserved.
Yeah, absolutely deserved, man. There were some times where Kaise would bump against a wall. There were times where he would be the ones who got picked off. But other than those times, they actually did pretty well. And they needed Kaise here to really just not die. And he didn't. There you go. Again, Kaise just choosing to be that guy who refuses to buy the Sky Piercer on the Zushen. I like it. It's good.
I mean, it makes sense, right? When you are that behind for that much of the game, there's really no point in getting a Sky Piercer. I think it is the right choice. There's a lot of teams that would get the Sky Piercer anyway and be like, oh, if we can get a couple kills with this, then we turn the game around. But no, Yangon knew what they were playing for. It is Sanji on this Claude. And the turnaround is not even a single moment. It is a build-up across this game that Seven just weren't prepared for.
Absolutely. I don't think anyone was actually prepared for a comeback of that magnitude. The Alice took a while to get going. You saw Blink dying over and over again, but they said, you know what, we don't care. You're still alive, right? You can still go back. You can still respawn. Let's go ahead and fight back. Let's go ahead and try to fight them on these Lords. Let's try to fight them along the split pushes of a Fanny. And we're able to really get so much attention. Han, man, that from a 0-free to free, that was not an easy recovery. His jungle camps were getting camped over and over again. His purple, I don't even remember how many times he got the purple. Look at that. Purple counter 6 for the Fanny here. And he doesn't care. He says, you know what? I'll just play it and see what you mean.
Like, just imagine that. 6 purple buffs to 17 in a Fanny game, and YG is able to win it out. And a good number of those purple buffs didn't even go to Han. They were sometimes secured by his teammates instead. Like, I think the biggest thing we have to look at this game is just the adjustments, the willingness to say, like, okay, I'll do what I have to do. Because, like, Ying and Blink just accept their fate this game is to be damage sponges. And then Han accepts that his fate is to be a split push bot, right? They're willing to accept that, like, okay, we're not going to be making cool plays this game. We're probably going to be sacrificed over and over again. But for that W, this is what we have to do. And there's no hesitation about it at all.
Yeah, no hesitation whatsoever. I would say that's exactly the heart of a champion, right? And again, the big mental tax here is for Seven. Like, oh my goodness, we got that game, guys. What did you guys do? Like, where did we go wrong? That sounds like the comms there. Absolute dominance from minute 4. I think 3 minutes, right? 3 minutes, 4 minutes. You already called that game. But yeah, how do you even get back from that? This video should be studied.
Yeah, I mean, we still gotta give huge props to Team 7. This was an incredible early game. They understood that Yangon's level 1, level 2 is not nearly going to be as strong as a Uranus jungle, so they just invade. Lucky is 4-0 at the 4-minute mark. This Uranus is unkillable. And then after that, they keep getting pickups, keep stealing jungle camps. The pressure was so high from 7. But I think somewhere along the line, that pressure did die down a little bit. It was likely when they started pushing into the base, where became a lot more distant. They are often more dependent on pickoffs and traps with the Selena Cho, and that's not so easy to do in the enemy base.
You're absolutely right. It's just not as easy to do, especially since your positioning was way off, and the position was always getting reset by the Zushin, right? They always have to position so difficult because you also need to deal with the glue. You also need to deal with the Alice who was just flying in your face. And even if you position properly as a Cho, where's your backline? What are they doing? They're getting attacked by the Alice, right? The Alice just keeps nonstop going. And then randomly, there's a blazing duet that you have to deal with. So honestly, in the late game of that one, it was so difficult for them to actually manage that fight.
I think it got a little bit desperate as well from Team 7, where they were trying to force catches and take these battles where it didn't exactly work out for them. I think this as well, trying to commit resources to get pickoffs and actually end the game even after the Lord had been taken out, when you know that Yangon can just keep going back home to heal, especially a Fanny, right? Trying to play base push against a Fanny is difficult.
Oh yeah, that's like a disaster waiting to happen because the Fanny can just go back, regen after 3 seconds and go back out, right? So that was actually a very risky play. I have to completely agree with what you said because fighting inside the base, the Fanny just does so much. And even outside the base now, you deprive him so much of the purple buff, you forgot how strong he can be if he does have the buff. So that's why in this part of the game, it was so easy for them to just overwhelm you.
Honestly, very impressive game. Like in this case, Team 7 were definitely the front runners, but Yangon Galacticos were the end closers. There's people that'll understand that reference. And going into the next game, I wonder what will happen now. Because, yeah, that's going to be a big psychological blow to any team, basically. You are leading that far. Anyone you ask watching that game is going to be saying, like, oh, yeah, this is GG, go next. And somehow, Yangon Galacticos makes it happen. What even needs to be done at this point? Team 7, I wonder.
Honestly, it's just going to make it so much harder because you're facing against an opponent that just refuses to back down, that refuses to hit settings and surrender. I'm kidding, like, they can't do that, but you know what I mean, right? They refuse to just they refuse to just give up their chance to win. And if you're 7 right now, that's a scary opponent. That is a very scary opponent. So I don't blame him. They got to reset hard. If they want a chance to go to the finals here, you have to reset very, very hard. You have to tell yourself that, you know what, it's not over. We can turn it back. But other than that, man, what do you even do? What do you even do, right?
Yeah.
So is it 2 games that Freya died? That Freya just lost 2 games in a row?
I guess so, yeah.
Right?
Well, I guess we'll go ahead and give them some time because I think they're going to need it here. We're going to jump into a short break once again. When we come back, ladies and gentlemen, the question becomes, will Yangon Galacticos be the first team to secure a grand final spot, or will Team 7 show that they are capable of pulling themselves back together and making a miracle happen? We'll find out very soon. See you guys there. Go team!
Yamananga ရဲ့ ပထမဦးဆုံး sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချို့ရင် Figo တမန်ရိုးကြပုံစံတွေကခွဲထွက်ဖို့အစင်းနေမယ်လားမြန်မာနိုင်ငံရဲ့ပထမဦးဆုံး Figo sparkling coffee အားဖြည့်အချို့နဲ့တူကိုသာလီကိုဘွားရဲ့ပဲ့ကန်ရှင်ဖြစ်ဟန်ကြည့်လိုက်ပါကိုဘွားရဲ့ရှင်သခင်ဖြစ်ကိုရိုင်းဖန်တီးလိုက်ပါ
Will this grand finals rematch be a repeat of history, or will we get to witness the penning of a new chapter in the saga? Only time will tell, because you are once again watching the MLBB Super League Myanmar Season 3 playoffs. We're currently looking at our second best of 5 of the day, the upper bracket finals, in which Yangon Galacticos are a single game away from returning to the grand finals. You're watching the English broadcast once again with me, Stafa, as well as Rockhart. How are you feeling after that game 2?
And after that game 2, I feel like I just got, I got my beliefs reaffirmed that YG is just, they're just the best, man. They're just the best so far in this league. And I would not be surprised to see them at all just completely crush Game 3. And you can see it in their faces, man. Team 7. They felt that last game, bro. They knew what they lost there. They had a firm grip 4 minutes in and somehow slip away. How does that even happen?
We're all still dumbfounded about that one, because this is honestly a very snowball-oriented meta. Almost every game has been determined by which team wins early. And that's not just the case in MSL, it's basically in every MPL. There are very, very few teams that can make comebacks happen under the current circumstances, and even fewer who are able to come back from a situation like that, where your jungler is basically non-functional, where you don't own any part of the map. And yet Yangon Galacticos did it. That really speaks to a different level of gameplay.
That is true. I mean, if Yangon Galacticos can get out of that one, what can't they get out of, right? Like, you can probably do that with most situations. Now, of course, we're not done quite yet. We need to see them do it again. And they are currently 1 game away from securing their slot in the finals. So we're going to the draft right now, and as you can expect, heroes like the Kalea, YG just refuses to play with that. Since Phobius is banned out, they'll probably lock out another control hero, probably Freya this time. I think you don't give the Freya a third time. Like, third time's the charm, you know what I mean? Just don't give it, man.
Yeah. But you could also play for opening the draft here. Now that the Phobius is banned, feels like Team 7 probably want to go into the Harif again. If they ban Freya, then it becomes pretty obvious for Yangon. Actually, no. You would think that Yangon would just ban Harif, but then the Marcel is still there. The Zhu Xin is still there. These are very high-value heroes that we know both teams want to play. Looks like Team 7 will ban Zhu Xin instead.
All right. So, Zushin, again, I think, again, MVP performance is always you're going to have to watch out for that. There's a reason why they became MVP. And controlling that means that you might, if you don't man out the fray here, it's 100%. I feel like 7 want to try again. They had a decent run. They got a good lead. I think they can do it again, but it's Selena gonna get removed.
Ooh. Respect to both mid laners in the final ban of phase 1, but it means that Marcel is now ripe for the picking. Team 7 has played quite a lot of this. It was something that Tanpuk was quite comfortable with, and looks like they will go ahead and snap that up. Pretty obvious answer now from YG is to answer with the Valentina, but do they want to show it so soon? They'll start with the Freya, they go with the Gord as well.
All right, so that's a very, very good pickup. I think this could disrupt the lineup, right? I think if you're the ones who have the Freya, you have to be wary of what the Marcel can do. So I expect to get a roamer that can kind of just disrupt that. You think you think the Cho can kind of do that here? Like, what's a great way to deal with the Marcel?
It's usually just rundown heroes. Like heroes you don't really care too much about being frozen, or then you have like answers like Valentina are usually the option. So Cho is not bad. Kalea is okay. Hylos is good. But yeah, I think the Valentina is usually how teams like to respond to it. Team 7, though, going with the Valier this time around. So already a kind of an interesting mid matchup.
Okay, the Valier is something that will give the Gord a hard time. There are situations where if you are a Gordon, you're channeling Mystic Gush. Sometimes a fireball will kind of just force you to cancel it and to back off if you don't want to get risk being stunned and burned and slowed. So you know what? This actually makes some sense. I kind of like the the Valier here. Not only does it deal with the Gord efficiently, but it also deals with that Freya so well.
And now we have the Claude. Well, makes a lot of sense to me. Sanji basically brought that game back from the brink with this Claude scaling. So with this hero in their pocket, YG can confirm that no matter what happens in the early game, they do still have a way to come back from it. And now an unrelated topic, I wonder if Valier, Gord, and Claude all go to the same hairstylist.
I you know what? I don't doubt it. Look at Haya as well. Like Haya probably does as well. Same with the Phobius. They just like that brushed
They
back
got that slick
hairstyle.
back look, yeah.
Now we have to count how many heroes have that hairstyle, man. Because I feel like there are more.
There probably are, actually. Are there as many as there are players with the center part, though? That's the big question.
Oh, okay, that's a different story. That's we're gonna have to comb through a lot of history to get that. But I've seen a lot. I've seen a lot of those, especially here in the Philippines. A lot of people kind of go with that hairstyle.
Yep.
The
Me
parted.
too.
And so far, I would say we are in a pretty good spot here in the draft for both of these teams. I would think we have a slot for one more roamer to be removed from YG. If you're 7, you want to be able to maybe get rid of the Atlas. I don't know. And again, we're saying in terms of roamers, there's not really much you can do about the Marcel. Other than that, I'm not really sure. I'm still thinking Cho should be a good one.
I think it is just generally about outpacing it. So Cho is a good option. I think besides that, Hylos is also quite solid. Just basically heroes that can get your team out of a sticky situation if the golden hour catches them. Someone that can keep an eye on his movements and doesn't really mind getting frozen. Team 7 will ban the Hellcat, so once again, respect over to Blink just in case the cheese pick makes an appearance. And now Yangon Galacticos will have to make a decision. They're still looking for that jungle and a roam pick. Probably picking jungle here is the safest, in my opinion.
Okay. So, Elkert Rome, you talking about the outpace? You're talking about the possible vision removal is already a pretty decent pick. What if Atlas again?
I mean, we already said Atlas is... Oh, well, that's due.
Oh,
that's
right,
different.
Okay. This is pretty fine. I think I would like to...
This is familiar. Hold on. I'm going to check. Yangon Galacticos. I feel like I saw them play this at some point, but maybe I'm misconstruing it with something else. This is not a matchup we have a lot of experience looking at, though.
Yeah. Ooh, okay. This is a pretty good matchup, man. I like the firepower. There's so much firepower here on the side of 7 that it's actually pretty scary. I don't think a Kaja can deal with it, or not even like a Freya, man.
Might be a good... I would say normally this is a good angle for a tank jungle. You have the Fredrin to help deal with the Liam Ward and the Harif, but then it's not so good against Valier and Marcel. So it's a tough spot for Yangon Galacticos to be in unless they got another interesting pickup. But no, it is going to be the Fred. So yeah, deals with some of the picks pretty okay, but might find himself in a pretty vulnerable spot a lot of the time. I do like that at least it gives Yangon Galacticos more CC, though, because they need that.
Yeah, bro. I feel like they do need CC, but their firepower is gonna be it's gonna leave a lot to be desired, if you know what I mean. Like they're gonna need to
Mm-hmm.
kind of delay this to a point where you can get the Claude to join. Very similar to game number 2. They need to buy a lot of time, man. I'm not sure if this is the right call. It feels like there's so much firepower and Seven can get started early. So in this game, they might actually go for that first blood again, that level 2 first blood, so they can get the lead very early on.
There's definitely a lot of faith coming in from Yangon Galacticos here about whether or not they can delay the timer to that mid game where you can really start fighting as a team. Not to mention the question mark of this Kaja. Is this really the right answer against that Marcel's presence? We will find out, because Yangon Galacticos are currently 1 game away from returning to their position in the grand finals, and Team 7 are the only ones that will be able to stop them. Let's see who comes out on top in game number 3.
Yep, game number 3 is going to be very crucial. It's going to be Team 7 fighting for their lives here. They're not completely like in danger of elimination, but they will, if they lose this, they will go through so much pressure just to get the rematch if ever. So they need this game 3 win. Strike shot right now by Fanpoke is very
Ouch.
much needed. Again, all that pressure from the Valier is just so high.
Yeah, I hate playing against Valier. This is a really, really annoying hero, especially if you're a slower frontliner. So Han especially is gonna feel the pressure of it this time around. And with Tenpook running around as well, getting those freezes in, YG is gonna need to be respectful.
Yeah, they need to be very, very respectful here. Especially Ying, right? Like, if Ying dives in, he might be from...
Uh-oh. Oh, that's a flicker from Kaizei early on. I was wondering if he would hold on to it and die, but yeah, better to use it now. It means that 7 can instantly run down the bot lane, force Blink and Han away from the turtle pit. Should be a free objective for 7. They're not actually translating to it yet. They're sticking around a very long time. The Phantom Steed is gone, so now YG turns around. Praises Wrath going to miss, unfortunately, and the burn damage from the Valier really adding up. CK going to be able to sponge enough damage for 7 to survive and rotate over to take the turtle.
All right, that's very, very good pressure, but I don't think they're done quite yet. They're trying to re-engage way too late to the party. This is why I like this lineup. It's just so much firepower. It's so hard to deal with, but they're trying to go for a fight again.
Yep, they'll go ahead and steal that purple buff. Once again, Han in the pressure spot. We see the Valkyrie's descent come true, but surrounded by 4. Ying gonna need to be careful. Mystic Gush gonna be frozen in place by that golden hour. Ying can no longer continue to fight. Blink also gonna be chased off. Xian doing so much work right now.
Yeah, that's such a lot of work right now, and that's why that third pick Valier just feels like it just preempts so much, right? It just stops you from making really good plays. If you're the Fredrin, it stops that Kaja as well. You can actually maybe catch a Kaja later on with the flicker. Like if he flickers in, you might be able to just stun him and just disrupt the whole combo, you know? So yeah, this Valier is going to be doing so much. It's probably one of the first targets of it's going to be one of the first targets here of YG for sure.
Wow, great time. Blink literally just hit level 4, like right before he made that play. Flickers in, Divine Judgment, the moment it became available, gets a catch onto OP of all people. Now the Phantom Steed can be used mid. They want to try and trade for Kaizei at least. Kaizei flickers at the last second. He's dragging Lucky really far, but CK comes in from the other side to finish him off. Ends up being a 1-for-1, but a little better for YG since Sanchi gets that kill.
Yeah, that was a decent kill. Kaizei, again, slowed down a little bit. He might be denied a few minions, but that should be fine. The bigger problem is right now, it feels like they're getting denied in the jungle. It's going to be a little bit harder to deal with this now that there's so much confidence on the side of Lucky, on the side of Tanpuk as well.
It looks like Han was actually able to secure his buff without Retri, but now he's going to be surrounded. The Razor's Graph actually does a good amount of damage, but Han down to 10%. Golden Hour misses. The rest of the team trying to save him, not able to find him, but they trade 1-for-1 to jungle, and Sanji comes in with the Blazing Duet, picks off the Marcel, chases CK and Cian away. Divine Judgment catches OP coming in too late. He's going to have to flicker out of there. The turtle secured by Yangon Galacticos.
And for some reason, right, it's just... what is happening, man? Like, that's not supposed to work that way. You're supposed to just get a really good advantage with the Leomord. You don't overextend. That was a complete overextension. And maybe I would actually just credit more of that to Sanji. Obviously, just a really good entrance. Blazing Duet at the perfect time, just when you fought, just when Seven doesn't really expect it.
That's already 2 kills into the Claude, by the way. He's literally got a 1,000 gold lead on the Harif. First item complete. Valkyrie's Descent used down bottom. 3-man gank on CK. Mystic projectile into the Gush. And CK not surviving that one. Another pick off down bottom for YG. They get the tower. And looks like Seven not going to be able to do much on the opposite side of the map.
Yeah, that's super duper clean, man. Seven on the other side maybe could have gotten that tower, but they are getting pushed back by the Claude as well. Sanji playing this to perfection so far. And OP, oh, this could be a problem. We'll be able to at least stay alive for now. But yeah, so far so good for YG. They're getting exactly what they came here for.
Yeah, you can see literally every flicker on Team 7's side is on cooldown due to the pressure they were facing before. So they couldn't really afford to go over aggressive. And that means that Sanji is slowly farming up more and more throughout the game. Then Book gonna run in, get the freeze on Han. Phantom Steed knocks the Brethren back, but I don't really feel like this is a fight they should be taking.
Yeah, absolutely. Especially that you see Ying on the bottom side of the map. Guys, someone stop him. He's just going nonstop on that turret. And yeah, they're gonna lose it too.
This is exactly the kind of macro play I was hoping to see from some of the other teams so far today. Just continuously exert pressure, find opportunities anywhere you can. And it's not even particularly risky to do so. Han gonna be controlling the turtle once again. Ying is here to rejoin the fight. CK not too far behind. Golden Hour gets the freeze on Blink. Turtle secured by Han. Phantom Steed comes out, but the 2-man energy reaction sets up into the Mystic Gush. CK gonna be dragged backwards while Blink buying so much time by himself. Ying jumps in with Valkyrie's Descent, looking for Cian. Meanwhile, the rest being burnt down as well. Look at Ying go. He's still alive. 1v3. Might be in trouble. Has to jump back out. They'll go ahead and steal the purple. They get the Mystic projectile on OP. Worst thing that could happen. Purple buff stolen, mid tower taken, gold laner down.
And that is just like an avalanche slowly descending on the mountain. They are just not going to be able to recover from that anytime soon. All that gold going over to a Freya, all that gold going over to a Claude. You got to be kidding me. That's going to be so hard to deal with.
And they're still trying to duel them. Luckily, no cooldowns available. But that's probably why 7 is willing to walk this far up in the first place. But we are looking at a 6,000 net worth advantage at the 8-minute mark. A massive lead, especially for the team that's trying to have a better late game comp, actually. Sanji and Ying are so farmed already before their power spike timing has even hit.
Yeah, this is way quick, right? This is as fast as you can get just because of all the global gold you're getting. Don't forget, there's also a big split push threat on the bottom. Ying is just, how do you even stop this guy? This guy's a monster right now on that Freya. This is one of those times where, yep, we shouldn't have given that Freya over, man. He's too 0-3. He's got vengeance. He doesn't even need to use it.
A lot of teams have been finding more success with the Marcel over the Freya. That's probably why Team 7 was willing to trade it, but Yangon Galacticos shows a level of understanding. They know that the Freya is not just strong because of that teamfight presence, but because of her general presence on the map. Already done with the Golden Staff, building that third item. Sanji's Trinity is complete before the 9-minute mark. He's got nearly a 2k gold lead on OP, and everyone else on YG is very, very farmed as well. Even the Thunder Belt for Blink, so this Kaja contributing in terms of damage. Lord should be free here.
And again, you kind of see, right, the perfect time to use this Kaja apparently is just right here. If you have heroes like the Marcel who just wants to get a perfect position, get a Kaja. It gets disrupted so easily. And now you can just go for another turret take. Fredrin on the front. Han is in
Han
trouble here.
eating a lot of abuse right now, but his team is escorting him out. Lucky does get the last hit. Mystic Gusto drops CK low and it'll be finished off. Look at the Vengeance Freya in the base. Actually ends up getting pushed out to be saved after finishing off Lucky. Holy defense is dropping one by one before the Lord has even made it out of YG's base.
That's a really nice fadeaway attack, right, from the Freya. That's just, I don't know if that was intentional or if they were trying to do that, but that was fun. That was slick. And now you don't no holy defense as well. How do you deal with this wave?
It's still a 5v4 since Lucky will respawn in time and Han still needs to walk all the way from the other side. Golden Hour completely whiffs. Used a bit early actually. Ying picks up the mega kill on Tanbook. He didn't save it for the Lord and now the Blazing Duet Sanjay! He's in the backline and they're all gone. Mega kill for the Claude. He even BMI's out. I thought he died to the base. No. He's still okay. He's gonna heal back up. The Lord's being cleared out now. YG looking for the mid inhibitors. Zaman Force drop down, but the Divine Judgment catches OP monster kill for Ying. The base is wide open. It's a 1v5 situation. Yangon Galacticos making history repeat itself as they secure the crystal and the clean sweep. Yangon Galacticos will be your first MSL Myanmar Grand Finalists.
Like that, we have another repeat. Last time around, it was a Frio. We see it here again. And now it's YG moving forward into the grand finals. Team 7 gonna have to fight against Falcon Esports to get back and get another chance at revenge.
The path is not closed yet for Team 7. They're going to need to refresh themselves and rest tonight because they're going to have a long day tomorrow. Or, well, Falcon might have it depending on who wins out that LBF. But Yangon Galacticos continuing to show us why they were the top seed, why they were undefeated in the regular season, because that was just clean MLBB.
That was clean, man. That's as clean as it can get. This is exactly one of those situations where you kind of remember, all right, why do we ban the Freya again? Why do we ban it again? I don't remember. Can you refresh me? This is one of those refreshers, man. This is why it's so good. And even though it wasn't even a perfect game, there were just a few missteps that you couldn't really avoid. You saw, right? You saw how clean it was, especially towards the very end. They were popping energy shields at 9 minutes. And that was the first Lord. That base push, that was the first Lord. They made it so clean. And how they do that? Just very early aggression, very early dominance, so much force around the map. It was so difficult to actually deal with individually. And again, I really thought that this Valir was it. I thought the Valir was perfect, man. It was going to slow down the Freya. It was going to stun down the Kaja. It was going to slow down the Fredrin. But apparently, you can't really do all of that. There's 4 targets you have to hit. There's only 1 fireball.
The Valir was honestly played very, very well early on. Like, it was doing most of the damage in the initial trades. It was actually quite impressive of Team 7 invading again, actually managing to steal them.
They were being forced to actually fight very uncomfortable, very unfavorable matchups. So, yeah, CK didn't have a fun time in that one. He was actually 1-4 when that game ended. And I would say there was actually more fight in the previous game, right? Game 2, it was just so much closer. In Game 3, Game 2, it wasn't close. It was better for them. But in Game 3, it was far from a fight. It was a complete stampede.
It was a total adjustment from Yangon Galacticos. They realized, like, okay, we made some mistakes in Game 2. We drafted heroes that were a little too easy to invade early on, and that resulted in us having to play from behind the entire time. This time, let's grab heroes that can punish that. We know what they're going to be doing. They literally drafted the Uranus again. Right? It's easy to tell that is the game plan. So let's pick heroes that are little less punishable in the jungle. You got the tank Fredrin. Then we'll play it safe early on. We'll try to crab people with the Divine Judgment and the timing on that as well. The moment that he hit level 4, he was already ready to catch the heart. It's just like such good awareness.
And I think they also use Blink very efficiently there, by the way. I would not be surprised if Blink was like MVP, but it's probably Ying. He was 6-0. He was 6-0 earlier, so it's probably Ying on the MVP. But Blink did a very good job. I honestly was very doubtful of this Kaja, bro. I didn't think the Kaja was going to do that much because there's just so much pressure, right? And you see, I thought, hey, they drafted the Kaja because they wanted to disrupt the Marcel. They didn't need to do that, man. They were just fighting with the Kaja very efficiently and just keeping Sanji alive while all of that's happening.
Yeah, this Kaja didn't feel like some kind of niche counter at all. It felt like they'd been playing with it from day one. And I think that is a testament to Blink as well. This is a player that caught everyone's attention during his debut at M7 with that signature Hellkit roam. We know that he has an interesting hero pool. His shot calling is excellent. The timing and awareness is great. The fact that he's not forcing fights to start with the Divine Judgment, but instead finding the right timing to use it to inflict the biggest damage. And his team is ready to follow up on that as well. YG has such a strong synergy. They look even better than they did at M7. And I really hope we get to see them on the international stage.
Now that you mention it, it's so funny because almost half a year later, people are still banning that Hellkurt against him.
Yeah.
It's so funny because I would never would have thought. I mean, Hellkurt just right now is just not as meta as before. It used to be meta, right? Like in M7, it was like, all right, a few teams will pick it up, but not like Blink, right? Blink just played it so well. And I guess just it translates well into your team, right? You give your team so many advantages because of that. And because of that, Kaiser was able to perform, Han was able to perform, Ying was unstoppable on this Freya, and Sanji, relatively a comfortable Claude game, I think, for Sanji.
I mean, relatively is an underestimation, I would say. Man,
I mean, compared to game one.
Okay.
Game one.
I mean,
right?
game. Yeah, true.
Sorry, game two. Two. Yeah.
Yeah, I think Sanji also plays a really good scaling marksman role. The Claude especially seems to be a comfort pick for him. We didn't really get to see him play much else this series this time around, but he farms very fast and he knows how to coordinate with the team. He knows like, okay, do I want to join fights this game? Do I not want to join fights this game? You can tell that Yangon Galacticos has international experience just from their gameplay and their decision making.
Oh yeah, 100%. I can feel, I can feel the experience, right? It feels like they were just honed to become this team that's just so strong because of how many teams they fought in the international in recent M7. This is the Yangon Galacticos, I can't remember, but it feels like they actually are a little bit better, right? It feels like they're stronger, they're more dominant. I don't know if it's maybe because they're facing different teams, but definitely more composed. Even in a losing game, they're able to come back properly. Like, definitely a big step up from 6 months ago.
And I think we have to note as well, this isn't even the same full Yangon Galacticos roster we saw at M7. Previously, we had players like Lina and Stitch. We talked about this before the stream started. So they've been able to build up synergy very, very quickly. In fact, now that I mentioned that Sanji was a loan from Falcon Esports themselves, he only joined the team at the start of the regular season. So comparatively, he's a lot newer to the roster than other players, and yet doesn't look like that is the case at all.
That's true. That's actually a really good point. And maybe just boils down to, Coach Marv's able to integrate him so seamlessly. Coach Marv's, imparting to him maybe a lot more wisdom. And because that's like how many months ago? I have to double check now. When did Sanji actually join? March.
Yeah. Beginning
Literally
of March.
Just March. Wow. So that's saying something, right? That's they look so smooth. They look like a team that has been playing for years. they're able to really work in the win condition. And yeah, I'm very happy that we saw that kind of gameplay and can't wait to see what else they've got in store for us.
They get the rest for a while now, literally just chilling, waiting in the grand finals. But now our MVP for this game is going to be Ying on the Freya, 6-0 and 5. The Vengeance also allows him to be largely independent. He's just split pushing most of the game, and no one can stop him because anyone who tries to 1v1 him will meet his wrath.
Yeah, Ying, I kind of, I already saw the stats and I'm like, yeah, that's Ying. Just give it to him. Blink did a really good job. He's like my second MVP in that game. Would not be super surprised if we got like, a super MVP award. That he would get it because he just carried that game, man. He fought that bottom lane so efficiently. He was fighting 2v1 at certain points, and he was still ahead.
And that's why the Freya is so scary. That's why this hero gets banned out so often. You can see here the damage dealt. Honestly, not that big of a difference, I would say, but damage taken is definitely leaning heavily towards the side of Yangon Galacticos. They know how to end these fights quickly. Sanji literally 1 GPM away from 900. Nowadays, that's a difficult number to hit.
Yeah, it used to be very easy to hit 1K for some, but at 900, it's not an easy feat at all. So doing that, especially in your second seed, by the way, this is the second seed of the league, the 8-1 team. That's saying something. That also means that you just know what they're doing and you know how to efficiently fight in this game.
And we can see, even in these early fights already, Yangon Galacticos are so good at responding. And here, Sanji being able to drop on in, pick up 2 cheeky kills already, and then Blink out of nowhere, grabs OP. Right, all of this adds up. The synergy, the coordination. Then this 3-man gank Ying is already priming himself for it, keeping the minions alive as well, just to make sure that it happens. Every single movement from Yangon Galacticos is calculated and yet so proactive.
Yeah, super duper proactive. Like, it's calculated when Ying doesn't die the moments like that. You expect the Freya to go crazy and then just die right there. But no, he knows the cooldowns, man. He knows the cooldowns of his opponents. And when you have that knowledge, and when you know they can't fight you back because you have Vengeance, then you can do whatever the hell you want and just basically just not get punished. Even Sanji, he calculated the tower hits, the fountain hits on him at the exact moment he could have died there.
Yeah, I saw that laser beam. I saw that fountain laser beam follow him through the VMI. I thought like, okay, surely that kills him. No, he's still alive. No. I hope someone clips that. That's like the longest range fountain you've ever seen in your life. But yeah, excellent gameplay from YG. A well-deserved clean sweep here. And they will be waiting in the grand finals to see who their opponent will be.
That's right. So it's just going to be YG on top, and then Team 7 versus Falcons Esports waiting at the lower bracket final, which is happening tomorrow. It's going to be a best of 5. We're going to have our grand finals tomorrow as well. That's going to be a best of 7. So hopefully you're all warmed up for the day. That lower bracket final might also go all the way to Game 5, honestly, with the way that I see them. Falcon Esports might be facing a very angry 7. It's two things, right? It's either they face against a very angry 7, or they face against a 7 that's completely demoralized from that loss. So we'll see which one actually is the kind of 7 that they face.
Yeah, this is actually a rematch as well. Team 7 faced off against Falcon Esports in the play-ins just 2 weeks ago, and Team 7 won 3-2. That's why they were seeded into the upper bracket, while Falcon had to fight for their lives against Mythic Seal. So that's going to be an interesting game to watch as well. Will history repeat itself? Will Team 7 win and once again meet up against Yangon Galacticos, or will Falcon Esports have learned something from their previous matchup? We'll find out, because this is tomorrow's schedule. It's going to start off with the lower bracket best of 5 series, 7 versus Falcon. And then MSL Myanmar Season 3 will conclude with the grand finals, a best of 7 matchup between Yangon Galacticos and the victor of the first match.
And just as a reminder, the winner of tomorrow's best of 7, not only are they MSL Myanmar's champions for Season 3, they will also secure their slot in EWC 2026, which is happening in Paris. That's a big deal, man. I see teams, aside from the fact that you're going EWC, you're going to one of the most beautiful cities in the world. In Europe, come on, man. Who doesn't want that? I'm pretty sure YG is already prepping, and I hope that whoever faces YG are also just informed to give us a very, very good show tomorrow in the last day of the MSL Myanmar Season 3 playoffs.
It is truly going to be a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity for these teams if they are able to claim that MSC slot. So I think we can all definitely look forward to it. This has been quite the interesting day 1 of the playoffs. First match ended up going all the way, pretty close series. We thought that it was going to be just a simple back and forth, just whoever has the better draft wins, but it ended up being kind of interesting at the end. And then second match, we were wondering, okay, how will the first and second seed face off? And turns out Yangon Galacticos was just on another level of preparation. Not a lot of time for these teams to get ready to face them once it comes down to the grand finals. But I hope that they are able to get something set up, because that is going to be a memorable experience.
That's true. So hopefully you guys enjoyed that. And I guess we are ending the show here. Hope you guys enjoyed, and see you guys tomorrow for the last day of the playoffs.
See you guys there.